It is 1967 in China, and chaos has consumed the country during the Cultural Revolution. I'm Yi Zhitai, a physics professor, and I've lived through this turmoil while refusing to confess to crimes I didn't commit. The violent faction Red Union has been attacking the opposing April 28th Corps in the streets for days. During the conflict, a young girl from the April 28th Corps proudly waves her flag on a rooftop, only to be shot and fall to her death. Her body is treated as a trophy by the Red Union soldiers, further reflecting the madness of the time. In this chaotic environment, I, too, am facing persecution. At my university, a large struggle session is held to denounce me as a reactionary academic authority. I am accused of teaching reactionary theories like Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics, which are now seen as imperialist and counter-revolutionary. Even my wife, Shaolin, betrays me publicly, denouncing me to align with the revolutionaries. Despite the heavy physical abuse and humiliation, wearing a steel hat and an oven door strapped to my chest as a sign of shame, I refuse to lower my head or admit to the false accusations. My former students and Red Guards, who are filled with revolutionary zeal, are relentless, but I continue to hold on to my beliefs, defending scientific truth even as I'm physically beaten. My daughter, Wenjia, watches helplessly as 4 young girls brutally attack me, and I eventually succumb to their blows. After my death, the scene around me falls silent, and Wenjia is left standing in shock and grief. She walks through the streets alone, processing the immense loss, finding some solace at the home of her former teacher, only to discover that her teacher, too, has taken her own life. In this nightmare, the revolution has consumed everything and everyone around us, leaving only destruction and despair. 2 years later, I find myself in the vast forests of the Greater Shingon Mountains, where we're cutting down massive trees as part of the production tasks of the Military Construction Corps. As the trees fall, I'm reminded of my father's death. It's as though I'm trimming the body of a giant, just as I had to prepare my father's body that terrible night. Life here in the Corps is tough. Many of us came from the cities, dreaming of fighting for our country, but instead, we are stuck clearing forests and tending the land. The work feels meaningless, like our youth is burning away for nothing. The forests are disappearing under our saws, leaving behind only barren stumps. One day, while I was working, I noticed someone else also gently touching the stump of a tree. It was Bai Mulin, a journalist who had come to report on our work. He shared a different perspective, one that resonated with me deeply. He saw the destruction we were causing and questioned its purpose. He even lent me a book, Silent Spring, which opened my eyes to the broader environmental damage caused by humanity. This book made me think deeply about the evil in human actions that might seem ordinary but are harmful, just like the violence and cruelty I had witnessed during the Cultural Revolution. It was the first time I realized that human behavior, even when justified, could be as destructive as what happened to my father. This understanding changed me forever, and as I continued reading, I began to see that perhaps humans and evil were inseparable, like an iceberg floating in the sea. What we perceive as evil is just the visible tip, while the larger part is submerged, unseen but always present. It made me question whether humanity could ever truly act with moral awareness, or if we needed a force beyond ourselves to correct our course. Not long after, I was called back to the Corps office, where I was accused of writing a letter criticizing the environmental destruction we were causing. Although I hadn't written it, I had helped Bai Mulin by copying the letter, and now I was being blamed. He, in turn, denied his involvement and betrayed me to protect himself. I realized then that I was trapped, with no way out of this political nightmare. In the end, I was taken in for questioning and tortured for refusing to sign a false confession. The cold of the prison cell seeped into my bones, and I drifted in and out of consciousness. As I lay there, freezing, I thought of my father and all the others who had been consumed by the same madness. I realized that I was now part of this endless cycle of destruction, both physical and moral, which I could no longer escape. I don't know how much time has passed, but I woke up to the sound of a deep, heavy noise coming from all directions. It felt like a giant machine was drilling or sawing through the ice surrounding me. Though the world was still dark, the noise became more real. I realized I wasn't dead or in some otherworldly place. I was alive. Slowly, I forced my eyes open. Above me, I saw a dim light in a metal ceiling, covered by a protective wire mesh. A man nearby called my name softly, telling me I had a high fever. I asked weakly, "Where am I?" He replied, "You're on a plane," before I drifted back into a fitful sleep. When I woke again, the pain in my body became unbearable. My head, joints, and throat ached. I realized I was covered with a warm, dry military coat, similar to the ones worn by two men sitting nearby, both in military uniforms with red stars on their hats. One of them, wearing glasses, showed me an article from a journal, asking if it was mine. The title was related to solar physics, and the journal was from 1966. I confirmed it was mine, but the other man, introduced as Lei Jiqing, a political officer at the Red Coast base, took it away and said I should rest. It wasn't long before I realized that one of the men, Yang Weining, had been my father's graduate student. Though he didn't acknowledge our past, I remembered when he used to visit our home, wanting to avoid theoretical work in favor of practical applications. Now he was the chief engineer at the Red Coast base. After landing, I was told I faced punishment for my so-called crimes, but I was also offered a chance for redemption by working on a secret military project at the base. Yang Weining warned me that if I accepted, I might never leave. Yet, I immediately agreed. I had nowhere else to go, and the isolation of the base felt like a refuge from the outside world. As we approached the base, I saw the massive parabolic antenna towering over the landscape, making a low, powerful hum in the wind. It reminded me of my past in the construction corps, and I realized I had come full circle back to the mysterious radar peak. Inside the base, I heard the military staff preparing for a large-scale operation. They were conducting a test, launching signals into the sky. The air felt strange, like there was an electric field around me. When I looked up, I saw faint blue lights coming from the clouds, and then something shocking happened. A flock of birds flew into the path of the antenna's signal and dropped from the sky, dead. I stood in awe of the antenna's immense power, feeling a mix of fear and reverence. The sky above me, though vast and filled with stars, now seemed smaller, as if the antenna was reaching out, grasping at the cosmos itself. 38 years later, Wang Miao felt that the four people who came to find him were an odd combination: 2 police officers and 2 soldiers. It would have been more typical if the 2 soldiers were from the armed police, but they were actually army officers. At first glance, Wang Miao had a bad impression of the police officers. Actually, the young man in uniform was fine, polite in his demeanor, but the plainclothes officer was immediately off-putting. He was big and rough, with a face full of flesh, wearing a dirty leather jacket that smelled of smoke. He spoke in a loud and harsh voice, the type of person Wang Miao disliked the most. "Wang Miao?" the man asked, addressing him by his name in a way that made Wang Miao uncomfortable. Moreover, the man was lighting a cigarette without even looking up. Before Wang Miao could answer, the man gestured to the young officer beside him, who then showed Wang his police badge. The man finished lighting his cigarette and barged straight into the house. "Please don't smoke in my home." Wang Miao stopped him. "Oh, sorry, Professor Wang. This is Captain Shi Chong." The young officer smiled, signaling to Shi with his eyes. "Fine, let's talk in the hallway then," Shi said, taking a deep drag, nearly burning the cigarette halfway, and oddly enough, no smoke came out after. "You ask?" Shi said, gesturing toward the young officer. "Professor Wang, we'd like to know if you've recently had contact with any members of the Frontiers of Science Society?" Frontiers of Science is a highly influential academic organization internationally, with many renowned scholars. Why wouldn't I be in contact with such a legitimate academic group? "Look at this guy," Shi Chong shouted. "Did we say it's illegal? Did we say you can't have contact?" As he spoke, the smoke he had swallowed earlier was exhaled directly into Wang Miao's face. "Fine. This is personal privacy, and I don't need to answer your questions. Everything's private now." "Huh? Someone like you, a famous scholar, ought to be responsible for public safety, right?" Shi Chong flicked away his cigarette, but pulled another one from a crushed pack. "I have the right not to answer. You may leave." Wang Miao turned to go back into his house. "Wait," Shi Chong shouted, motioning to the young officer beside him. "Give him the address and phone number." Visit us this afternoon. What are you doing? Wang Miao angrily demanded, attracting the attention of his neighbors, who peeked out to see what was happening. Captain Shi, you the young officer, clearly irritated by Shi's behavior, pulled him aside, seemingly as uncomfortable with him as Wang Miao was. Professor Wang, please don't misunderstand. A major stepped forward hastily. There's an important meeting this afternoon with several scholars and experts attending. Our superiors have asked us to invite you. I'm very busy this afternoon. We're aware, but our superiors have already spoken with the leadership at the Superconductivity Center. The meeting can't proceed without you, and if necessary, we'll postpone it until you can attend. Shi Chang and his colleague said nothing more as they turned and left. The two military officers watched them leave, letting out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. That guy, why's he like that? The major whispered to his colleague. He's got a bad reputation. A few years ago, during a hostage situation, he acted on his own, ignoring the hostage's safety, and it ended with a family of 3 being killed by the criminal. They say he's also closely connected to organized crime, using one gang to take down another. Last year, he was suspended for causing a suspect to be permanently disabled during an interrogation. How does someone like that end up in the operations center? The higher-ups specifically asked for him. He must have some unique skills. But they keep him on a tight leash, barely letting him know anything outside of police matters. Operations center? What's that? Wang Miao was puzzled as he looked at the 2 officers standing in front of him. The car that picked up Wang Miao drove into a compound in the suburbs. Judging by the gate, which only had a number and no nameplate, Wang Miao knew this was military territory, not a police facility. The meeting was held in a large hall, and as soon as Wang Miao entered, he was surprised by the disarray. Around the room were haphazardly placed computer equipment. Some tables couldn't hold everything and had cables and network wires tangled and strewn across the floor. A stack of network switches was piled on top of a server, not even installed in a rack. Several large projection screens stood at odd angles in the corners of the hall, looking like tents in a gypsy camp. A layer of smoke hovered in the air like morning mist. Wang Miao wondered if this was the operations center the officer had mentioned, but one thing was clear. Whatever they were dealing with, it had left no room for anything else. The hastily assembled meeting table was also cluttered with documents and miscellaneous items. Most of the attendees looked exhausted, their clothes wrinkled, and even those wearing ties had loosened them as if they had been up all night. The meeting was chaired by Major General Chang Weisi, and about half of the attendees were military personnel. After a brief introduction, Wang Miao realized that there were also a few police officers present, but the rest were experts and scholars like him, including a few well-known scientists, particularly in fundamental physics. To his surprise, there were 4 foreigners as well, and their identities shocked him. 2 of them were military officers, one a colonel in the U.S. Air Force and the other a colonel in the British Army, both serving as NATO liaisons. The other 2 were officials from the CIA, serving as observers. From the expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Miao could read a single message. We've done everything we can. Just let it be over already. Wang Miao saw Shi Chang, who, in contrast to his rough demeanor from the previous day, greeted Wang Miao with a silly grin that didn't lift Wang Miao's spirits at all. He didn't want to sit next to Shi, but it was the only open seat, so he had no choice but to sit down. The already thick smell of smoke in the room became even stronger. As documents were handed out, Shi Chang leaned close to Wang Miao and said, "Professor Wang, you seem to be researching some new materials?" "Nanomaterials," Wang Miao answered curtly. "I've heard of that. It's pretty strong stuff." "Huh? Hope it's not being used for criminal purposes." From Shi's half-joking expression, Wang Miao couldn't tell if he was serious or not. "What do you mean?" "Heh, I heard a strand of that stuff, as thin as a hair, could lift a truck. If criminals got hold of it to make a knife, they could slice a car in half with one swipe." "Humph, no need to make it into a knife. You could just stretch a strand of that material, 1/100th the thickness of a hair, across the road, and it would slice passing cars in 2 like cheese. What can't be used for crime? Even a fish scaler can be used." Shi Chang pulled a few documents halfway out of his folder, then shoved them back in, clearly losing interest. "You're right. Even fish can commit crimes. I worked on a murder case once a woman cut off her husband's. You know what she used? A frozen tilapia from the freezer. When it was frozen solid, the spines on its back were as sharp as a knife. I'm not interested. Is this why you brought me to this meeting? Fish? Nanomaterials? No, it's got nothing to do with any of that. Shi leaned in and whispered, Don't be too nice to these guys. They look down on us, just want to extract information from us, but won't tell us anything. Like me, I've been stuck here for over a month and still don't know anything, just like you. Comrades, let's begin the meeting, General Chang Weisi said. The global battlefronts are now focused on us. Let me first brief everyone on the current situation. The unusual term battlefront confused Wang Miao, and he noticed that General Chang didn't seem inclined to explain the whole situation to newcomers like him, which confirmed what Shi had said. During General Chang's brief opening remarks, he referred to the attendees as comrades twice. Wang Miao glanced at the 2 NATO officers and the 2 CIA agents, wondering if the general had forgotten to address them as gentlemen. They're comrades too, at least that's what everyone here calls them, Shi whispered to Wang Miao, pointing his cigarette at the 4 foreigners. While Wang Miao was confused, he was also somewhat impressed by Shi's keen observations. Shi, put out your cigarette. The smoke in here is bad enough, General Chang said, not looking up as he flipped through some documents. Shi looked around for an ashtray but didn't find one. So, with a quick flick, he dropped the cigarette into a teacup with a sizzle. Taking the opportunity, he raised his hand to request to speak, and without waiting for permission, he loudly said, General, I have a request. The one I made before information parity. General Chang looked up. No military operation has ever been conducted with information parity, and I asked the attending experts and scholars to understand this. We can't share more background information with you. But we're different, Shi insisted. The police have been involved since the operations center was established, but to this day, we don't even know what this organization does. You're gradually pushing the police out, learning our work bit by bit, and then phasing us out. Several other police officers in attendance whispered for Shi to stop. Wang Miao was surprised by Shi's audacity in speaking to someone of General Chang's rank, but the general's retort was even sharper. Shi Chang, it seems you haven't changed your bad habits from your days in the military. Can you really represent the police? You've been suspended for several months due to your misconduct and are about to be dismissed from the police force. I brought you here because of your expertise in urban law enforcement. You should value this opportunity. Shi responded in his gruff voice. So I'm here to make up for my crimes, huh? Didn't you say my expertise was all crooked methods? But useful, General Chang nodded at Shi. Usefulness is all that matters right now. We don't have the luxury to worry about anything else. This is wartime. Nothing can be overlooked, a CIA officer chimed in. Speaking in perfect Mandarin, we can't use conventional thinking anymore. The British colonel nodded, clearly understanding Chinese as well. To be or not to be? What did he say? Shi asked Wang Miao. Nothing, Wang Miao replied mechanically. These people seem to be sleep-talking. Wartime? Where's the war? Wang Miao glanced out of the large windows in the hall and could see the city outside the compound. Under the spring sunlight, the streets were bustling with traffic. People were walking their dogs on the lawns, and a few children were playing. Which world was real, inside or outside? General Chang continued, recently, the enemy has intensified their attacks, still targeting the scientific elite. Please refer to the list in your documents. Wang Miao pulled out the top sheet from his folder, which was printed in large type. The list seemed hastily compiled, with both Chinese and English names. Professor Wang, what's your impression of this list? General Chang asked, looking at Wang Miao. I recognize 3 of them. They're all prominent figures at the forefront of physics, Wang Miao replied absent-mindedly, his gaze locked on the last name. Somewhere deep in his mind, those 2 characters seemed to stand out from the other names. How could her name be here? What happened to her? Do you know her? Shi pointed his smoke-stained finger at the name on the list, but Wang Miao didn't respond. Huh, don't know her well? Want to? Now, Wang Miao understood why General Chang had brought this coarse man here. Shi, crude as he appeared, had eyes as sharp as knives. He might not be a great cop, but he was certainly a tough one. A year ago, Wang Miao was in charge of the nanostructure component of the Zhonghua No. 2 high-energy accelerator project. That afternoon, during a brief break at the construction site in Liangxiang, he was suddenly captivated by a scene. As a landscape photography enthusiast, he often saw artistic compositions in the real world. The subject of this composition was the superconducting coil they were installing, a massive structure 3 stories high. Halfway through installation, it looked like a monster made of huge metal blocks and tangled cryogenic coolant pipes, like a heap of industrial-age trash, exuding a cold and brutal aura of inhuman technology and steel savagery. In front of this metallic behemoth stood a slender female figure. The lighting was also perfect. The giant metallic beast was shrouded in the shadow of the temporary construction roof, accentuating its harsh, rough texture, while a beam of golden sunlight pierced through a hole in the roof, casting a soft, warm glow on her smooth hair and the pale skin of her neck peeking from her collar. It looked like a delicate flower blooming amidst the wreckage of a post-industrial storm. "What are you staring at? Get back to work." Wang Miao was startled, but he realized the director of the Nanomaterials Research Center wasn't talking to him but to a young engineer, who, like him, was also staring at the figure. Wang Miao snapped back to reality, realizing the woman wasn't just an ordinary worker, as the chief engineer was accompanying her, respectfully explaining something to her. "Who is she?" Wang Miao asked the director. "You should know her," the director said, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. "When this 2 billion yuan accelerator is completed, its first run might be to test a superstring model," she proposed. Normally, such a prestigious theoretical research project wouldn't be hers to lead. But the old guard is too scared to go first, so they let her have the opportunity. "What? Yang Dong is a woman?" "Yes, we only found out when we saw her in person 2 days ago," the director replied. The young engineer asked, "Does she have some kind of psychological issue? Why else would she never appear in the media? I hope she's not like Qian Zhongshu, who never showed his face on TV before he died." "At least we knew Qian Zhongshu's gender," Wang Miao said with a touch of sour grapes. "I bet she had some unusual childhood experiences that made her withdrawn." Yang Dong and the chief engineer walked over, and as they passed, she smiled and nodded at them without saying a word. But Wang Miao remembered her clear eyes. That night, Wang Miao sat in his study, admiring the landscape photos he had taken, especially proud of the ones hanging on the wall. His gaze lingered on a photo of a desolate mountain valley, with snow-capped peaks peeking out from the valley's end, and a weathered, half-dead tree occupying nearly a third of the frame in the foreground. In his mind, he superimposed the figure that had been haunting him all day into the valley, placing her deep within it, making her appear tiny. Suddenly, the entire image seemed to come alive, as if the world in the photograph had recognized her presence, as if everything existed solely for her. Wang Miao continued mentally placing her in other works, even imagining her eyes as the vast sky over some of his more expansive compositions, and each one came to life, revealing a beauty he had never imagined before. He had always felt that his photography lacked a certain soul. Now he knew what it was. It was her. In less than 2 months, the physicists on this list have all committed suicide, General Chang said. It was like a bolt from the blue. Wang Miao's mind went blank. Slowly, images began to fill that void, the black and white landscapes in his photographs, where the land had lost her presence and the sky had erased her eyes. Those worlds had died. When did this happen? Wang Miao asked, still in a daze. In less than 2 months, General Chang repeated. "You mean the last one?" Sure asked smugly, lowering his voice. "She was the last to commit suicide 2 nights ago by taking an overdose of sleeping pills. She went peacefully, without any pain." For a fleeting moment, Wang Miao actually felt a small sense of gratitude toward Shi. "Why?" Wang Miao asked, the dead landscape still flashing like a slideshow in his mind. "The only thing we know for sure is that the cause of their suicides was the same," General Chang explained. "But the reason itself is hard to explain here. It may be impossible for non-experts to understand. The documents include excerpts from their suicide notes. You can read them carefully after the meeting." Wang Miao flipped through the photocopies of the notes, most of which were lengthy and detailed. "Dr. Ding Yi, could you show Professor Wang Yang Dong's suicide note?" Hers is the shortest and most concise, General Chang asked. The man who had been sitting silently with his head down finally responded, pulling out a white envelope and handing it to Wang Miao across the table. Shi whispered, "He's Yang Dong's boyfriend." Wang Miao then recalled seeing Ding Yi at the Liangxiang High-Energy Accelerator site as well. He was part of the theoretical team and was a well-known physicist for his discovery of macroatoms and his research on ball lightning. See the author's ball lightning. Wang Miao pulled out an irregularly shaped, fragrant object from the envelope. It wasn't paper. It was a piece of birch bark. On it, written in delicate handwriting, was a single line. Everything, in the end, leads to this conclusion. Physics has never existed, and it never will. I know this is irresponsible, but I have no choice. There wasn't even a signature. She was just gone. Physics doesn't exist? Wang Miao asked, looking around in bewilderment. General Chang closed his folder. Some of the related information involves the experimental results from the 3 new high-energy accelerators built around the world. It's highly technical, so we won't discuss it here. What we need to investigate first is the Frontiers of Science Society. In 2005, UNESCO declared it the World Year of Physics, and this organization gradually emerged during the frequent academic conferences and exchanges in the international physics community that year. It's a loosely organized international academic society. Dr. Ding, since you specialize in theoretical physics, could you introduce its background? Dingy nodded. I have no direct connection with the Frontiers of Science, but it's well known in academic circles. Its mission is to explore the limitations of science. Over the last half-century, the simplicity and power of classical physics theory have gradually disappeared. Theoretical frameworks have become increasingly complex, ambiguous, and uncertain, and experimental verification has become more difficult. This suggests that physics may have reached significant obstacles at its frontier. Frontiers of Science aims to develop a new line of thinking. Simply put, it seeks to find the limitations of science using scientific methods to determine whether there is a fundamental limit to our understanding of the natural world in terms of both depth and precision, a bottom line that science cannot penetrate. The development of modern physics seems to have vaguely touched upon this bottom line. Very good, General Chang said. As far as we know, most of these scholars who committed suicide had connections with Frontiers of Science, and some were even members. However, there's no evidence of criminal activity such as cult-like mental control or the use of illegal substances. In other words, even if Frontiers of Science influenced these scholars, it did so through legitimate academic exchange. Professor Wang, we understand that you've recently had contact with Frontiers of Science. We'd like to learn more. Sure, cutting gruffly, we need the names of the contacts, the times and places of the meetings, the contents of your discussions, and if you've exchanged any written materials or emails. Sure. General Chang sternly interrupted him. Keep quiet. No one's stopping you from talking. A police officer next to Sher leaned over and whispered. Sher picked up the teacup in front of him, saw the cigarette butt inside, and slammed it back down with a thud. Once again, Sher made Wang Miao feel as if he had swallowed a fly, and the fleeting gratitude from earlier had vanished. Still, Wang Miao restrained himself and answered the question. I first came into contact with Frontiers of Science through Shen Yufei. She's a Chinese-Japanese physicist now working for a Japanese-funded company here in the city. She previously worked at a Mitsubishi Electric lab on nanomaterials. We met at a technical seminar earlier this year, and through her, I was introduced to several physicists, both domestic and international, who are members of Frontiers of Science. When I interacted with them, we mainly discussed very ultimate questions, mostly related to the scientific bottom line that Dr. Ding mentioned. At first, I wasn't too interested in these topics and just treated it as a casual conversation. My expertise is in applied research, and I don't have a deep background in theoretical physics, so I mainly listen to their debates and discussions. These individuals are very thoughtful, with fresh perspectives. I felt that talking with them broadened my mind, and over time, I became more engaged. But the discussions were purely theoretical and nothing out of the ordinary. They invited me to join Frontiers of Science, but since becoming a member would require regular participation in these seminars, I declined due to time constraints. Professor Wang, We'd like to ask you to accept the invitation and join the frontiers of science. That's the main reason we invited you here today, General Chang said. We hope to gather some internal information about the organization through you. You mean, you want me to go undercover? Wang Miao asked uneasily. Ha ha ha, undercover. Shi burst out laughing. General Chang shot a reproachful look at Shi before addressing Wang Miao. We're simply asking for information. We don't have any other channels. Wang Miao shook his head. I'm sorry, General. I can't do this. Professor Wang, Frontiers of Science, is composed of top scholars from around the world. Investigating it is an extremely complex and sensitive matter. We're walking on thin ice. Without the help of the academic community, we won't get anywhere. That's why we made this bold request, and we hope you understand. But we also respect your decision, and if you decline, we fully understand. I am very busy with work and don't have the time, Wang Miao declined. General Chang nodded. All right, Professor Wang. We won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for attending this meeting. Wang Miao stood there for a few seconds, realizing it was time for him to leave. As General Chang politely walked Wang Miao to the door of the conference room, Shi shouted from behind, "That's for the best. I was against this plan from the start. So many eggheads have already killed themselves, sending him in would be like throwing a bun to a dog." Wang Miao turned around, walked over to Shi, and, struggling to control his anger, said, "You speak like an unqualified police officer." "I never said I was. We still don't know why those scholars committed suicide. You shouldn't talk about them with such disdain. The contributions they made with their intellect are irreplaceable. So you're saying they're better than me?" Shi leaned back in his chair, looking up at Wang Miao. "I'm not dumb enough to kill myself just because someone spouts a few words." "So you're saying I would?" "I'm just worried about your safety," Shi said, wearing his signature foolish grin. "In that case, I'm far safer than you. You should know that a person's ability to discern is proportional to their knowledge." "That's not necessarily true. People like you, Shi, if you say one more word, you can leave this room as well." General Chang snapped sternly. "It's all right, let him speak," Wang Miao said to the general before turning back to Shi. "I've changed my mind. I've decided to follow the general's suggestion and join Frontiers of Science." "Excellent," Shi nodded repeatedly. "Once you're in, stay sharp. There are things you can do casually, like glancing at their computers or noting down email addresses or URLs. Enough. You misunderstand. I'm not going in as a spy. I'm going to prove your ignorance and stupidity. If you're still alive after a while, then you'll have proven that too. But I doubt it." He. Shi's foolish grin turned into a sinister sneer. "I'll stay alive, but I really don't want to see your face again." General Chang escorted Wang Miao down the stairs and arranged for a car to take him home. As they said their goodbyes, the general said, "Shi Chang has a bad temper, but he's an experienced criminal investigator and counterterrorism expert. Over 20 years ago, he was one of the soldiers in my company." As they reached the car, General Chang added, "Professor Wang, I'm sure you have many questions. Why does all this involve the military?" Wang Miao asked. "Warfare always involves the military." Wang Miao glanced around at the bright spring day. "But where's the war? There isn't a single hotspot in the world right now. This is probably the most peaceful time in history." General Chang smiled enigmatically. "You'll find out soon enough. Everyone will." "Professor Wang, have you ever had a major change in your life? Something that suddenly turned your world upside down overnight?" "No. Then your life has been a coincidence. There are so many unpredictable factors in the world, but your life has been relatively uneventful." Wang Miao thought for a long time but couldn't grasp his meaning. "That's the case for most people. Then most people's lives are just coincidences?" "Yes. Most people are lucky enough to live uneventful lives. But since luck is involved, it always comes to an end eventually. And now, I'm telling you, it's over. Prepare yourself." Wang Miao wanted to ask more questions, but the general shook his hand and bid him farewell, stopping his further inquiries. After getting into the car, the driver asked for Wang Miao's home address. After Wang gave it, he casually asked, "Oh, you weren't the one who picked me up earlier? The car looks the same." "No, I want to pick up Dr. Ding Yi." Something clicked in Wang Miao's mind, so he asked the driver for Ding Yi's address, which the driver gave him. That night, Wang Miao went to see Ding Yi. Pushing open the door to Ding Yi's new 3-bedroom apartment, Wang Miao smelled alcohol and saw Ding Yi lying on the sofa, the TV on, but his eyes were staring at the ceiling. Wang glanced around the room. It wasn't yet decorated, with little furniture or ornaments. The large living room felt empty, and the most prominent feature was a pool table in one corner. Ding Yi didn't seem to mind Wang's uninvited visit. In fact, he seemed eager for company. "I bought this place 3 months ago," Ding Yi said. "Why did I buy a house? Did I really think she would settle down?" He shook his head with a drunken smile. "You and her." Wang Miao wanted to know everything about Yang Dong's life, but didn't know how to ask. She was like a star, always so distant, and the light that touched me was always cold, Ding Yi said, walking to the window and gazing at the night sky as if searching for a star that had already vanished. Wang fell silent too. It was strange. All he wanted now was to hear her voice. That moment a year ago, when their eyes met at sunset, she hadn't spoken a word. He had never heard her voice. With a wave of his hand, as if to dispel something, Ding Yi freed himself from his melancholic thoughts. "Professor Wang, you're right. Don't get mixed up with the military and police. They're a bunch of arrogant idiots. The suicides of those physicists have nothing to do with the frontiers of science. I've tried to explain this to them, but they don't understand. They've done some investigations too. Yes, and those investigations were global. They should know that 2 of the people had no connection to frontiers of science, including Yang Dong." Ding Yi struggled to say her name. "Ding Yi, you know I'm caught up in this now too. So, I really want to understand what made Yang Dong take that step. I'm sure you know something." Wang Miao clumsily spoke, trying to conceal his true feelings. "If you find out, you'll just be drawn in deeper. Right now, it's only you and the events involved. But if you find out, even your mind will be drawn in, and then things will get messy. I'm in applied research. I'm not as sensitive as you theoretical types." "All right then. Do you play pool?" Ding Yi moved to the pool table. "I've played casually back in school. She and I loved playing because it reminded us of particle collisions in an accelerator," Ding Yi said, picking up a black and a white ball. He placed the black ball near a pocket and the white ball about 10 centimeters away. "Can you pot the black ball?" "Anyone can, from this close. Try it." Wang Miao took the cue and gently struck the white ball, sending the black ball into the pocket. "Good, now let's move the table." Ding Yi gestured to a confused Wang Miao. Together, they lifted the heavy table and moved it to a corner of the living room by the window. Once it was stable, Ding Yi took the black ball out of the pocket and placed it back in the same spot, putting the white ball 10 centimeters away again. "Can you pot it now?" "Of course. Go ahead." Wang easily potted the black ball again. "Move it," Ding Yi gestured, and they moved the table again, this time to a third corner of the room. Ding Yi arranged the balls just as before. "Go ahead." Wang Miao smiled helplessly and potted the black ball a third time. They moved the table 2 more times, once to a corner by the door and finally back to its original spot. Ding Yi repeated the setup with the balls, and Wang potted the black ball both times. By now, they were both sweating a bit. "All right, the experiment is over. Let's analyze the results," Ding Yi said, lighting a cigarette. "We conducted 5 experiments, 4 in different spatial positions and times, and 2 in the same position but at different times. Are you not amazed by the results?" He spread his arms dramatically. 5 times, and the results of the collisions were all the same. "What are you trying to say?" Wang Miao asked, catching his breath. "Now explain this incredible result using the language of physics." "Well, in all 5 experiments, the mass of the 2 balls didn't change. Their positions, relative to the table's surface, didn't change. The velocity vector of the white ball hitting the black ball didn't change much, so the momentum exchange between the 2 balls didn't change either. Therefore, in all 5 experiments, the black ball naturally went into the pocket." Ding Yi picked up a bottle of brandy from the floor and filled 2 dirty glasses, handing one to Wang Miao, who declined. "We should celebrate. We've discovered a great law. The laws of physics are uniform in time and space. Every physics theory in human history, from Archimedes' principle to string theory, and all scientific discoveries and intellectual achievements, are mere byproducts of this great law. Compared to us, Einstein and Hawking were just amateurs. I still don't understand what you're trying to say. Imagine a different outcome. The The first time, the white ball pots the black ball. The second time, the black ball veers off. The third time, the black ball flies up to the ceiling. The fourth time, the black ball flies around the room like a frightened sparrow and lands in your coat pocket. The fifth time, the black ball flies out at near the speed of light, smashing the edge of the table, piercing through the wall, and flying out of the earth, out of the solar system, just like in Asimov's story billiard ball. What would you think then? Dingy stared at Wang Miao, who was silent for a long time before asking, "Did that really happen?" Dingy drained both glasses of brandy, his eyes fixed on the pool table as if it were a demon. Yes, it happened. In recent years, experimental conditions for verifying fundamental theories have gradually matured. 3 expensive pool tables have been built, one in North America, one in Europe, and one, as you know, in Liangxiang, China, where your nanomaterials center made a lot of money. These high-energy accelerators increase the energy of particle collisions by an order of magnitude, something humanity had never achieved before. Under the new energy levels, with the same particles and the same collision energy, everything about the experiments was the same, but the results were different. Not only were the results different across accelerators, but even in repeated experiments on the same accelerator at different times, the results varied. Physicists panicked. They repeated the same ultra-high-energy collision experiments over and over under identical conditions, but every time, the results were different and without any pattern. What does this mean? Wang Miao asked. Seeing Ding Yi staring at him without a word, he added, "Oh, I work in nanomaterials and deal with the microstructure of matter, but it's on a much shallower level than yours. Please enlighten me." It means that the laws of physics are not uniform in time and space. And what does that mean? You should be able to figure it out. Even that general came to the same conclusion. He's a smart man. Wang looked out the window, deep in thought. The city lights outside were brilliant, but the stars in the night sky were drowned out and invisible. It means that the universal laws of physics don't exist. Therefore, physics doesn't exist. Wang withdrew his gaze from the window and spoke. "I know that what I'm doing is irresponsible, but I have no choice," Dingy immediately added. That's the second half of her suicide note. You inadvertently said the first half just now. Now you can somewhat understand her, can't you? Wang Miao picked up the white ball he had just struck 5 times, gently touched it, and set it back down. For someone exploring the frontiers of theoretical physics, this is indeed a disaster. To achieve anything in theoretical physics requires a kind of religious devotion, and it can easily lead one into an abyss. As Wang was leaving, Dingy gave him an address. "If you have time, please visit Yang Dong's mother." Yang Dong lived with her, and her daughter was her entire life. Now she's all alone, it's pitiful. Wang Miao said, "Dingy, you clearly know more than I do. Can't you tell me a bit more? Do you really believe the laws of physics aren't uniform in space and time?" "I don't know anything." Dingy stared at Wang for a long time before finally saying, "That's the question." Wang knew he was merely echoing the words of the British colonel. To be or not to be, that is the question. The next day was the weekend, but Wang Miao got up early, took his camera, and rode his bicycle out. As a photography enthusiast, his favorite subject is the wilderness where few people go, but as he reached middle age, he no longer has the energy to enjoy such luxury, and most of the time he can only take pictures of the scenery in the city. He intentionally or unintentionally selected those corners in the city that exuded a wild atmosphere, such as the dry lake bottom in the park, the new soil on the construction site, and the weeds that drilled out of the cement cracks. In order to eliminate the vulgar colors of the city in the background, he only used black and white film. Unexpectedly, he became a school of his own and gradually became famous. His works were selected for 2 major film exhibitions, and he also joined the Photographers Association. Every time he went out to shoot, he rode his bicycle around the city at will, capturing inspiration and the composition he needed, sometimes for a whole day. Today, Wang Miao felt a little strange. His photography was known for its classical style of calmness and solemnity, but today, he had a hard time finding the sense of stability needed to create this composition. In his opinion, this city that was awakening in the morning light seemed to be built on quicksand, and its stability was illusory. In the past night, the 2 billiard balls had occupied his long dreams, flying around in the black space without rules and on the black background. The black ball was invisible, and it only showed its existence when it occasionally blocked the white ball. Is the origin of matter really lawless? Is the stability and order of the world just a short-lived dynamic balance in a corner of the universe? Just a short-lived vortex in the chaotic turbulence? Unconsciously, he had ridden to the foot of the newly completed CCTV building. He stopped his bike, sat on the side of the road, and looked up at the towering A-shaped building, trying to regain a sense of stability. Following the direction of the building's spire shining in the morning sun, he looked up at the bottomless blue sky, and two words suddenly emerged in his mind: shooter, farmer. When scholars at the frontiers of science discuss this, they often use an abbreviation, SF, which does not stand for science fiction, but is an abbreviation of the two words above. This comes from two hypotheses, both of which involve the nature of the laws of the universe. Shooter hypothesis. There is a sharpshooter who makes a hole every 10 centimeters on a target. Imagine that there is a two-dimensional intelligent creature living on the plane of this target. After observing their own universe, the scientists among them discovered a great law. There must be a hole every 10 centimeters in the universe. They regard the sharpshooter's random behavior as the iron law of their own universe. Farmer hypothesis has a disturbing and terrifying color. There is a group of turkeys on a farm, and the farmer comes to feed them at 11 o'clock every day. A scientist among the turkeys observed this phenomenon and kept observing it for nearly a year without any exceptions, so he also discovered his own great law in the universe. Every morning at 11 o'clock, food will fall. He announced this law to the turkeys on Thanksgiving morning, but the food did not fall at 11 o'clock that morning, and the farmer came in and caught and killed them all. Wang Miao felt the road beneath his feet sliding like quicksand, and the A-shaped building seemed to shake, so he quickly looked away. Just to get rid of the anxiety, Wang Miao forced himself to finish shooting a roll of film and returned home before lunch. His wife took the children out to play and would not be back at noon. Usually, Wang Miao would be eager to develop the film, but today he had no interest at all. After a simple lunch, he fell asleep. Because he did not sleep well last night, it was almost 5 o'clock when he woke up. He then remembered the film he shot in the morning. So he went into the narrow darkroom converted from a closet to develop it. The film was quickly developed, and he began to check which photo was worth enlarging and developing. He discovered something strange on the first photo. This photo was of a small patch of grass outside a large shopping mall. He saw a line of white objects in the middle of the film, and upon closer inspection, it was a row of numbers: L200, 0000. Second film, LL99, 49, 33. Each negative of the entire roll of film. The third one, 1199, 40, 18. The fourth one, 1199, 32, 07. The fifth one, 1199, 28, 51. The sixth one, 1199, 1541. The seventh one, 1199, 738. The eighth one, 1198, 53, 09. The 34th one, 1194, 50, 49. The 36th one, and the last one, 1194, 1637. Wang Miao immediately thought it was a film problem. The Leica M2 camera he used was produced in 1988. It was fully mechanical and manual, without any automatic functions, and it was impossible to superimpose numbers such as the date on the film. With its excellent lens and mechanical structure, it was still a noble among professional cameras even in the digital age. Re-examining each negative, Wang Miao soon discovered the first strange thing about these numbers. They automatically adapt to the background. If the background is black, the numbers are white, and the numbers on a white background are black, as if to create the greatest contrast for the observer to see clearly. When Wang Miao looked at the 16th negative, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt a chill rising up his spine in the dark room. This photo shows a dead tree with an old wall as the background. The old wall is mottled and appears black and white in the photo. Against such a background, the line of numbers cannot be clearly displayed in black or white in the normal position, but it stands upright and bends itself, appearing white along the dark trunk of the dead tree, looking like a thin snake attached to the dead tree. Wang Miao began to study the mathematical relationship between the numbers. At first he thought it was some kind of serial number, but the intervals between each set of numbers were not the same. He soon realized that it was a timekeeping in hours, minutes, and seconds. He took out his shooting notes, which recorded the shooting time of each photo in detail, accurate to the minute. He found that the difference in the timing on the two photos was consistent with the time interval between their actual shooting. Obviously, this roll of film recorded a certain time that passed at a realistic speed in reverse. Wang Miao immediately understood what it was. A countdown. The countdown started at 1,200 hours, and there are 1,194 hours left. Now? No. It's the moment when the last frame of the film is taken. Is this countdown still going on? Wang Miao walked out of the darkroom, took out a new roll of black and white film, loaded it into the Leica camera, and began to shoot quickly and casually in the room. Finally, he went to the balcony to shoot a few outdoor scenes. After the film was finished, he took it out of the camera and went into the darkroom to develop it. On the developed film, the numbers kept appearing on each negative like a ghost. The first one was 1187, 27, 39. It was exactly the same time interval from the last shot of the previous roll to the first shot of this roll. The timing interval of each subsequent shot was 3 to 4 seconds. 1187, 27, 35, 1187, 27, 31, 1187, 27, 27, 1187, 27, 24 were the intervals between his rapid shooting. The countdown continues. Wang Miao loaded new film into the camera again and started taking pictures quickly. He deliberately took some pictures with the lens cap on. When he took out the finished roll of film, his wife and children came back. Before going to develop the film, he loaded the third roll of film into the Leica and handed the camera to his wife. "Come on, finish this roll. What are you taking pictures of?" The wife looked at her husband in surprise. In the past, he would never allow anyone to touch his camera. Of course, she and her son were not interested in it either. In their eyes, it was a boring antique bought for more than 20,000 yuan. "Anything is fine, just take pictures." Wang Miao stuffed the camera into his wife's hands and went into the darkroom. "Well, Daodu, let me take a picture of you." The wife pointed the camera at her son. Wang Miao's mind suddenly emerged with a ghostly image of a noose stretched across the child's face, and he shuddered slightly. "No, don't take a picture of my son. Take a picture of something else." The shutter clicked, and his wife took the first picture, then shouted, "Why doesn't the shutter button work?" Wang Miao taught his wife how to turn a handle. This way, you can rewind the film every time. Then he went into the darkroom. What a hassle. The wife, who is a doctor, couldn't understand why some people still use this outdated and expensive gadget and still took pictures with black and white film when digital cameras with tens of millions of pixels were already popular. After the film was developed, Wang Miao looked at the dim red light and saw that the ghost countdown was still going on. On the chaotic pictures taken at random, including those taken with the lens cap on, it clearly showed 1187, 1906, 1187, 1903, 1187, 1859, 1187, 1856. His wife knocked twice on the darkroom door, telling him that she was done. Wang Miao went out and grabbed the camera. His hands were visibly shaking as he took out the film. Ignoring his wife's strange look, he took the film and returned to the darkroom, shutting the door tightly. He worked very hurriedly, spilling developer and fixer all over the floor. The film was quickly developed. He closed his eyes and prayed silently. "Don't show up, no matter what it is. Don't show up now. Don't let it be my turn." He looked along the wet film with a magnifying glass. The countdown disappeared, and only the indoor scene taken by his wife was on the film. At a low aperture, her unprofessional operation made the picture blurry, but Wang Miao felt that this was the most pleasing photo he had ever seen. Wang Miao walked out of the dark room, breathed a sigh of relief, and found that his whole body was soaked with sweat. His wife went to the kitchen to cook, and his son went to his room to play. He sat on the sofa alone and began to think a little calmly. First of all, this group of numbers that accurately record the passage of time at different shooting intervals and show signs of intelligence cannot be reserved on the film. It can only be some kind of force that makes it sensitive to light. What could it be? Is it a problem with the camera? Is there some device placed in the camera intentionally or unintentionally? He removed the lens, disassembled the camera, and carefully observed the inside of the camera with a magnifying glass, checking every spotless and smooth mechanism, and found nothing abnormal. Then, thinking of the pictures taken with the lens cap on, the most likely sensitive light source is some kind of strong penetrating ray from the outside world. But this is also technically impossible. Where is the ray source? How to aim? At least with current technology, this power is supernatural. To further confirm that the ghost countdown had disappeared, Wang Miao loaded another roll of film into the Leica camera and began to take random pictures. When the film was developed, he was pushed to the edge of madness again after just calming down for a while. The ghost countdown appeared again, and from the time shown on the screen, it had never stopped, but it was not shown on the roll taken by his wife. 1186, 34, L3, 1186, 34, 02, L186, 33, 46, LL86, 33, 35. Wang Miao rushed out of the dark room, rushed out of the house, and knocked on his neighbor's door. The person who opened the door was retired Professor Zhang. Lao Zhang, do you have a camera at home? Oh, I don't want a digital one. I want one that uses film. You, a great photographer, want to borrow my camera? The one worth more than 20,000 yuan is broken. I only have a digital one. Are you feeling unwell? You look so unhappy. Lend it to me. Lao Zhang quickly brought out a very ordinary Kodak digital camera. Here, just delete the few photos in there. Thank you. Wang Miao grabbed the camera and film and hurried back to the house. In fact, there were 3 film cameras and a digital camera at home, but Wang Miao felt it was more reliable to borrow from somewhere else. He looked at the 2 cameras and several black and white films spread out on the sofa, thought for a moment, loaded the film into the Leica, and then handed the digital camera to his wife who was serving the meal. Quick, take a few pictures, just like you did just now. What are you doing? Look at your face. What's wrong with you? His wife looked at him in horror. Don't worry about it. Just shoot. The wife put down the plate in her hand, walked over and looked at her husband, with fear and worry in her eyes. Wang Miao put the Kodak camera into the hands of his 6-year-old son who came to eat. Daodu, you help Dad take pictures. Just press this. Yes, this is a picture. Press it again. Yes, yes, another picture. Just like that. Keep taking pictures, no matter where you are. The son quickly mastered it, and the little guy was very interested and took pictures very quickly. Wang Miao turned around and picked up his Leica from the sofa and started taking pictures too. The father and son took pictures like crazy, leaving his wife at a loss in the frequent flashes, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Miao, I know you've been under a lot of pressure at work lately. Please don't. Wang Miao finished shooting the film in the Leica camera and snatched the digital camera from the child. He thought for a moment, and in order to avoid the interference of his wife and children, he went to the bedroom and took a few photos with his digital camera. He used the visual viewfinder when shooting and did not use the LCD screen because he was afraid of seeing the results, although he would have to see them sooner or later. Wang Miao took out the film from Leica and went into the darkroom, closing the door tightly and started working. After developing, he looked at the film carefully. Because his hands were shaking, he could only hold the magnifying glass with both hands on the film. The ghost countdown continued. Wang Miao rushed out of the darkroom and began to check the photos on the digital camera. He saw from the LCD screen that in the digital photos he had just taken, the part taken by his son did not show the countdown. But in the part he took, the countdown was clearly displayed and changed synchronously with the film. Wang Miao used different cameras to take the photos in order to rule out the possibility that the problem was with the camera or the film, but he inadvertently asked his children to take the photos, and combined with his previous request to let his wife take the photos, he came to an even more bizarre result. When taking photos with different cameras and different films, the photos taken by others were all normal, but the ghost countdown only appeared in the photos taken by him. Wang Miao grabbed the pile of film in desperation, like grabbing a tangled group of snakes, or like a noose that was difficult to break free of. He knew that he could not solve this problem by himself, so who should he turn to? His colleagues in the university and the research institute were not good enough, because they were technically minded like him. His intuition told him that this matter was beyond technology. He thought of Ding Yi, but now Ding Yi himself was in a mental crisis. He finally thought of Science Frontiers, a group of people with profound and active thoughts. So he called Shun Yufei. Dr. Shun, I have something to do and I have to come to your place. Wang Miao said hurriedly. Come on. Shen Yufei said only these 2 words and hung up the phone. Wang Miao was surprised. Shen Yufei usually spoke very briefly, so much so that some people at Frontiers of Science jokingly called her the female Hemingway. But this time, she didn't even ask what it was about. Wang Miao didn't know whether to feel comforted or even more uneasy. He stuffed the film into a bag, took the digital camera, and rushed out of the house under his wife's anxious gaze. He could have driven there, but even in this brightly lit city, he wanted someone to accompany him on the road, so he called a taxi. Shen Yufei lived in an upscale villa area near the new city railway line. The lights were much sparser here. The villas were surrounded by several small artificial lakes where people could fish. At night, there was a rural feeling. Shen Yufei was obviously wealthy, but Wang Miao had never figured out the source of her wealth. She didn't make that much money from her previous research position or her current position in the company. However, there was no sign of luxury in her villa. It was a gathering place for science frontiers, and the furnishings there looked like a small library with a conference room. In the living room, Wang Miao met Shen Yufei's husband Wei Cheng. This man, about 40 years old, looked like an honest intellectual. Wang Miao only knew his name, which was all Shen Yufei said when she introduced him. He seemed to have no job and stayed at home all day. He was not interested in discussions about the frontiers of science and was accustomed to the scholars who frequently visited his home. But he was not idle. He was obviously researching something at home, immersed in thinking all day long. When he saw anyone, he would greet them absent-mindedly and then return to his room upstairs, where he spent most of the day. Once, Wang Miao accidentally peeked in from the half-open door upstairs and saw something surprising: an HP mini-computer. He couldn't be wrong, because this device was the same as the one at the superconducting research center where he worked. It had a black and gray case and was an RX 8620 produced 4 years ago. It seemed strange to put this device worth millions at home. What on earth was Wei Cheng doing guarding it alone every day? Yufei has something to do upstairs. Please wait a moment, Wei Cheng said, and then went upstairs. Wang Miao had intended to wait, but he couldn't sit still, so he followed him upstairs and saw Wei Cheng about to enter the room where his mini-computer was. He didn't seem to mind Wang Miao following him, and pointed to a room across the street and said, "Oh, she's in that room. Go find her." Wang Miao knocked on the door. It was unlocked and opened a crack. He saw Shen Yufei sitting in front of the computer playing games. What surprised Wang Miao was that she was wearing a V-suit. This is a very popular gadget among gamers. It consists of a full-view display helmet and a set of sensor suits. The sensor suits can make players feel the blows, stabs, and burns in the game from the flesh, and can produce extreme heat and cold. It can even realistically simulate the feeling of being exposed to the wind and snow. Wang Miao walked behind her. Since the game was displayed in full view in the helmet, he could not see anything on the monitor. At this time, Wang Miao remembered that Dashi asked him to remember the website and email address. He accidentally glanced at the monitor. The English name on the game login interface was very special. He remembered it. Shen Yufei took off her display helmet and sensor suit, put on her glasses that looked large on her thin face, and nodded to Wang Miao expressionlessly, without saying a word, waiting for him to speak. Wang Miao took out the roll of film and began to tell the strange events that happened to him. Shen Yufei listened carefully and only glanced at the films without looking at them carefully, which shocked Wang Miao. Now he was further certain that Shen Yufei was not completely unaware of the matter, which almost made him stop talking. It was only after Shen Yufei nodded several times for him to continue that he finished the story. At this time, Shen Yufei said the first sentence after they met. "How is the nano project you lead going?" This irrelevant question surprised Wang Miao. Nano project? What does it have to do with this? He pointed to the pile of films. Shen Yufei didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to answer her question. This was her conversation style, never saying a word more. "Stop the research," said Shen Yufei. "What?" Wang Miao thought he had heard wrongly. "What did you say?" Shen Yufei remained silent and did not repeat herself. "Stop? That's a national key project." Shen Yufei still didn't say anything, just looked at him with calm eyes. "You have to tell me the reason. Stop and try." What do you know? Tell me. That's all I can tell you. The project cannot be stopped, and it is impossible to stop. Stop and try. About the ghost countdown ended there. After that, no matter how hard Wang Miao tried, Shen Yufei never said a word about it. She just kept repeating the same sentence, stop and try. I now understand that Science Frontiers is not an academic exchange organization for basic theories as you claim. Its relationship with reality is much more complicated than I imagined, said Wang Miao. Rather, you get this impression because the frontiers of science involve something more fundamental than you think. Wang Miao left without saying goodbye in despair. Shen Yufei silently escorted him to the gate of the courtyard and watched him get into a taxi. At this moment, another car came at full speed and stopped in front of the gate. A man got out of the car, and Wang Miao recognized him at a glance by the light from the villa. This person is Pan Han, one of the most famous figures in Science Frontier. As a biologist, he successfully predicted the genetic deformities of offspring caused by long-term consumption of genetically modified agricultural products, and also predicted the ecological disasters that genetically modified crops might cause. Unlike those scholars who make empty alarmist statements, his predictions are full of specific details and have all come true one by one. The accuracy is so shocking that there are rumors that he is from the future. That made him famous was the creation of the first experimental society in China. Unlike those utopian societies in the West that aim to return to nature, his Chinese garden was not located in the wilderness, but in the largest city. The society had no property, and all daily necessities, including food, came from urban garbage. Contrary to people's initial expectations, Chinese garden not only survived, but also grew rapidly, with more than 3,000 regular members and countless people who came to experience life there from time to time. Based on these two successes, Pan Han's social thought has become increasingly influential. He believes that the scientific and technological revolution is a pathological change in human society. The explosive development of technology is comparable to the rapid spread of cancer cells. The final result is to exhaust the nutrients of the organism, damage the organs, and cause the death of its host. He advocates the abolition of crude technologies, such as fossil energy and nuclear power, and the retention of gentle technologies, such as solar energy and small hydropower. The large cities should be gradually disbanded. The population should be evenly distributed in self-sufficient small villages and towns, and a new agricultural society should be established based on gentle technology. Is he here? Pan Han asked, pointing to the second floor of the villa. Shen Yufei did not answer and stood in front of him silently. I want to warn him, and of course I want to warn you too. Don't force us. Pan Han said coldly. Shen Yufei still didn't answer him, but just said to Wang Miao in the taxi, let's go, it's okay. Then she signaled the driver to drive. After the car started, Wang Miao didn't hear what they said anymore. He looked back and saw from a distance that Shen Yufei had not let Pan Han enter the villa under the lights. It was late at night when he got home. Wang Miao got out of a taxi at the gate of the community. A black Santana braked right next to him. The window rolled down and a puff of smoke came out. It was Desher, whose sturdy body filled the driver's seat. Wow, Professor Wang, Academician Wang, how have you been these past 2 days? You're following me? How boring. Don't get me wrong, it would have been fine if I just drove straight over there. You took my polite greeting for granted. Dashi showed his characteristic silly smile, looking like a scoundrel. What's up? Did you see any useful information over there? Can we exchange ideas? I said, I have nothing to do with you guys anymore. Please don't follow me from now on. Well, Dashi started the car. As if I am willing to earn these 2 night shifts, the game is delayed. Wang Miao walked into the house. His wife and children were already asleep. He heard his wife tossing restlessly in bed, making unclear sounds. He wondered what kind of nightmare her husband's strange behavior would bring her. Wang Miao took 2 tablets of Limuanling and lay down on the bed. It took a long time for him to fall asleep with difficulty. His dream was very chaotic, but one thing was constant, the ghost countdown. In fact, Wang Miao had expected the countdown to appear in his dream. In his dream, he hit the countdown frantically, tearing it and biting it, but all his attacks were powerless to penetrate it. It just hung in the middle of the dream, passing steadily. It made Wang Miao extremely irritable, and finally woke up from the dream. He opened his eyes and saw a blurry ceiling, with the lights of the city outside shining through the curtains, casting a dim halo on it. But one thing followed him from his dream to reality: the ghost countdown. The countdown still appeared in front of his open eyes. The numbers were thin, but bright, emitting a burning white light. 11:80, 5 o'clock, LL80, 4:59, L180, 4:58, 11:80, 4:57. Wang Miao turned his head and saw everything in the bedroom was blurry. He confirmed that he had woken up and the countdown had not disappeared. He closed his eyes, and the countdown still appeared in his completely dark vision, like mercury shining on black velvet. He opened his eyes again and rubbed them, but the countdown still did not disappear. No matter how his sight moved, the string of numbers firmly occupied the center of his vision. An inexplicable fear made Wang Miao sit up suddenly, and the countdown followed him closely. He jumped out of bed, rushed to the window, pulled open the curtains, and pushed open the window. The sleeping city outside was still brightly lit, and the countdown appeared in front of this vast background, like subtitles on a movie screen. A moment, Wang Miao felt that he was suffocating and could not help but let out a low scream. Facing the panicked questioning of his awakened wife, he tried to calm himself down, comforted his wife and said it was nothing, and lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and spent the rest of the night with difficulty under the illumination of the ghost countdown. Appear normal in front of his family, but his wife still noticed something was wrong and asked him what was wrong with his eyes and whether he couldn't see clearly. After breakfast, Wang Miao asked for leave from the Nano Center and drove to the hospital. Along the way, the ghost countdown ruthlessly blocked the real world in his eyes. This thing automatically adjusted its brightness and appeared clearly on different backgrounds. Wang Miao even stared at the rising sun, trying to make the countdown temporarily hidden by the strong light for a while, but it was useless. The string of devilish numbers appeared on the sun disk. At this time, it did not increase in brightness, but turned black, which was even more terrifying. It was difficult to get an appointment at Tongren Hospital, so Wang Miao went directly to see a classmate of his wife, a famous ophthalmologist. He did not tell the doctor about his condition, but asked the doctor to check his eyes first. After carefully checking Wang Miao's eyes, the doctor told him that there was no lesion and his eyes were normal. "My eyes always see something. No matter where I look, it's there," Wang Miao said. At the same time, the string of numbers was across the doctor's face. 1175, 1134, 1175, 1133, 1175, 1132, 1175, L1, 31. Floaters. The doctor said, taking out a prescription pad and starting to write, "A common eye disease for people our age, lens opacity. It's not easy to treat, but it's nothing serious. I'll prescribe some iodine solution and vitamin D. Maybe it can be absorbed, but the hope is not great. However, it's really nothing serious. As long as you get used to ignoring the clutter in your field of vision, it won't affect your vision." "You mean floaters? What do those things look like?" "It's irregular. It varies from person to person. Sometimes it's a little black dot. Sometimes it's like a tadpole. What if you see a string of numbers?" The doctor paused as he wrote the prescription. "You see a string of numbers?" "Yes, right in the center of my vision." The doctor pushed aside the paper and pen and looked at him with concern. "As soon as I came in, I could see that you were overworked. At the last class reunion, Liao mentioned you to me and said that you were under a lot of pressure at work. At our age, we should pay attention to our health. We can't afford to overdraw on it." "You mean, this is caused by mental factors?" The doctor nodded. "If it was an ordinary patient, I would have suggested that he go to the psychiatric department. But it's not necessary. It's nothing serious. He's just too tired. Let him take a few days off. Go on vacation with Liao and the kid. What's his name? Dowdu. Don't worry, he'll recover soon." 1L75, 1002, 1L75, 1001, LL75. 10 o'clock, 1175, 9:59. "I'll tell you what I saw, a countdown. Second by second, it was ticking precisely. Could it be a mental factor?" The doctor smiled tolerantly. "Want to know to what extent mental factors can affect vision? Last month we admitted a girl, about 15 or 16 years old. who suddenly lost her sight in the classroom and became completely blind. However, after all the examinations, her eyes were physiologically completely normal. Later, a psychiatrist gave her a month of psychological treatment, and suddenly, her eyes returned to normal vision. Wang Miao knew that he was wasting his time here, so he stood up to leave and finally said, "Okay, regardless of my eyes, I have only one question to ask you. Is there any external force that can act remotely to make people see something?" The doctor thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I was a member of the medical team of Shenzhou 19 a while ago. Some astronauts reported that they saw flashes that did not exist when they were working outside the cabin. Astronauts on the International Space Station have reported similar situations before. When the sun is active, high-energy particles in space hit the retina and people see flashes. But the numbers you said you saw, or the countdown, can't be this reason." Wang Miao walked out of the hospital in a daze. The countdown was right in front of him. He seemed to be following it, following a ghost that was clinging to him. He bought a pair of sunglasses and put them on, just to prevent others from seeing his sleepwalking eyes. Wang Miao walked into the main laboratory of the Nano Center. He did not forget to take off his sunglasses before entering. Despite this, his colleagues who met him were worried about his mental state. In the center of the experimental hall, Han Miao saw that the reaction black box was still running. The main body of this giant device is a sphere with a large number of pipes. The super-strong nanomaterial code named Flying Blade has been produced, but it is made using molecular construction technology, that is, using molecular probes to stack material molecules one by one like bricks. This process consumes a lot of resources. Those products can be said to be the most precious treasures in the world and cannot be mass-produced at all. What the laboratory is doing now is trying to replace the molecular construction method with a catalytic reaction, so that a huge number of molecules can complete the construction at the same time in the reaction. The experiment is carried out in a reaction black box. This equipment can conduct reaction tests on a huge number of component combinations. If such a large number of combinations are operated by traditional manual operations, it may take hundreds of years to complete, but it can be carried out quickly and automatically in the reaction black box. At the same time, this is a device that integrates real reactions and digital simulations. When the synthesis reaches a certain level, the computer will establish a digital model of the synthesis reaction based on the staged results of the reaction and replace the remaining reaction process with digital simulation, which greatly improves the efficiency of the experiment. When the director of the experiment saw Wang Miao, he hurried over and began to report a series of failures that had just occurred in the reaction black box. This was something Wang Miao had encountered recently when he went to work. Now, the reaction black box has been running continuously for more than a year. The sensitivity of many sensors has decreased, the error has increased, and it urgently needs to be shut down for maintenance. However, Han Miao, the chief scientist of the project, insisted on completing the third batch of synthesis combinations before shutting down. The engineers had to add more and more compensation and correction devices to the reaction black box. Now these devices themselves also need compensation and correction, which makes the entire project team exhausted. But the director was careful not to mention the shutdown and suspension of the experiment, for fear that Han Miao would get angry again like the previous few times. He just laid out all the difficulties, and his meaning was very clear. Wang Miao looked up at the reaction black box and felt that it was like a womb. Engineers were busy around it, struggling to maintain normal operation. In front of this scene, a ghost countdown appeared. 1174, 2111, LL74, 2L, 10, LL74, 2109, LL74, 2L, 08. Stop and try. Shin Yufei's words suddenly rang in Wang Miao's mind. How long will it take to fully update the peripheral sensor system? He asked. 4 or 5 days. The lab director suddenly saw hope and quickly added, "Hurry up. 3 days will be enough, Mr. Wang. I promise." I did not give in. The equipment does need maintenance, so the test must be suspended. It has nothing to do with anything else. Wang Miao said to himself in his heart, then turned to the director and looked at him through the countdown numbers. "Stop the test and shut it down for maintenance according to the schedule you said." "Okay, Mr. Wang, I will give you an update plan soon, and the system can be shut down in the afternoon," the director said excitedly. "Stop now. The director looked at Wang Miao as if he didn't recognize him, but then he regained his excitement, as if he was afraid of losing this opportunity. He picked up the phone and gave the shutdown order. The exhausted researchers and engineers in the project team suddenly became excited and began to flip hundreds of complicated switches according to the procedures. The numerous monitoring screens went black one after another, and finally, the main monitoring screen showed the shutdown status. Almost at the same time, the countdown in front of Wang Miao stopped moving, and the numbers were fixed at 11:74, 10:07. After a few seconds, the numbers flashed a few times and disappeared. When the reality without the ghost countdown reappeared before his eyes, Wang Miao breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had just struggled out of the bottom of the water. He sat down weakly and soon realized that someone was watching him. He said to the lab director, "System updates are the responsibility of the equipment department. You guys in the lab group should take a good rest for a few days. You've all been working hard lately. Boss Wang, you are too tired. Chief Engineer Zhang is watching over you here. You should go home and have a good rest." "Yeah, I'm too tired," Wang Miao said weakly. After he left, he picked up the phone and dialed Shan Yufei's number. She answered after only one ring. "What's behind you?" Wang Miao asked, trying to keep his voice calm, but failing. "Silence." "What is the end of the countdown?" "Silence." "Are you listening?" "Exist." "What's wrong with high-strength nanomaterials?" "This is not a high-energy accelerator. It's just an applied research. Is it worth paying so much attention to?" "It is not for us to judge what is worthy of attention." "Enough." Wang Miao roared. The fear and despair in his heart suddenly turned into crazy anger. "Do you think this little magic can fool me? Can it stop the progress of technology? I admit that I can't give a technical explanation for the moment, but that's because I haven't gotten behind that shameful magician yet." "You mean you want to see the countdown on a larger scale?" Shin Yufei's words made Wang Miao stunned for a moment. He was not prepared for this question, so he forced himself to calm down to avoid falling into a trap. "Put away your tricks. So what if it's a large scale? You can also do magic. You can project holographic images into the sky, just like NATO did in the last war. Powerful lasers can even project images all over the surface of the moon. Shooters and farmers should be able to play with larger scales that humans cannot reach. For example, can the countdown be displayed on the surface of the sun?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Miao opened his mouth in surprise. He subconsciously said the two terms that should be very taboo at this time. Fortunately, he didn't say the more taboo one. He wanted to gain more initiative, so he continued, "Considering a possibility that I haven't thought of yet, your shameful magician may still be able to perform magic even on the scale of the sun. For that kind of power to be truly convincing, the scale of display needs to be even larger. The question is, can you bear it? We are friends, and I want to help you not to follow Yangdong's path." Hearing this name, Wang Miao shuddered, but the anger that followed made him desperate. "Can you accept this challenge?" "Abel, what do you want?" Wang Miao's voice became weak. "Do you have a computer with internet access nearby? Okay, go to this website, http://www.qsl.net/bg3ttzl/mesm.htm. Have you opened it? Print out the web page and take it with you." Wang Miao saw that the web page only displayed a Morse code comparison table. "I don't understand. This is..." "Within the next 2 days, try to find a place where you can observe the cosmic background radiation. Please see the email I will send you later for details." "What is this for?" "I know the nano research project has been discontinued. Do you plan to restart it?" "Of course, in 3 days. The countdown will continue." "At what scale will I see it?" After a long silence, this woman, who represented a force beyond human comprehension, cruelly blocked all of Wang Miao's options. 3 days later, on the 14th, between 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning, the entire universe will sparkle for you. Wang Miao called Ding Yi. After the other party answered the call, he remembered that it was already past 1 in the morning. "I'm Wang Miao. I'm so sorry to bother you so late." "It's okay. I'm having trouble sleeping. I encountered some problems and would like to ask for your help. Do you know if there is an institution in China that observes cosmic background radiation?" Wang Miao had a desire to talk, But then he felt that it would be better not to let more people know about the ghost countdown for the time being. Cosmic background radiation? Why are you interested in this? It seems that you have really encountered some problems. Have you visited Yang Dong's mother? Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. It's okay. In the scientific community right now, many people have encountered some problems like you said and are distracted, but you'd better go see her. She's old and doesn't want to hire a nanny. If there's anything that requires effort, please help her. Oh, about the cosmic background radiation, you can go and ask Yang Dong's mother. She was an astrophysics major before she retired, and she's very familiar with such research institutions in China. Okay, I'll go after work today. Thank you in advance. I really can't face anything related to Yang Dong anymore. After the call, Wang Miao sat down in front of the computer and began to print out the very simple Morse code comparison table displayed on the webpage. By this time, he had calmed down and moved his thoughts away from the countdown. He thought about Science Frontiers and Shen Yufei and the online game she played. The only thing he could be sure of about Shen Yufei was that she was not a person who liked to play games. The only impression this woman who spoke as concisely as a telegram gave him was coldness. Her coldness was different from that of some other women. It was not a mask, but coldness from the inside out. Wang Miao always subconsciously associated her with the long-lost DOS operating system. On an empty black screen, there was only a simple C:// prompt flashing. It would output whatever you entered, without a single word or change. Now he knew that behind the C:// prompt was actually a bottomless abyss. Would she really be interested in playing games and wearing a V-brace? She doesn't have children, so she had to buy the V-brace herself, which is a bit unbelievable. Wang Miao typed the easily memorable game URL in the browser's address bar, www.3body.com. The webpage showed that the game only supported the V equipment mode. Wang Miao remembered that there seemed to be a set of V equipment in the staff recreation room of the Nano Center, so he walked out of the empty central laboratory hall, went to the duty room to get the key, walked through a row of billiard tables and fitness equipment in the recreation room, and found the V equipment next to a computer. It took a lot of effort to put on the sensor suit, then put on the display helmet and turned on the computer. After starting the game, Wang Miao found himself in a wasteland at dawn. The wasteland was dark brown, and the details were unclear. There was a small patch of white dawn on the distant horizon, and the rest of the sky was full of twinkling stars. With a loud bang, 2 red glowing mountains fell to the ground in the distance, and the entire wasteland was shrouded in red light. After the dust stirred up by the sky and the sun dissipated, Wang Miao could see the 2 huge characters standing tall, 3-body. Then a registration interface appeared. Wang Miao registered using the ID Heron and then logged in successfully. The wasteland remained the same, but the compressor in the V-suit started hissing, and Wang Miao felt a pressing chill. 2 walking figures appeared in front of him, a black silhouette against the background of the dawn. Wang Miao chased after them. He saw that both of them were men, wearing tattered robes, wrapped in a dirty animal skin, and carrying a wide and short sword from the Bronze Age. One of them was carrying a slender wooden box that was half his height. The man turned his head to look at Wang's senator. His face was as dirty and wrinkled as the animal skin, but his eyes were very bright, and his pupils reflected the dawn. "It's cold," he said. "Yes, it's really cold," Wang Xin agreed. "This is the Warring States period, and I am King Wen of Zhou," the man said. King Wen of Zhou was not a person from the Warring States period, was he? Wang Miao asked. "He is still alive today, and so is King Zhou," said another person who didn't carry a box. "I am a follower of King Wen of Zhou. My ID is Follower of King Wen of Zhou. He is a genius. My ID is Hairen," Wang Miao said. "What are you memorizing?" King Wen of Zhou put down the rectangular wooden box and opened one of the facades like a door. The 5 layers of squares were exposed. In the dim light of the morning sun, Wang Miao saw that there were small piles of fine sand of varying heights between each layer, and in each square there was a trickle of sand flowing down from the previous square. An hourglass leaks once every 8 hours, and turning it upside down 3 times is 1 day. But I often forget to turn it upside down and have to rely on my followers to remind me. King Wen of Zhou introduced. "You seem to be on a long journey. Is it necessary to carry such a heavy timer? How do you tell time, then? It would be very convenient to have a small sundial, or just look at the sun to know the approximate time. King Wen of Zhou and his followers looked at each other. Then they all stared at Wang Miao as if he were an idiot. The sun? How can you tell the time by looking at the sun? This is the chaotic era. Wang San was about to ask what this strange term meant when his follower whined. It's so cold. I'm freezing. Wang Miao also felt cold, but he couldn't take off his sensor suit casually. Under normal circumstances, doing so would result in his ID being cancelled by the game. He said, "It will be warmer when the sun comes out." Are you pretending to be a great prophet? Even King Wen of Zhou was not considered a prophet. The follower shook his head in disdain at Wang Miao. Does this require a prophet? Who can't see that the sun will rise in an hour or two? Wang Miao said, pointing to the horizon. This is the age of chaos, said the followers. What is the age of chaos? Except for the era of stability, all other eras are chaotic. King Wen of Zhou said, as if answering the question of an ignorant child. Sure enough, the morning light in the sky began to dim and soon disappeared. Night enveloped everything again, and the sky was full of stars. So it's dusk now instead of morning? Wang Miao asked. It's morning, but the sun may not rise in the morning. This is a chaotic era. The cold made Wang Miao very uncomfortable. It looks like the sun will not rise for a long time. He trembled and pointed to the vague horizon. Why do you have such an idea? That's not necessarily true. This is the age of chaos. The follower turned to King Wen of Zhou and said, Ji Chong, give me some dried fish to eat. No. King Wen of Zhou said decisively, I am just trying to eat enough to make sure I can get to Chaoga instead of you. As they were talking, Wang Miao noticed that dawn had appeared on the horizon in another direction. He couldn't tell east, south, west, or north, but it was definitely not in the same direction as the last time. The dawn light quickly intensified and soon, the sun of this world rose. It was a small blue sun, much like the moon with enhanced brightness, but it still made Wang Miao feel a little warm and see the details of the earth. But this day was very short. The sun drew a shallow arc above the horizon and fell, and the night and coldness enveloped everything again. The three stopped in front of a dead tree. King Wen and his followers drew their bronze swords to chop wood. Wang Miao gathered the broken wood into a piece. The followers took out the flint and crackled it for a long time, and a pile of fire started. The front part of Wang Miao's induction suit became warm, but the back was still cold. Burning some dehydrated people will make the fire burn brighter, said the follower. Shut up. That was King Zhou's doing. Anyway, those scattered on the road are all broken like that, and they can't be revived. If your theory really works, don't even think about burning some. You can even eat some. Compared with that theory, a few lives are nothing. Nonsense. We are scholars. After the bonfire burned out, the three continued on their way. Since they rarely talked to each other, the system sped up the passage of game time. King Wen of Zhou quickly turned the hourglass on his back 6 times, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sun had not risen once, and there was not even a shadow of dawn on the horizon. It looks like the sun won't come out, Wang Miao said, and at the same time he called up the game interface to check his HP, which was rapidly decreasing due to the cold. You are pretending to be a great prophet again, said the follower, and Wang Miao said the second half of the sentence with him. This is the age of chaos. Soon after he finished speaking, dawn really appeared in the sky, and it quickly intensified, and in the blink of an eye the sun rose. Wang Miao discovered that this time it was a big sun that rose. When it rose to halfway, its diameter occupied at least 1/5 of the horizon in his field of vision. The warm current rushed over him, and Wang Miao felt relaxed and happy, but when he looked at King Wen of Zhou and his followers, he found that they all looked terrified, as if the devil had descended. Quick, find a cool place. The followers shouted, and Wang Miao ran after them. He ran to a low rock and squatted down. The shadow of the rock was gradually shortening, and the surrounding ground was dazzling as if it was in a white-hot state. The frozen soil under his feet melted quickly, turning from hard iron to muddy, and the heat was rolling. Wang Miao soon sweated. When the sun rose directly above their heads, the three covered their heads with animal skins, and the strong light still shot in from all the cracks and holes like sharp arrows. The three moved around the rock to the other side and hid in the shadow that had just appeared over there. After the sun went down, the air was still extremely hot and humid. The three, sweating profusely, sat on the rocks. The follower said dejectedly, "Traveling in the age of chaos is like walking in heck. I can't stand it. Besides, I have nothing to eat. You don't give me some dried fish, and you don't let me eat dehydrated food. Alas, then you will just get dehydrated." King Wen of Zhou said, fanning himself with an animal skin. "You won't abandon me after I get dehydrated, will you?" "Of course not. I promise to take you to Chaoga." The follower took off his sweat-soaked robe and lay naked on the mud. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Wang Miao saw that the follower's sweat suddenly increased. He soon realized that it was not sweating. The water in the person's body was being completely discharged. The water formed several small streams on the sand. The follower's entire body was softening and thinning like a melted candle. 10 minutes later, the water was completely drained, and the body turned into a human-shaped soft skin lying motionlessly on the mud, with the facial features blurred. "Is he dead?" Wang Miao asked. He remembered that he had seen such human-shaped soft skins from time to time along the way, some of which were broken and incomplete. They were the dehydrated people that the followers wanted to use for firewood not long ago. "No," King Wen of Zhou said, picking up the soft skin that his follower had turned into, patting the dirt off it, and placing it on a rock and rolling it up like a deflated ball. "Soak it in water for a while, and it will return to its original state, just like soaking dried mushrooms." "His bones have become soft, too?" "Yes, it's all dried fiber, so it's easy to carry." "Can everyone in this world be dehydrated?" "Of course you can too. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the chaotic era." King Wen of Zhou handed the rolled-up follower to Wang Miao. "Take it with you. If you throw it on the road, it will either be burned or eaten." Wang Miao took the soft leather, a very light little roll, and he didn't feel anything strange holding it between his arms. Wang Miao held the dehydrated follower, and King Zhou carried the hourglass on his back, and the two continued their difficult journey. As in the previous few days, the sun in this world moved completely irregularly. After several consecutive cold nights, a hot day might suddenly appear, or vice versa. The two depended on each other, resisting the cold by the campfire and soaking in the lake to survive the heat. Fortunately, the game time can be accelerated, and a month can be passed in half an hour, which makes the journey of the Chaos Era still bearable. On this day, the long night had lasted nearly a week, as measured by the hourglass, and King Wen of Zhou suddenly pointed at the night sky and cheered, "Flying stars! Flying stars! 2 flying stars!" In fact, Wang Miao had noticed that strange celestial body before. It was larger than a star and had a disc shape the size of a ping-pong ball. It moved very fast and could be clearly seen moving in the starry sky with the naked eye. But this time, 2 of them appeared. King Wen of Zhou explained, "When 2 flying stars appear, the eternal era will begin. I've seen it before. There is only 1. Only 2 at most? No, sometimes there are 3, but no more." "The appearance of 3 flying stars, does it mean a better era?" King Zhou glared at Wang Miao with a look of fear. "What are you talking about? 3 flying stars. Pray that it doesn't appear." Of Zhou was right. The eternal era they longed for soon began. The rising and setting of the sun began to become regular, and a day and night gradually became fixed at about 18 hours. The regular alternation of day and night made the weather a little warmer. "How long can the eternal era last?" Wang Miao asked. "A day or a century, no one can tell how long each is." King Wen of Zhou sat on the hourglass, looking up at the midday sun. According to records, the Western Zhou dynasty had a 2-century-long era. Alas, people born in that era were blessed. How long will the age of chaos last? Didn't I say that except for the stable era, all other eras are chaotic eras, and the two are the gaps between each other? So this is a chaotic world without any rules? Yes. Civilization can only develop in a long era of warm climate. Most of the time, humans are collectively dehydrated and stored. When a long era of warm climate comes, They are collectively immersed and revived to produce and build. Then how can we predict the time and length of each eternal era? It can't be done. It has never been done. When the Hung era arrives, whether the country is immersed or not depends on the king's intuition. Often, the immersion is revived. The crops are planted. The town begins to be built. Life just begins, and the Hung era ends. The severe cold and heat destroy everything. King Wen of Zhou said this, pointing one hand at Wang Miao, his eyes becoming bright. Okay, you already know the goal of this game. To use our intelligence and understanding to analyze and study various phenomena and master the laws of the sun's movement. The survival of civilization depends on this. It seems to me that there is no regularity in the movement of the sun. That's because you haven't figured out the origin of the world. Have you figured it out? Yes, this is the purpose of my going to Chaoga. I will present an accurate perpetual calendar to King Zhou. But along the way, I didn't see you have this ability. Predictions about the movement of the sun can only be made in Chaoga because it is the intersection of yin and yang, and only the hexagrams drawn there are accurate. The two men traveled for a long time in the harsh era of chaos, during which they experienced a short era of stability, and finally arrived in Chaoga. Wang Miao heard a continuous roar similar to thunder. This sound was made by many strange things on the land of Chaoga. They were huge single pendulums, each dozens of meters high. The pendulums were huge stones, suspended by a large rope on a bridge between two tall and thin stone towers. Each pendulum was swinging. They were driven by groups of armored soldiers who sang strange songs together. They pulled the ropes tied to the huge stone pendulums to maintain their swing. Wang Miao found that the swings of all the giant pendulums were synchronized. From a distance, the scene was so strange that it made people feel dizzy. It was like a moving clock standing on the ground, or like many huge, abstract symbols falling from the sky. By the giant pendulum, there was a huge pyramid that looked like a towering black mountain in the night. This was King Zhou's palace. Wang Miao followed King Wen of Zhou into a low cave door on the base of the pyramid. Several soldiers guarding the door wandered silently in the darkness like ghosts. They walked along a long tunnel. The tunnel was narrow and dark, with torches only at long intervals. In the age of chaos, the entire country was dehydrated, but King Zhou stayed awake, accompanying this lifeless land. To survive in the age of chaos, you have to live in a building with extremely thick walls, almost like living underground, to avoid the severe cold and heat. King Wen of Zhou explained to Wang Miao as they walked. Walking a long way, they finally entered King Zhou's hall in the center of the pyramid. In fact, it was not very big and looked like a cave. The man wearing a large piece of animal skin and sitting on a high platform was obviously King Zhou, but the first person who caught Wang Miao's attention was a man in black. His black clothes almost blended into the heavy shadows in the hall, and his pale face seemed to float in the void. This is Fushi. King Zhou introduced the man in black to King Wen of Zhou and Wang Miao, who had just come in, as if they had always been there, and the man in black was the newcomer. He believes that the sun is a god with a bad temper. When he is awake, his moods are changeable, which is the chaotic era. When he is asleep, his breathing is even, which is the stable era. Fushi suggested that the big pendulums outside be erected and swing continuously day and night, claiming that this has a strong hypnotic effect on the sun god and can put him into a long sleep. But until now, we have seen that the sun god is still awake, and at most he just takes a nap from time to time. King Zhou waved his hand, and someone brought a pottery jar and placed it on the small stone platform in front of Fushi. Wang Miao later learned that it was a jar of seasoning. Fushi sighed, picked up the pottery jar, and drank it. The gurgling sound was like a huge heart beating in the depths of darkness. After drinking half of it, he poured the rest of the seasoning on himself, then threw the pottery jar away, walked to a large bronze cauldron on a fire in the corner of the hall, climbed up the edge of the cauldron, and jumped into the cauldron, stirring up a large cloud of steam. Jichong, please sit down. The banquet will begin soon, King Zhou said, pointing to the big cauldron. Stupid witchcraft. Zhou Wenchao tilted his head and said contemptuously, What have you learned about the sun? King Zhou asked, with fire dancing in his eyes. The sun is not a god. The sun is yang and the night is yin. The world operates in a balance of yin and yang. This is beyond our control, but it can be predicted. King Wen of Zhou said, drawing his bronze sword and drawing a pair of large yin and yang fish on the floor illuminated by the torch. Then he drew the 64 hexagrams around them at a dizzying speed, looking like large tree rings that appeared and disappeared in the firelight. Your Majesty, this is the code of the universe. With it, I will present an accurate perpetual calendar to your dynasty. Jichong, what I urgently need to know now is when the next Chongqing era will arrive. I will tell fortunes for you right away. King Wen of Zhou said, and walked to the center of the yin-yang fish, sat cross-legged, and looked up at the top of the hall. His eyes seemed to penetrate the thick pyramid and see the starry sky. His fingers were performing complex movements at the same time, combining into a high-speed calculator. In the silence, only the soup in the cauldron made a gurgling sound, as if the wizard in the soup was talking in his sleep. Stood up from the yin-yang diagram, still looking up, and said, the following will be a period of 41 days of chaos. Then there will be a 5-day stable era, followed by a 23-day chaos era and an 18-day stable era, and then an 8-day chaos era. When this chaos era is over, Your Majesty, the long stable era you have been waiting for will arrive. This stable era will last for 3 years and 9 months, with warm weather during the period, and it will be a golden era. We first need to confirm your previous prediction. King Zhou said calmly. Wang Miao heard a rumbling sound from above, and a stone slab on the top of the hall slid open, revealing a square hole. Wang Miao adjusted the direction and saw that the square hole led to the outside of the pyramid. At the end of the square hole, Wang San saw several twinkling stars. The game time was accelerated. The hourglass brought by King Wen of Zhou, guarded by 2 soldiers, flipped every few seconds, marking the passage of 8 hours. The window above flickered irregularly, and from time to time a beam of sunlight from the chaotic era shone into the hall. Sometimes it was very weak, like moonlight. Sometimes it was very strong, and the square light spot cast on the ground was incandescent and bright, making all the torches pale in comparison. Wang Miao counted the number of times the hourglass flipped. When it flipped about 120 times, the intervals between the sunlight shining into the window became regular, and the first predicted stable era arrived. After the hourglass flipped 15 more times, the flickering of the window became disordered again, and the chaotic era began again. Then there was another stable era, and then another chaotic era. Although there were some small errors in their start and duration, they were quite consistent with King Wen of Zhou's predictions. When the last 8-day chaotic era ended, the long stable era he predicted began. Wang Miao counted the flipping of the hourglass. 20 days passed, and the sunlight shining into the hall still followed a precise rhythm. At this time, the passage of game time is adjusted to normal. King Zhou nodded to King Wen of Zhou and said, Jichong, I will erect a monument for you that will be taller than this palace. King Wen of Zhou bowed deeply and said, My great king, let your dynasty awaken and prosper. King Zhou stood up on the stone platform and opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. He shouted in a strange, singing tone. Sok hearing this command, everyone in the hall ran to the cave door. At the signal of King Wen of Zhou, Wang Miao followed him along the long tunnel to the outside of the pyramid. Walking out of the cave door, Wang San saw that it was noon. The sun was shining quietly in the sky, and the breeze blew, and he seemed to smell the breath of spring. King Wen of Zhou and Wang Miao came to a lake not far from the pyramid. The ice on the lake had melted, and the sun was dancing in the microwave. To come out shouted, Soak! Soak! They all ran towards a tall stone building that looked like a barn by the lake. On the way here, Wang Miao had seen this kind of building from a distance from time to time. King Wen of Zhou told him that it was a dry warehouse, a large warehouse for storing dehydrated people. The soldiers opened the stone door of the dry warehouse and took out rolls of dusty leather scrolls. Each of them held or clamped several leather scrolls and walked to the lakeside and threw them into the lake. When the leather scrolls came into contact with water, they immediately stretched out. For a moment, a thin human figure that seemed to be cut out floated on the lake. Each human slice was rapidly absorbing water and expanding. Gradually, the human slices on the lake's surface turned into round flesh, which soon showed signs of life and struggled to stand up from the waist-deep lake water. They opened their eyes wide as if they had just woken up from a dream and looked at this sunny world. "Soak!" someone shouted, and immediately a cheer came. "Soak! Soak!" These people ran out of the lake, ran naked to the dry warehouse, threw more scrolls into the lake, and the people who were resurrected by soaking ran out of the lake in groups. This scene also happened in the lakes and ponds farther away, and the whole world was resurrecting. "Oh my God!" My fingers. Wang Sen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person who had just been resurrected standing in the lake. He raised one hand and cried. The middle finger on that hand was missing, and blood dripped from the broken finger into the lake. The other resurrected people crowded around him and ran towards the lakeshore happily. No one paid attention to him. "That's enough. Just be content," said a resurrected person passing by. "Some people have lost their entire arms and legs, and some have had a hole bitten in their heads. If we don't soak them, I'm afraid we'll all be eaten by the rats of the chaotic era." "How long have we been dehydrated?" asked another resurrectee. "Just look at how thick the dust is on the king's palace. I just heard that the king now is no longer the king before he was dehydrated. I wonder if he is his son or grandson." The immersion lasted for 8 days before it was completely over. At this time, all the dehydrated people had been resurrected, and the world was reborn again. During these 8 days, people enjoyed the sunrise and sunset every day for 20 hours with a precise cycle. Bathed in the breath of spring, everyone sincerely praised the sun and the gods who controlled the universe. On the 8th night, the bonfires on the earth were denser than the stars in the sky. The towns that had been abandoned during the long chaotic era were full of lights and noise. Just like the countless immersions before civilization, everyone would revel all night to welcome the new life after sunrise. But the sun never rose again. All the timers indicated that the sunrise had passed, but the horizon was still dark in all directions. 10 hours passed, and there was no shadow of the sun, not even the faintest morning light. 1 day passed, and the endless night continued. 2 days passed, and the cold pressed down on the earth like a giant hand in the dark night. "Please believe me, Your Majesty. This is only temporary. I see the yang in the universe gathering. The sun is about to rise, and the Hung era and spring will continue." In the main hall of the pyramid, King Wen of Zhou knelt under the stone platform where King Zhou was sitting and begged. "Let's burn the tripod." King Zhou sighed and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A minister stumbled in from the cave entrance, crying, "There are 3 flying stars in the sky." Everyone in the hall was stunned. The air seemed to freeze. Only King Zhou remained calm. He turned to Wang Miao, who had previously been dismissive, and said, "You still don't know what the appearance of 3 flying stars means, right? Ji Chong, tell him. This means long and bitter cold, cold enough to freeze stones into powder." King Wen of Zhou sighed. Dehydrated King Zhou shouted again in that singing voice. In fact, outside, people had already begun to dehydrate and become dried human bodies to spend the long night that was coming. The lucky ones among them were moved back into the warehouse, and a large number of dried human bodies were abandoned in the wilderness. King Wen of Zhou slowly stood up and walked towards the bronze cauldron on the fire. He climbed up the edge of the cauldron and stopped for a few seconds before jumping in, perhaps because he saw Fushi's well-cooked face smiling at him in the soup. "Use a low heat," King Zhou said weakly, then turned to the others. "Exit if you need to. There is no point in playing this game anymore." Glowing red exit sign appeared above the cave entrance, and people headed there. Wang Xin followed, passing through the cave entrance and the long tunnel to the outside of the pyramid. He saw heavy snow falling in the dark night, and the biting cold made him shiver. A corner of the sky showed that the game time had sped up again. 10 days later, snow was still falling, but the flakes were large and heavy, like condensed darkness. Someone whispered in Wang Miao's ear, "It's carbon dioxide dry ice." Wang Miao turned around and saw that it was a follower of King Wen of Zhou. Later, the snow was still falling, but the snowflakes had become thin and transparent, and in the dim light of the torches shining through the pyramid entrance, they appeared a transcendent light blue, like countless flying mica flakes. The snowflakes are already solidified oxygen and nitrogen. The atmosphere is disappearing at absolute zero. The pyramid was buried in snow. The bottom layer was water snow, the middle layer was dry ice snow, and the top layer was solid oxygen and nitrogen snow. The night sky became unusually clear, and the stars were like a silver flame. A line of words appeared against the background of the starry sky. This night lasted for 48 years, and civilization number 137 was destroyed in the severe cold. The civilization evolved to the warring states level. The seeds of civilization are still there. It will restart and begin its unpredictable evolution in the three-body world again. You are welcome to log in again. Before exiting, the last thing Wang Miao noticed was 3 flying stars in the night sky. They were very close to each other, orbiting each other, and performing some kind of strange dance in the abyss of space. Wang Miao took off the V-gear. He found that his underwear was soaked with cold sweat, just like waking up from a cold nightmare. He walked out of the nano center, went downstairs, drove, and went to Yang Dong's mother's house according to the address given by Ding Yi. Chaos, the age of chaos, the age of chaos. This concept lingered in Wang Miao's mind. Why would the sun in that world move without rules? A spherical planet, regardless of whether its orbit is a perfect circle or an elongated ellipse, must move around a star in a periodic manner. It is impossible for it to move without rules at all. Wang Miao suddenly became very annoyed with himself. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of all this in his mind. It was just a game, but he failed. Chaos, the age of chaos, the age of chaos. Darn it. Don't think about it. Why do you have to think about it? Why? Soon, Wang Miao found the answer. He hadn't played video games for many years. The software and hardware technology of video games has obviously evolved a lot over the years. The virtual reality scenes and additional effects are incomparable to his student days. But Wang Miao understands that the truth of the three-body problem is not here. I remember that in an information class in my junior year, the professor hung 2 large pictures. One was the along the river during the Qingming festival with a complex and detailed picture, and the other was a picture of an empty sky with only a wisp of white clouds in the empty blue sky. The professor asked which of the 2 pictures contained more information, and the answer was that the latter was 1 to 2 orders of magnitude larger than the former. The three-body problem is exactly like this. Its massive amount of information is hidden deep inside. Wang Miao can feel it, but he can't explain it. He suddenly realized that the unusual thing about the three-body problem is that compared with other games, its designers did the opposite. Generally, game designers increase the amount of information displayed as much as possible to create a sense of reality. But the designers of the three-body problem are trying their best to compress the amount of information to hide a huge reality, just like the photo of the seemingly empty sky. Wang Miao loosened the reins of his thoughts and allowed them to return to the world of the three-body problem. Flying stars. The key lies in the flying stars that do not attract attention. 1 flying star, 2 flying stars, 3 flying stars. What do these mean? As he was thinking about it, the car had already arrived at the gate of the community he wanted to go to. At the entrance of the building he was going to, Wang Miao saw a thin woman with gray hair in her 60s, wearing glasses and carrying a large basket of vegetables, struggling to walk up the stairs. He guessed that she was probably the person he was looking for. When he asked, she turned out to be Yang Dong's mother, Yuwenjia. After Wang Miao explained the purpose of his visit, she was deeply moved. She was the kind of old intellectual that Wang Miao often saw. The vicissitudes of life had eliminated all the hardness and passion in their temperament, leaving only the softness like water. Wang Miao took the basket and went upstairs with her. After entering her house, he found that it was not as deserted as he had imagined. There were 3 children playing. The oldest was no more than 5 years old, and the youngest had just learned to walk. Yang's mother told Wang Miao that these were all children from the neighbors. They like to play here with me. Today is Sunday, and their parents have to work overtime, so they left them to me. Oh, Nan, have you finished your painting? Well, it's really beautiful. Give it a title, Little Ducks in the Sun. Okay, Grandma will give it a title and write June 9th by Nan. What do you want to eat for lunch? Yang? Roasted eggplant? Okay. Nan? The snow peas we ate yesterday? Okay. How about you, Mimi? Ruru? No, your mother said not to eat too much meat. It's hard to digest. How about fish? Look at the big fish Grandma bought. She definitely wants grandchildren. But even if Yang Dong were alive, would she want children? Watching Yang's mother talking to the children, Wang Miao wondered. Mother Yang took the basket into the kitchen and came out and said to Wang Miao, "Xiao Wang, I'll go soak the vegetables first. Vegetables now have a lot of pesticide residues. They need to be soaked for at least 2 hours before feeding them to children. You can go to Dongdong's room first." Yang's mother's last seemingly unintentional suggestion made Wang Miao nervous and uneasy. She obviously saw the real purpose of Wang Miao's trip. After she finished speaking, she turned back to the kitchen without looking at Wang Miao, so she naturally didn't see his embarrassment. Her almost perfect understanding touched Wang Miao. Wang Miao turned and walked through the happy children toward the room that Yang's mother had pointed to. He stopped in front of the door and was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange feeling, as if he had returned to the dreamy season of his youth. Some feelings as crystal clear and fragile as morning dewdrops emerged from the depths of his memory, which contained the initial sadness and pain, but they were all rosy. Wang Miao gently pushed open the door, and the faint smell that hit him was something he had not expected, the smell of the forest. He seemed to have entered a forest ranger's cabin. The walls were covered with strips of brown bark, the 3 stools were simple tree stumps, the desk was also made of 3 larger tree stumps, and the bed was obviously covered with ula grass from the northeast. Everything was very rough and casual, without deliberately showing a certain aesthetic. With Yang Dong's position, her income was very high, and she could buy a house in any noble community. But she had always lived here with her mother. Wang Miao walked to the tree stump desk. The furnishings on it were simple, with nothing academic-related. There was nothing feminine-related either. Perhaps they had all been taken away, or perhaps they had never been here. He first noticed a black and white photo in a wooden frame, a photo of Yang Dong and her mother. In the photo, Yang Dong was a child, and her mother squatted down to be exactly the same height as her. The wind was strong, blowing their hair together. The background of the photo was strange, with a grid-like sky. Wang Miao carefully examined the thick steel structure supporting the network. He guessed that it was a parabolic antenna or something similar, because it was so huge that its edge exceeded the lens. In the photo, little Yang Dong's big eyes revealed a kind of fear that made Wang Miao tremble, as if the world outside the photo frightened her. The second thing Wang Miao noticed was a thick big book placed in the corner of the desk. What puzzled him at first was the material of the book. He saw a line of childish words on the cover, Yang Dong's birch bark book, and then he knew that the book was made of birch bark. Time has turned the silvery white birch bark into dark yellow. He reached out and touched the book, hesitated for a moment, and then retracted it. "Look, that's Dongdong's painting when he was a child," Yang's mother said at the door. Wang Miao picked up the birch bark book and gently flipped through the pages. There was a date on each painting, which was obviously written by the mother for her daughter, just like what he saw when he first entered the door. Wang Miao discovered something that was somewhat incomprehensible to him. Judging from the date on the painting, Yang Dong was already more than 3 years old at this time. Children of this age are usually able to draw relatively clear shapes of people or objects, but Yang Dong's painting was still just random and chaotic lines. Wang Miao saw a strong sense of anger and despair from it, a kind of anger and despair that wanted to express something but was powerless. This feeling is not possessed by ordinary children of this age. Yang's mother slowly sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the birch bark book in Wang Miao's hand. It was here that her daughter ended her life in her sleep. Wang Miao sat down beside Yang's mother. He had never had such a strong desire to share pain with others. Yang's mother took the birch bark book from Wang Miao, hugged it to her chest, and said softly, "I didn't know the depth of Dongdong's education. I let her come into contact with things that were too abstract and too ultimate too early. When she first showed interest in those abstract theories, I told her that it was difficult for women to enter that world. She said, 'Didn't Marie Curie enter?' I told her that Marie Curie didn't enter at all. Her success was only due to diligence and perseverance. Without her, others would have done the work. On the contrary, women like Wu Jianxiang, one of the most outstanding physicists of our time, who has made great achievements in experimental physics research. She proved for the first time in the laboratory the theoretical speculation of Tseng Daoli and Channing Yang on the non-conservation of parity in weak interactions, overturning the law of conservation of parity. Went further than she did, But that was really not a woman's world. Women think differently from men. There is no difference between superior and inferior. They are both indispensable to the world. Dong Dong didn't refute me. Later, I really found that she had some special qualities. For example, when I told her a formula, other children would say this formula is so clever, but she would say that this formula is so beautiful, and her expression was as if she saw a beautiful wildflower. Her father left a pile of records, and she listened to them over and over again. Finally, she chose a Bach record to listen to over and over again. That is the music that is least likely to fascinate children, especially girls. At first I thought she was just doing it casually, but when I asked her how she felt, the child said, she saw a giant building a very large and complicated house on the earth. The giant built it bit by bit, and when the music was over, the big house was also built. You have been really successful in educating your daughter, Wang Lin said with emotion. No, it's a failure. Her world is too simple, with only those empty theories. Once those things collapse, there is nothing to support her to live. Teacher Yi, I don't think you're right. Something has happened that is hard for us to imagine. This is an unprecedented theoretical disaster, and she is not the only scientist who has made this choice. But she is the only woman. Women should be like water, able to flow through any place. Saying goodbye, Wang Miao remembered the other purpose of his visit, so he told Yang's mother about observing the cosmic background radiation. Oh, this is being done in 2 places in China. One is at the Urumqi Observatory, which seems to be a project of the Space Environment Observation Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The other is very close, at the Radio Astronomy Observatory in the suburbs of Beijing, which is run by the Joint Astrophysics Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Peking University. The former is actual ground observation, and the Beijing one only receives satellite data, but the data is more accurate and comprehensive. One of my students is there. I'll help you contact him, Yang's mother said, looking for a phone number, and then called the student, and it seemed to be going smoothly. No problem. I'll give you an address, and you can go directly. His name is Sha Ruishan, and he'll be on night shift tomorrow. You don't look like a professional in this, right? Yang's mother asked after putting down the phone. I'm working on nanotechnology. I'm doing this for some other things. Wang Miao was afraid that Yang's mother would ask more questions, but she didn't. Xiao Wang, why do you look so bad? You seem to be very weak. Yang's mother asked with concern. Nothing, that's it. Wang Miao said vaguely. Wait a minute. Yang's mother took out a small wooden box from the cabinet. Wang Miao saw that it was marked as ginseng. An old soldier who used to work at the base came to see me 2 days ago and brought this. No, you take it. It's artificially grown. It's not something precious. I have high blood pressure and don't need it at all. You can cut it into thin slices and make tea. I see that you look like you're losing a lot of blood. Young man, you must take care of yourself. A warm current surged in Wang Miao's heart, and his eyes became moist. His heart, which had been tense for 2 days, seemed to be put on soft velvet. Teacher Yi, I will come to see you often. He took the wooden box and said. Wang Miao drove along the Jingmi Road to Miyun County, then turned to Heilongtan, and walked a winding mountain road to the Radio Astronomy Observation Base of the National Astronomical Observatory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He saw 28 parabolic antennas with a diameter of 9 meters lined up in the twilight, like a row of spectacular steel plants. 2 tall 50-meter diameter radio telescope antennas built in 2006 stood at the end of the row of 9-meter antennas. When the car approached, they reminded Wang Miao of the background of the photo of Yang Dong and his daughter. But the projects that Yi Wenjia's students are working on have nothing to do with these radio telescopes. Dr. Sha Ruishan's laboratory mainly receives observation data from 3 satellites. COBE, a microwave background exploration satellite launched in November 1989 and about to be phased out, the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, WMAP, satellite launched in 2003, and Planck, a high-precision cosmic microwave background exploration satellite launched by the European Space Agency in 2007. Of the microwave background radiation of the universe as a whole is very accurate to the spectrum of black body radiation with a temperature of 2.726 K. It is highly isotropic, but there are also fluctuations of about 5 parts per million in different parts. Sha Ruishan's job is to redraw a more accurate picture of the microwave background radiation of the entire universe based on satellite observation data. This laboratory is not big, and the main computer room is full of satellite data receiving equipment. There are 3 terminals that display data from 3 satellites respectively. Sha Ruishan saw Wang Miao. He immediately showed the enthusiasm of a person who had worked in a lonely place for a long time to meet a visitor, and asked him what kind of observation data he wanted to know. I want to observe the overall fluctuations in the cosmic background radiation. Can you be more specific? Sha Ruishan looked at Wang Miao with a strange look in his eyes. That is, the isotropic fluctuations of the cosmic 3K microwave background radiation as a whole, with an amplitude between 1% and 5%. Sha Ruishan smiled. As early as the beginning of this century, the Miyun Radio Astronomy Base was open to tourists. In order to earn some extra money, Sha Ruishan often worked as a tour guide or lecturer. This kind of smile was often shown when he answered questions from tourists. He had adapted to their horrifying scientific illiteracy. Mr. Wang, you are not a professional in this, right? I work on nanomaterials. Oh, that's right. But you probably have some understanding of the cosmic 3K background radiation, right? We don't know much. The current theory of the origin of the universe holds that the universe was born from a Big Bang about 14 billion years ago. In the early days of its birth, the temperature of the universe was extremely high, and then it began to cool, forming a T-ember called microwave background radiation. This residual background radiation that permeates the entire universe can be observed in the centimeter band. It seems that in the 1960s, 2 Americans accidentally discovered the cosmic background radiation while debugging a high-precision satellite receiving antenna. That's enough. Sha Ruishan waved his hand to interrupt Wang Miao. Then you should know that, unlike the tiny unevenness in different parts of the universe we observed, the overall cosmic radiation background fluctuations change slowly on the cosmic timescale as the universe expands. With the accuracy of the Planck satellite, it may not be able to measure this change until a million years later. Yet you want to find a 5% fluctuation tonight? Do you know what this means? It means that the entire universe flickers like a broken fluorescent tube. And it's flashing for me. Wang Miao said in his heart. Teacher Yi, are you kidding me? Sha Ruishan said, shaking his head. I hope it's a joke. Wang Miao said. He wanted to tell him that Yi Wenjie didn't know the details, but he was afraid that he would refuse. However, this was what he really thought. Since Teacher Yi has instructed us to do so, let's observe it. It's not hard anyway, with an accuracy of 1%. We can use the old code, Sha Ruishan said, busying himself on the terminal. Soon a straight green line appeared on the screen. Look, this is the real-time numerical curve of the current overall background radiation of the universe. Oh, it should be called a straight line. The value is 2.726 plus or minus 0.010 K. The error is the Doppler effect caused by the movement of the Milky Way, which has been filtered out. If a fluctuation of more than 1% amplitude occurs as you said, this line will turn red and show the fluctuation. I bet it will be a green straight line until the end of the world. It may take longer to see changes visible to the naked eye than to see the destruction of the sun. Will this not affect your normal work? Of course not. With such coarse precision, it is enough to use COBE to observe the scraps of data. Okay, from now on, if that great fluctuation occurs, the value will be automatically saved. Maybe until 1 in the morning. Wow, so precise? It doesn't matter. I'm on night shift anyway. Have you eaten? Well, I'll take you on a tour. There was no moon that night, and they walked along the long array of antennas. Sha Ruishan pointed at the antennas and said, Isn't it magnificent? Unfortunately, we are all deaf ears. Why? Since they were built, there have been constant interferences in the observation frequency bands, first from paging stations in the late 1980s and now from the rapidly developing mobile communications. Most of the projects that these meter-wave synthetic aperture radio telescopes can do, such as meter-wave sky surveys, radio variable sources, supernova remnant research, etc., cannot be carried out normally. I have contacted the National Radio Management Committee, NRMC, many times, but it is useless. Can we beat China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Netcom? Without money, the mysteries of the universe are nothing. Fortunately, my project relies on satellite data and has nothing to do with these tourist attractions. In recent years, the commercial operation of many basic research projects has been very successful, such as high-energy physics. Wouldn't it be better to build the observatory farther away from the city? That's still a matter of money. For now, we can only block interference technically. Oh, it would be great if Teacher Yu was here. She is very knowledgeable in this area. Then turn to Yu Wenjie. From her students, Wang Miao learned about her life of hardships. He heard Sha Ruishan talk about how she witnessed her father's tragic death during the Cultural Revolution, how she was framed in the construction corps, and then disappeared without a trace. She returned to the city in the early 1990s and taught astrophysics at the university where her father had worked until her retirement. I just found out recently that she spent those 20 years at the Red Coast base. Hongyan? Wang Miao stopped in surprise. Could it be that those legends? Most of it is true. A developer of the Red Coast self-decoding system immigrated to Europe and wrote a book last year. Most of the legends you mentioned come from that book, and as far as I know, they are true. Most of the participants in the Red Coast project are still alive. This is truly legendary. Especially since it happened in that era, it is a legend among legends. They talked for a while, and Sha Ruishan asked about the purpose of this strange observation. Wang Miao avoided answering, so he did not ask again. Obviously, the dignity of an expert did not allow him to show too much interest in this observation that violated professional common sense. Then they went to an all-night bar for tourists and sat there for more than 2 hours. Sha Ruishan drank beer after beer and became more talkative, but Wang Miao was already restless, with the green straight line constantly appearing in his mind. It was not until 10 minutes before 1 in the morning that Sha Ruishan accepted Wang Miao's repeated suggestions and got up to return to the laboratory. At this time, the spotlights shining on the radio antenna array have been turned off, and the antenna has become a simple black two-dimensional pattern under the night sky, like a row of abstract symbols looking up at the universe at the same angle, as if waiting for something. This scene made Wang Miao shudder, and he thought of the giant pendulums in the three-body problem. Returned to the laboratory. When they cast their eyes on the terminal screen, the fluctuation had just appeared. The straight line turned into a curve, with sharp peaks appearing at irregular intervals, and the color also turned red, like a snake that began to engorge and wriggle after hibernation. It must be a malfunction of the Kobe satellite, Sha Ruishan said, staring at the curve in horror. It's not a malfunction, Wang Miao said calmly. In the face of such things, he has initially learned to control himself. We'll know soon, Sha Ruishan said, and quickly operated on the other two terminals. Soon, he called up the real-time data of cosmic background radiation from the other two satellites, WMAP and Planck, and displayed its changes as a curve. The three curves fluctuate synchronously, exactly the same. Sha Ruishan brought out another laptop, started the system in a hurry, plugged in the broadband cable, and then made a phone call. Wang Miao heard that he was contacting the Urumqi Radio Observatory and then waited. He did not explain anything to Wang Miao, staring at the browser on the screen, and Wang Miao could hear his rapid breathing. A few minutes later, a coordinate window appeared on the browser, and a red curve appeared in the window, fluctuating precisely in sync with the other three. In this way, 3 satellites and a set of ground observation equipment simultaneously confirmed one thing. The universe is flickering. Can you print out the previous curve? Wang Miao asked. Sha Ruishan wiped the cold sweat from his head, nodded, and moved the mouse to start the printing program. Wang Miao couldn't wait to grab the first sheet of paper spit out by the laser printer, traced the curve with a pencil, and compared the distance between the crests with the Morse code table he had just taken out. Short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, 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 long, 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 short, long, long, short, long, short, long, long, short, short, long, long, short, short. This is 1108. 2137. Short, long, 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 short, long, 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 short, 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 long, long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, short. This is 1108. 2136. Short, long, 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 short, long, long, short, 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 long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, short, short. This is 1108. 2135. The countdown continues on a cosmic scale. 78 hours have passed. 1,108 hours left? Sha Ruishan paced back and forth anxiously, stopping from time to time behind Wang Miao to look at the string of numbers he was writing. Can't you really tell me the truth? He couldn't help but ask loudly. Dr. Sha, believe me, it's hard to explain right now. Wang Miao pushed aside the pile of papers printed with wave curves and stared at the countdown numbers. Perhaps there are malfunctions in the 3 satellites and 1 ground observation point. You know this is impossible. What if someone sabotages it? That's impossible. Changing the data of 3 satellites and a ground observation station at the same time? That destruction is a bit supernatural. Wang Miao nodded. Compared with the flickering universe, he would rather accept this supernatural thing. But Sha Ruishan immediately took away the only life-saving straw in his arms. It is actually very simple to finally verify all this. Fluctuations of this magnitude in the cosmic background radiation are already large enough for us to detect with our naked eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Now you are violating common sense. The wavelength of background radiation is 7 centimeters, which is 7 or 8 orders of magnitude larger than visible light. How can you see it? Use 3K glasses. 3K glasses? This is a popular science gadget we made for the Capitol Planetarium. With current technology, the 20-foot horn antenna used by Penzias and Wilson to discover the 3K background radiation more than 40 years ago can be made into a pair of glasses. A conversion system is set up in the glasses to compress the wavelength of the received background radiation by 7 orders of magnitude and convert the 7 centimeters wave into red light. In this way, when the audience wears these glasses at night, they can see the 3K background radiation of the universe with their own eyes, and now, they can also see the cosmic flicker. Where is this thing now? In the planetarium, there are 20 of them. I have to get it before 5 o'clock. Sha Ruishan picked up the phone and dialed a number. It took a long time for the other party to answer the call. Sha Ruishan had to use all his words to convince the person who was woken up in the middle of the night to wait for Wang Miao in the planetarium an hour later. Before leaving, Sha Ruishan said, I will not go with you. What I have just seen is enough. I do not need such proof. I still hope that you can tell me the truth at an appropriate time. If this phenomenon leads to any research results, I will not forget you. The flashing will stop at 5 in the morning. Don't delve into it in the future. Believe me, it won't yield any results. Wang Miao said, holding the car door. Sha Ruishan stared at Wang Miao for a long time and nodded. I see. Something has happened in the scientific community. Yes, Wang Miao said, and got into the car. He didn't want to continue the topic. Is it our turn? At least it's my turn. Wang Miao said as he started the car. Wang Miao arrived in the city an hour later and got off the car in front of the new planetarium. The city's midnight lights shone through the transparent curtain wall of this huge glass building, revealing the internal structure vaguely. Wang Miao now realized that if the architect of the new planetarium wanted to express his feelings about the universe, he succeeded. The more transparent something is, the more mysterious it is. The universe itself is transparent. As long as you can see as far as you want. But the more you look, the more mysterious it becomes. The sleepy-eyed staff member of the planetarium was already waiting for Wang Miao at the door. He handed a suitcase to Wang Miao and said, There are 5 pairs of 3K glasses in here, all fully charged. The button on the left is the switch. The button on the right is for brightness adjustment, and there are more than a dozen pairs below. You can watch them however you want. I'm going to take a nap first. I'll go to the room near the door. This Dr. Sha is really a psychopath. After saying that, he turned and walked into the dim museum. Wang Miao put the box on the seat and opened it, then took out a pair of 3K glasses, which looked very much like the helmet display in the V equipment he had just used. He picked up a pair and walked outside the car to put them on. The night view of the city he saw through the lenses did not change, but it was a little darker. Then he remembered to turn on the switch, and immediately, the city turned into a group of hazy halos, most of which were fixed in brightness, and some were flickering or moving. He knew that these were all centimeter microwaves converted into visible light. The center of each halo was an emission source, and due to the wavelength, it was impossible to see the shape clearly. He looked up and saw a sky glowing dark red. Just like that, he saw the cosmic background radiation. This red light came from more than 10 billion years ago. It was the continuation of the Big Bang and the residual heat of the creation. He could not see the stars. Originally, because the visible light band had been pushed to the point of being invisible, the stars should be black dots, but the diffraction of centimeter waves submerged all shapes and details. When Wang Miao's eyes adjusted to all this, he saw the red background light in the sky flickering slightly, and the entire space flickered synchronously as a whole, as if the entire universe was just a lonely lamp in the wind. Standing under this flickering sky, Han Miao suddenly felt that the universe was so small that he was the only one imprisoned in it. The universe was a small heart or womb, and the diffuse red light was a translucent blood night filled in it. He was suspended in the blood, and the flashing cycle of the red light was irregular, like the irregular pulsation of this heart or womb. He felt from it a strange, perverted, huge existence that human wisdom could never understand. Wang Miao took off his 3K glasses and sat on the ground, leaning weakly against the wheel. In his eyes, the city at midnight had restored the reality depicted by the visible light band, but his eyes wandered, trying to catch other things. One of the neon lights in the row next to the zoo gate was broken and flickered irregularly. The leaves on a small tree nearby were swaying in the night wind, reflecting the light of the street lamps, flickering irregularly. The five-pointed star on the Russian-style spire of the Beijing Exhibition Hall in the distance was also reflecting the light of the car lights on different streets below, flickering irregularly. Wang San tried hard to decipher these flickers according to Morse code. He even felt that the wrinkles of the colorful flags fluttering in the breeze and the ripples on the surface of a puddle of water on the side of the road were all conveying Morse code to him. He tried hard to decipher, feeling the passing of the ghost countdown. An unknown amount of time, the staff member of the planetarium came out and asked Wang Miao if he had finished watching. When he saw him, his appearance made the sleepiness in his eyes disappear at once. After packing up the box of 3K glasses, the man stared at Wang Miao for a few seconds, then walked back quickly with the box. Wang San took out his cell phone and called Shun Yufei. She answered the phone quickly. Perhaps she also had a sleepless night. What's the end of the countdown? Wang Miao asked weakly. I don't know. After saying these 3 short words, the phone was hung up. What is it? Maybe it is his own death, like Yang Dong's. Maybe it is a catastrophe like the Indian Ocean tsunami a few years ago, which no one would associate with his nano research project. This reminds me that every previous catastrophe, including the 2 world wars, was the end of the ghost countdown. There was an ultimate responsibility that no one could have imagined that people like him would have to bear. Maybe it is the complete destruction of the whole world, which would be a relief for everyone in this perverted universe. One thing is certain, no matter what the end of the ghost countdown is, in the remaining 1,000 hours, the speculation about the end will torture him like a demon and finally destroy him completely mentally. Wang Miao got into the car, left the planetarium, and drove aimlessly in the city. Before dawn, the road was empty, but he didn't dare to drive fast, as if the faster he drove, the faster the countdown would go. When a ray of morning light appeared in the east, he parked the car on the side of the road, got out and started walking, also aimlessly. His mind was blank, only the countdown was showing and beating on the dark red background radiation, and he seemed to have become a simple timer, a death knell that sounded for no one. The day dawned. He was tired of walking and sat down on a bench. When he looked up at the destination he subconsciously walked to, he couldn't help but shudder. He was sitting in front of the Wangfujing Catholic Church. Under the pale sky at dawn, the Romanesque spires of the church looked like 3 giant black fingers, as if pointing out something in the dark space for him. Wang Miao stood up to leave, but a burst of sacred music from the church stopped him. Today was not Sunday. This might be the choir's rehearsal for Easter, singing the illumination of the Holy Spirit, which is often sung in the Mass of this festival. In the solemnity and depth of the sacred music, Wang Miao once again felt that the universe had become smaller and turned into an empty church. The dome was hidden in the flashing red light of the background radiation, and he was a small ant in the cracks of the floor tiles of this magnificent church. He felt that his trembling heart was being touched by an invisible giant hand, and for a moment he returned to his fragile and helpless childhood. Something in the depths of his consciousness softened like wax and collapsed. He covered his face with his hands and cried. Ha ha ha, another one is knocked down. Wang Miao's crying was interrupted by a burst of laughter behind him. He turned his head and saw Dashur standing there, puffing out white smoke from his mouth. Dashi sat down next to Wang Miao and handed him a set of car keys. You parked your car at the Dongdangku entrance. If I had been a step later, the traffic police would have towed it away. Dashi, if you knew you were always following me, I would at least feel a little comforted. Wang Miao said to himself, but his pride kept him from saying it out loud. He took the cigarette Dashi handed over, lit it, and took his first puff after quitting smoking for several years. How is it going, brother? Can't you bear it anymore? I told you that you can't do it, but you're still pretending to have 6 toes. You won't understand, Wang Miao said, taking a few puffs of his cigarette. I understand all too well. Well, let's go eat. I don't want to eat. Then let's have a drink. I'll treat you. Wang Miao then got into Dashi's car and drove to a nearby small restaurant. It was still early, and there were not many people in the restaurant. 2 pounds of fried tripe and a bottle of erguotu. Dashi shouted without even raising his head. Obviously, he was very familiar with the place. Seeing the 2 large plates of black stuff, Wang Miao's empty stomach churned and he almost vomited. Dashi asked for soy milk and fried dough sticks. Wang Miao forced himself to eat some, and then drank 1 cup after another with Dashi. He felt lightheaded and talked more. He told Dashi everything that happened in the past 3 days, although he knew that Dashi might know everything, or even know more than him. You mean, the universe is winking at you? Dashi asked, swallowing half a plate of fried tripe like eating noodles, and looked up. That's a good metaphor. Nonsense. Your fearlessness comes from ignorance. It's still bullshit. Come on, do it. Wang Miao finished the cup. He felt that the world was revolving around him. Only Dashur, who was eating fried tripe across from him, seemed stable. He said, Dashur, have you ever thought about some ultimate philosophical questions? Oh, for example, where did humans come from and where are they going? Where did the universe come from and where is it going, etc.? No. Never? Never. You must have seen the starry sky, right? Haven't you ever felt a little awe and curiosity? I never look at the sky at night. How is that possible? Don't you often work night shifts? Brother, if I look up at the sky while I'm on duty at night, what if the person I'm monitoring slips away? We really have nothing to talk about, darn it. Actually, I would rather look at the stars than think about your ultimate philosophy. I have so many things to worry about. I have to pay for the house. My children need to go to college, not to mention the endless cases. I am a straightforward person who can see from my mouth to my ace hole at a glance, so naturally I can't please my leaders. I have been in this state for many years after retiring from the army. If I hadn't been able to work, I would have been kicked out long ago. These are not enough for me to think about. So how can I have the mind to look at the stars and think about philosophy? That's right, come on, do it. But I did invent a final theorem. Tell me about it. If something evil comes to your house, there must be a ghost. What kind of bullshit theorem is this? When I say there are ghosts, I mean there are no ghosts, but someone is playing tricks on us. If you have some basic scientific knowledge, you can't imagine what kind of power can accomplish these 2 things, especially the latter one. On the scale of the entire universe, not only can it not be explained by existing human science, but I can't even imagine it outside of science. This is not even supernatural. I don't even know what it is. I still say the same thing. Bullshit? I've seen a lot of weird things. Then give me some advice. What should I do next? Keep drinking, and then go to sleep. All right. Wang Miao didn't know how he got back to his car. He fell into a dreamless sleep in the back seat. It didn't feel like a long time, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that the sun was about to set in the west of the city. He got out of the car. Although the wine he drank in the morning made him weak, he felt much better. He saw that he was in a corner of the Forbidden City. The setting sun shone on the ancient palace and the moat was filled with golden fragments. In his eyes, the world had returned to its classical and stable state. Wang Miao enjoyed the long-lost tranquility until it got dark. The familiar black Santana emerged from the traffic on the street, drove straight over and stopped, and Dashi got out. Did you sleep well? Asked Dashi in a muffled voice. Yes, what should we do next? Who you? Go have dinner, have a drink, and then go to sleep. Then what? And then? You have to go to work tomorrow. The countdown has been reduced to 1,091 hours. Jerk the countdown. You must first make sure you stand up straight and don't fall down before you can talk about anything else. Sure, can't you just tell me some truth? Even if I beg you. Dashi stared at Wang Miao for a while, then smiled. I've said this to Chang Weici several times. We are brothers in distress. To tell you the truth, I know nothing. My rank is too low, and they don't tell me. Sometimes it's like having a nightmare. But you know more than me. Well, I'll tell you everything that's left now. Dashi pointed to the river bank of the moat, and the two found a place to sit down there. It was already dark, and behind them was the river of car lights. They watched their shadows change in length on the river. What we do is to connect a lot of seemingly unrelated things. If we connect them correctly, the truth will come out. A lot of things happened recently. Crimes against scientific research institutions and academia have increased dramatically. This is unprecedented. Of course, you know about the explosion at the Liangxiang accelerator construction site and the murder of the Nobel Prize-winning scholar. The motives of the crimes are very strange. They are not for money, revenge, or political background. They are simply destroying things. There are other things besides crimes, such as the frontier of science and the suicides of those scholars. Environmentalists have been too active recently. Sometimes they hold rallies at construction sites to stop the construction of reservoirs and nuclear power plants, and sometimes they organize some kind of experimental society to return to nature. There are also some other seemingly trivial things. Have you seen a movie recently? I basically don't watch it. The recent blockbusters are all so tacky, with green mountains and clear waters, and handsome men and beautiful women from unknown eras living comfortably in them, with the man farming and the woman weaving. In the words of the director, they are depicting the good life before being violated by technology. For example, the film Peach Blossom Spring is obviously not going to be watched, but someone still threw hundreds of millions into it. There is also a science fiction novel writing competition with a top prize of 5 million. Whoever writes the most disgusting future will win the prize, and then they throw hundreds of millions into making those novels into movies. Strange cults have also emerged, and every cult leader is very wealthy. What does this have to do with what you said earlier? I have to string them together. Of course, I didn't have to worry about this before, but after being transferred from the serious crime team to the operations center, this is my job. I can string them together. This is my talent. Even Chang Weici has to admit it. What conclusion did you draw? All of this has one and only one background, and it wants to completely destroy scientific research. Who? I don't know. I really don't know, but I can sense its plan, a very grand and comprehensive plan. Destroy scientific research facilities, kill scientists, or make you commit suicide, make you crazy. But the main purpose is to make you think in a crooked way, so that you become more stupid than ordinary people. Your last sentence is really insightful. At the same time, they also want to discredit science in society. Of course, there have always been people who have done this before, but this time it is definitely organized. I believe you. That's right now. How could a rough guy like me with a junior college degree see something that you scientific elites couldn't see? After I expressed this idea, I was laughed at by leaders and scholars a lot. Even if you said these things to me at that time, I would definitely not laugh at you. You know something about pseudoscience, right? Do you know what kind of people those who engage in pseudoscience are most afraid of? A scientist. You are wrong. There are many first-class scholars in the world who have been fooled by pseudoscience and even cheered for it. But pseudoscience is most afraid of another type of people who are difficult to fool, magicians. In fact, a large number of pseudoscience scams have been exposed by magicians. Compared with the nerds in the scientific community, your many years of police and social experience are obviously more capable of detecting this large-scale crime. In fact, there are people who are smarter than me. This kind of thing has long been noticed by the higher-ups. At first, I was laughed at for not looking for the right place. Later, I was recruited here by the old company commander, but I just did some errands. Well, this is what I know more than you. One question is, what does this have to do with the military? I was also puzzled. When I asked them, they said that war had broken out. War is of course a military matter. Like you, I thought they were talking in their sleep at first, but they were serious. The troops are indeed on the alert. There are more than 20 combat centers like ours around the world, and there is another level above that, but no one knows what it is. Who is the enemy? I don't know. NATO officers have entered the operations room of the General Staff, and there are also a large group of PLA soldiers in the Pentagon. Who the heck knows who the enemy is? This is too bizarre. Is what you said true? Many of my old comrades in the army have become generals now, so I know a little bit. Such a big thing. But the news media didn't react at all? This is another remarkable phenomenon. All countries kept it secret at the same time, and did it so strictly. I can be sure of one thing now. The enemy is a tough guy, and the higher-ups are scared. I know Chang Wei-si too well, and I can tell from him that he is a man who is not afraid even if the sky falls. But now it may not just be the sky that is falling. They are scared to death, and they have no confidence in defeating that enemy at all. That would be horrible. But everyone has something they fear, even that ruthless guy. The more powerful the guy is, the more deadly the thing he fears is to him. Then what is it afraid of? It's afraid of you. It's afraid of scientists. And the strange thing is, the less practical use your research is, the more unrealistic and irrelevant it is, like Yang Dong, the more it fears it. More than you fear the universe blinking. So it's so cruel. If killing you would be useful, it would have killed you all long ago. But the most effective way is to disrupt your thoughts. There will be others after people die, but if your thoughts are messed up, science will be over. You mean it's afraid of basic science? Yes, basic science. Yang Dong and I have very different research interests. Nanomaterials are not basic science, but just a high-strength material. How can it threaten that kind of power? You are really a special case. People like you who are doing applied research usually don't bother it now. Maybe there is something in your materials that scares it. Then what should I do? Go to work and study it. That's the biggest blow to it. Don't worry about the duck countdown. If you want to relax after work, you can also play the game. It would be best if you can complete it. Games? The three-body problem? Could it be related to these things? It does matter. I saw several experts at the operations center playing it. It's not an ordinary game. Someone as ignorant and fearless as me can't play it. It really takes someone as knowledgeable as you to play it. Oh, nothing else? That's all. I'll tell you again sometimes. Keep your phone on. Stand up straight, brother. When you're scared, think of my ultimate theorem. Wang Miao could even say thank you. Dashir got in the car and left. Wang Miao returned home, remembering that he had bought a set of V-suits at the game store. His wife told him that people at work had been looking for him all day. Wang Miao turned on his cell phone, which had been turned off for a day, and answered several calls from the Nano Center, promising to go to work tomorrow. During dinner, he really drank a lot of wine, as Dashi said, but he had no sleepiness at all. When his wife and children fell asleep, he sat in front of the computer, put on the newly bought V-suit, and logged into the three-body problem again. At dawn, Wang Miao stood in front of King Zhou's pyramid. The snow that covered it had long disappeared. The surface of the large stones that built the pyramid was weathered and pitted. The earth was a different color. There were several huge buildings in the distance. Wang Miao guessed that they were all dry warehouses, but the shape was completely different from the last time he saw it. Everything showed that a long time had passed. With the help of the sky, Wang Miao looked for the entrance of the pyramid. At that position, he saw that the entrance had been blocked by stones, but at the same time, he saw a long stone staircase next to it, leading directly to the top of the pyramid. He looked up at the high top of the tower and saw that the top of the tower that pointed to the sky had been flattened to become a platform. The pyramid also changed from Egyptian style to Aztec style. Following the stone steps, Wang Miao climbed to the top of the pyramid and saw a place similar to an ancient observatory. In one corner of the platform, there was an astronomical telescope several meters high, and there were several smaller ones beside it. On the other side were several strange-shaped instruments, very similar to the ancient Chinese armillary sphere. The most eye-catching thing was a large copper ball in the center of the platform, about 2 meters in diameter, placed on a complex machine, supported by many gears of different sizes and slowly rotating. Wang Miao noticed that its direction and speed of rotation were constantly changing. There was a square pit under the machine. In the dim firelight inside, Wang Miao saw several jerk-like people pushing a turntable to provide power for the machine above. A man walked towards Wang Miao. Just like the last time he met King Wen of Zhou, this man had his back to the dawn of the horizon, and only a pair of shining eyes could be seen in the darkness. He was tall and thin, wearing a flowing black robe, and his long hair was casually tied into a knot on top of his head, with the rest flying in the wind. Heko, I'm Mosey. He introduced himself. I am Hiren, Heko. Ah, I know you. Mosey said excitedly. In Civilization 137, you followed King Wen of Zhou. I have been here with him, but I never believed his theories. You are right. Mosey nodded solemnly to Wang Miao, then leaned in close to him and said, You know, in the 362,000 years since you left, civilization has restarted 4 times. It has grown with difficulty in the irregular alternation of chaotic eras and stable eras. The shortest one only lasted half of the Stone Age, but civilization number 139 set a record and actually reached the Steam Age. So, someone in that civilization discovered the laws governing the movement of the sun? Mosey laughed and shook his head. No, it was just luck. But people are trying, right? Of course. Come. I'll show you the efforts of the last civilization. Mosey led Wang Miao to a corner of the observatory. The earth stretched out below them like a piece of weathered old leather. Mosey pointed a small telescope at a target on the earth below and let Wang Miao look. Wang Miao put his eyes to the eyepiece and saw a strange thing. It was a skeleton. It was snow-white in the morning light and looked very delicate. The most amazing thing was that the skeleton was standing, and the posture was very elegant and noble. One hand was raised under the chin, as if stroking the beard that no longer existed. Its head was slightly tilted, as if asking questions to the world. That's Confucius. Mosey pointed in that direction and said, he believed that everything should be in accordance with etiquette, including everything in the universe. So he created a system of cosmic etiquette and laws, and tried to predict the movement of the sun based on it. The result is predictable. Yes, he calculated when the sun should follow the ritual, and predicted a 5-year-long stable era. You know what? That one actually lasted for a month. And then, one day the sun never came out again? No, the sun came out that day, reached high in the sky, and then suddenly went out. What? Extinguished? Yes, it started to get darker and smaller. Then it suddenly went out. Night fell, and it was so cold that Confucius stood there frozen into an icicle, and has been standing there ever since. Is there nothing left? I mean, after the sun goes out? At that location, a flying star appeared. It was like the soul of the dead sun. Oh, are you sure that the sun went out suddenly and the flying stars appeared suddenly? Yes, it suddenly went out, and then the flying star appeared. You can check the log database. The record is correct. Oh, Wang Miao pondered for a long time. Originally, he already had a vague theory about the mystery of the three-body world, but what Mosey said overturned everything he thought. How could it be? Sudden? He said in annoyance. Now it is the Han Dynasty. I don't know whether it is the Western Han Dynasty or the Eastern Han Dynasty. You have also lived till now? I have a mission to accurately observe the movement of the sun. Those wizards, mystics, and Taoists are all useless things. They are lazy, do not know the difference between grains, have poor hands-on skills, and are just immersed in their own fantasies. But I am different. I can make practical things, he said, pointing to the many instruments on the platform. Can you achieve your goal with just these? Wang Miao pointed to the instruments, especially the mysterious big copper ball. I also have a theory, but it's not metaphysics. It's a conclusion drawn from a lot of observations. First of all, do you know what the universe is? It's a machine. That's as good as saying nothing. To be more specific, the universe is a large hollow ball suspended in a sea of fire. There are many small holes and one large hole on the ball. The light from the sea of fire shines through these holes. The small holes are stars, and the large hole is the sun. It's an interesting model, Wang Miao said, looking at the big copper ball. Now he could probably guess what it was. But there is a big loophole. When the sun rises and sets, we see it moving relative to the stars, while the relative positions of all the holes on the big ball should be fixed. That's right. So I came up with a revised model. The sphere of the universe is made up of 2 spherical sheks. The sky we see is the inner shek. There is a big hole in the outer shek, and there are a lot of small holes in the inner sheck. The light that penetrates through the big hole in the outer sheck is reflected and scattered in the layer between the two shecks, filling the layer with bright light. This light penetrates through the small holes, and we see the stars. What about the sun? The sun is a huge spot of light projected from the big hole in the outer sheck onto the inner sheck. It is so bright that it shines through the inner sheck like shining through an egg's heck, and we see the sun. The scattered light around the spot of light is stronger and also shines through the inner sheck. This is the clear sky we see during the day. What force drives the two spherical shecks to rotate irregularly? It is the power of the sea of fire outside the universe. But the size and brightness of the sun are different at different times. In your double sheck model, the size and brightness of the sun should be constant. If the outer sea of fire is uneven, at least the size should be constant. You think this model is too simple. As the external fire sea changes, the size of the outer sheck of the universe will also expand or contract, which causes the size and luminosity of the sun to change. What about phasing? Flying stars? Why do you always mention flying stars? They are unimportant things, just dust flying around in the universe. No, I think flying stars are important. Also, how does your model explain the sun going out in the sky during Confucius time? It was a rare exception, perhaps a dark spot or cloud in the outer sea of fire that happened to drift through the hole in the outer sheck. Wang Miao pointed to the big copper ball and asked, "This must be your model of the universe, right?" "Yes, I built a cosmic machine. The complex set of gears that makes the ball turn simulates the effect of the external sea of fire on the ball. The law of this effect, that is, the distribution and flow of flames in the external sea of fire, is what I have summarized after hundreds of years of observation. Can this ball expand and contract? Of course, it is shrinking slowly now." Wang Miao used the railing on the side of the platform as a fixed reference point for a closer look and discovered that what Mosey said was true. Does the ball have an inner sheck? Of course, there is a complex mechanism between the inner and outer shecks. What a delicate machine! Wang Miao exclaimed sincerely, "But I can't see the big hole in the outer sheck that projects the light spot on the inner sheck." "There is no hole. I installed a light source on the inner wall of the sheck to simulate a large hole. The light source is made of fluorescent material extracted from hundreds of thousands of fireflies. It emits cold light because the translucent plaster ball layer of the inner sheck has poor thermal conductivity. This can prevent ordinary heat light sources from gathering temperature inside the ball, allowing the recorder to stay inside for a long time." "Is there someone else inside the ball?" "Of course. The recorder stands on a rack with a pulley at the bottom, and his position remains at the center of the sphere. After the simulated universe is set to a certain state of the real universe, its subsequent operation will accurately simulate the future state of the universe, and of course it can also simulate the operation of the sun. The recorder records it to form an accurate perpetual calendar, which is what hundreds of civilizations have dreamed of in the past. You came at the right time. The simulated universe has just shown that a 4-year permanent era will begin. Emperor Wu of Han has issued an immersion edict based on my prediction. Let us wait for sunrise." Mosey called up the game interface and slightly sped up the passage of time. A red sun rose above the horizon, and the lakes scattered across the land began to thaw. The frozen surfaces of these lakes were covered with sand and dust, blending into the earth, and now gradually turned into sparkling mirrors, as if the earth had opened countless eyes. From this high place, the specific details of the immersion could not be seen clearly, but only the number of people by the lake gradually increased, like ants swarming out of their caves in spring. The world was resurrected again. Don't you want to go down and join this wonderful life? Women who have just been resurrected are the most eager for love. Mosey pointed to the earth below that was regaining its vitality and said to Wang Miao, "It's meaningless for you to stay here any longer. The game is over, and I am the final winner. Your simulated universe is a brilliant machine, but the predictions it makes. Oh, can I use your telescope to observe the sky?" "Of course, please." Mosey gestured towards the large telescope. Wang Miao walked to the telescope and immediately found the problem. "How can I observe the sun?" Mosey took out a black disc from a wooden box and said, "Add this smoky filter." Then he inserted it into the eyepiece of the telescope. Wang Miao pointed the telescope at the sun that had risen to the middle of the sky, and could not help but admire Mosey's imagination. The sun does look like a hole leading to an endless sea of fire, a small part of a larger existence. But when he looked more closely, he found that this sun was somewhat different from the one in his real experience. It had a very small core. If the sun was regarded as an eye, the solar core was like the pupil. Although the solar core was small, it was bright and dense, and the outer layer that wrapped it seemed to lack a sense of reality, erratic, and very much like a gas. And the fact that the inner solar core can be seen through the thick outer layer also shows that the outer layer is in a transparent or translucent state, and the light it emits is more likely to be scattered light from the solar core. Sun image. He was once again convinced that the game's author had intentionally hidden a vast amount of details deep within the seemingly simple image, waiting for the players to discover. Wang Miao stood up, thinking about the hidden meaning of the structure of the sun, and immediately became excited. Because the game time was accelerated, the sun had moved to the west. Wang Miao adjusted the telescope to aim at it again, and followed it until it fell below the horizon. Night fell. The dots of fire on the ground were reflected by the increasingly dense stars in the night sky. Wang Miao took off the black filter on the telescope and continued to observe the starry sky. He was most interested in flying stars, and soon found two. He only had time to make a rough observation of one of them before the sky brightened again. So he installed the filter and continued to observe the sun. Wang Miao conducted astronomical observations for more than 10 days in a row, enjoying the joy of discovery. In fact, the acceleration of the passage of time is conducive to astronomical observations, because it makes the movement and changes of celestial bodies more obvious. The eternal era, 5 hours had passed since sunrise, and the earth was still shrouded in darkness. There were crowds of people under the pyramids, and countless torches were swaying in the cold wind. The sun may not come out, just like the ending of civilization number 137. Wang Miao said to Mosey, who was compiling the world's first perpetual calendar. Mosey stroked his beard and smiled confidently at Wang Miao. Don't worry, the sun will rise soon, and the Hung era will continue. I have mastered the operating principle of the cosmic machine, and my prediction will not be wrong. As if to confirm Mosey's words, dawn really appeared on the horizon and cheers broke out among the crowd near the pyramid. The silvery white dawn light expanded and brightened at an extraordinary speed, as if the rising sun was making up for the lost time. Soon, the dawn light had filled half of the sky, so that the sun had not yet risen. The earth was as bright as the daytime in the past. Wang Miao looked to the distance where the dawn light appeared, and found that the horizon emitted a dazzling strong light, and it was curved upward and arched, forming a perfect arc across the field of vision. He soon realized that it was not the horizon, but the edge of the sun disk. What was rising was an extremely large sun. After the eyes adapted to the strong light, the horizon was still visible in its original position. Wang Miao saw wisps of black things rising on the horizon, which were particularly clear against the bright background of the sun disk. It was the smoke produced by the burning in the distance. Under the pyramid, a fast horse galloped from the direction of the sunrise, and the dust rays drew a clear gray line on the ground. The crowd made way for it. Wang Miao heard the man on the horse shouting at the top of his lungs, "Dehydration! Dehydration!" Following the horse came a large herd of cattle, horses, and other animals. They were all covered in flames, weaving a moving carpet of fire on the ground. The huge sun had risen halfway from the horizon, occupying half of the sky, and the earth seemed to be slowly sinking along a brilliant wall. Wang Miao could clearly see the details of the sun's surface. The sea of fire was covered with waves and vortices. Sunspots floated along irregular routes like ghosts, and the corona stretched lazily like a golden long sleeve. On the earth, dehydrated and non-dehydrated people burned like countless firewood thrown into a furnace. The flames were brighter than the burning carbon in the furnace, but they were quickly extinguished. The giant sun rose rapidly and soon reached the sky, covering most of the sky. Wang Miao looked up and suddenly felt a strange change. Before he was looking up, now he seemed to be looking down. The surface of the giant sun formed a land of fire. He felt that he was falling into this brilliant heck. The lakes on the earth began to evaporate, and clusters of snow-white water vapor rose high in the shape of mushroom clouds, then spread out, covering the human ashes by the lake. The eternal era will continue. The universe is a machine. I built this machine. The eternal era will continue. The universe is. Wang Miao turned his head and saw that the sound came from the burning mosey. His body was contained in a tall orange-yellow column of fire. His skin was wrinkling and carbonizing, but his eyes still emitted a completely different light from the flames that consumed him. His hands, which had become burning charcoal rods, held a ball of flying silk ash, which was the first perpetual calendar. Wang Miao himself was also burning. He raised his hands and saw two torches. The giant sun quickly moved westward, leaving the crescent behind. It sank below the horizon, sinking very quickly, and the earth seemed to rise again along the wall of light. The dazzling sunset glowed in an instant, and the night covered the world that had turned to ashes like a large black cloth pulled by a pair of giant hands. The earth that had just been burned glowed dark red in the night, like a piece of charcoal that had just been taken out of the furnace. Wang Miao saw the stars appear in the night sky for a short while, and soon, water vapor and smoke covered the sky and everything on the earth that was in a red state, and the world fell into a dark chaos. A line of red words appeared. Number 141 was destroyed in flames. This civilization evolved to the level of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The seeds of civilization are still there. She will restart. She will once again begin to evolve in the uncertain destiny of the three-body world. You are welcome to log in again. Wang Miao took off the V-suit, and after the mental shock subsided a little, he once again had that feeling. The three-body problem was deliberately disguised as false, but it had a huge depth of truth, and the real world before him was more like along the river during the Qingming festival, which seemed complicated and complex but was actually thin and superficial. The next day, Wang Miao went to work at the Nano Center. Except for some minor confusion caused by his absence yesterday, everything was normal. He found that work was an effective anesthetic. By immersing himself in it, he temporarily avoided the nightmare-like troubles. He deliberately kept himself busy all day and left the laboratory after dark. As soon as he walked out of the Nano Center building, Wang Miao was overtaken by the nightmare feeling again. He felt that the starry night sky was like a magnifying glass covering everything, and he himself was a naked insect under the mirror, with nowhere to hide. He had to find something to do for himself, and thinking that he should go see Yang Dong's mother again, he drove to Yi Wenjie's house. Yang's mother was home alone. When Wang Miao entered, she was sitting on the sofa reading a book. He then discovered that her eyes were both presbyopic and nearsighted, and she had to wear glasses when reading and looking far away. Yang's mother was very happy to see Wang Miao and said that he looked much better than last time. "It's all because of your ginseng," Wang Miao said with a smile. Yang's mother shook her head. "That stuff wasn't very good. At that time, you could pick very good wild ginseng around the base. I picked one that was this long. I don't know what's going on there now. I heard that there's no one there anymore. Sigh, I'm getting old. I've been thinking about the past lately. I heard that you suffered a lot during the Cultural Revolution. Have you listened to what Xiaosha said?" Yang's mother gently waved her hand, as if brushing away a spider silk in front of her. "It's over. It's all over. Xiaosha called me yesterday. In a hurry, I couldn't understand what she said. I just heard that you seem to have encountered something. Xiaowang, in fact, when you reach my age, you will find that those big things that you thought were going to cause the sky to fall are actually nothing." "Thank you," Wang Miao said, and he felt the rare warmth again. Now, the old man who had gone through vicissitudes of life and became calm and indifferent, and the ignorant but fearless historian, became the two pillars of his shaky spiritual world. Yang's mother went on to say, "Speaking of the Cultural Revolution, I was very lucky. When I felt that I couldn't survive, I unexpectedly found a place where I could survive." "Do you mean the Red Coast base?" Mother Yang nodded. "That was an incredible thing. I thought it was just a legend at first. It's not a legend. If you want to know, I'll tell you about my own experiences." Wang Miao was a little nervous when Yang's mother said this. "Teacher Yi, I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient, forget it." "Oh, it's nothing. Just think of it as someone I want to talk to. I really need to talk to someone recently. You can go sit in a senior citizens activity room or something." Moving around more often will keep you from feeling lonely. Many of those retired old guys were my colleagues in college, but I could never get along with them. Everyone likes to talk about the past, but they all want others to listen to them and are annoyed by what others say. You are the only one who is interested in the things about Hongan. It's a little inconvenient to talk about it now, isn't it? That's true. After all, it's still confidential. But after the book was published, many people who experienced it said it was an open secret. The person who wrote the book was very irresponsible. Putting aside his purpose, many of the contents in the book are very different from the facts, so it's only right to correct them. So, Yang's mother told Wang Miao about the past that had not yet been forgotten. When she first entered the Red Coast base, Yu Wenjie was not assigned a fixed job. She just did some technical chores under the supervision of a security officer. As early as her sophomore year, Yu Wenjie was very familiar with her future graduate supervisor. He told Yu Wenjie that if you don't understand experimental techniques and have no observation ability, no matter how good the theory is, it will be useless when studying astrophysics, at least in China. This is quite different from her father's point of view. But Yu Wenjie tends to agree with this view, as she always feels that her father is too theoretical. The supervisor is one of the pioneers of radio astronomy in China. Under his influence, Yu Wenjie also developed a strong interest in radio astronomy. She therefore taught herself electronic engineering and computer majors. Note: at that time, these two majors were integrated in most colleges and universities, which is the technical basis for experiments and observations in this discipline. During the 2 years of graduate school, she and her supervisor debugged the first small radio telescope in China and accumulated a lot of experience in this area. Unexpectedly, her knowledge was put to use at the Red Coast base. Yu Wenjie initially worked in the launch department as an equipment maintenance and repairman, and soon became an indispensable technical backbone of the launch department, which puzzled her. She was the only person in the base who did not wear a military uniform, and because of her identity, everyone kept a distance from her, which made her devote herself to work to dispel loneliness. But this was not enough to explain the problem. After all, this was a key national defense project. Could it be that the technical personnel here were so mediocre that she, who was not from an engineering background and had no work experience, had to be easily replaced? She soon discovered some reasons. Contrary to what she saw on the surface, the base was staffed by the best technical officers of the 2nd Artillery Corps. These outstanding electronic and computer engineers were beyond her reach even if she studied all her life. However, the base was located in a remote area with very poor conditions. Moreover, the main research and development work of the Red Coast system had been completed, and it was only operation and maintenance. There was no opportunity to make achievements in technology, and most people were not at ease with their work. They knew that in such a top-secret project, once they entered the core technical position, it would be difficult to transfer them away. Therefore, people deliberately reduced their abilities a lot at work, but they still could not fall behind. So when the leader ordered to go east, he worked hard to go west, pretending to be stupid, hoping that the leader would think, "This person has tried his best, but with such a low ability and level, it is useless to keep him, and he would be a hindrance." Many people were successfully transferred out in this way. Under such circumstances, Yu Wenjie unknowingly became the technical backbone of the base. But another reason for reaching this position puzzled her. At least in the part of the Red Coast base that she was exposed to, there was no truly advanced technology. After entering the base, Yu Wenjie mainly worked in the launch department. As time went by, the restrictions on her were gradually relaxed, and the surveillance personnel who accompanied her all the time were also cancelled. She could touch most of the structures of the Red Coast system. She could also read the corresponding technical data. Of course, there were still some things that she was forbidden to touch, such as the computer control part, which she was absolutely forbidden to approach. But Yu Wenjie later discovered that the role of that part in the Red Coast system was far less than she had imagined before. For example, the computers in the launch department were 3 devices that were even more backward than DJS-130. They used bulky magnetic core storage and paper tape input, and the longest trouble-free hours did not exceed 15 hours. She also saw the aiming part of the Red Coast system, which had very low accuracy and might not be as good as the aiming equipment of a cannon. That day, Political Commissar Lei talked to Yu Wenjie again. Now, in her eyes, Yang Weining and Lei Zhiqing had switched positions. In this era, as the highest technical leader, Yang Weining's political status was not high, and he had no authority without technology. He had to be cautious with his subordinates, and even had to be polite when talking to the sentries, otherwise it would be a problem of the intellectual's attitude towards the three combinations and ideological transformation. So, when he encountered problems at work, Yi Wenjie became his only vent. But as Yi Wenjie became more and more important in technology, Political Commissar Lei gradually changed his initial rudeness and indifference to her and became kind. Xiaoyi, by now you are already very familiar with the launch system, which is also the attack part of the Red Coast system, its main body. Tell me what you think of this system as a whole, said Political Commissar Lei. They were sitting in front of the cliff of Radar Peak, which was the most secluded place in the base. The straight cliff seemed to be bottomless, which frightened Yi Wenjie at first, but now she likes to come here alone. Yi Wenjie was somewhat at a loss for words when asked by Political Commissar Lei. She was only responsible for the maintenance and repair of the equipment, and had no idea about the overall situation of the Red Coast system, including its mode of operation and attack targets, and was not allowed to know. She could not be present during any routine launch. She thought about it and hesitated to speak. Speak boldly. It doesn't matter. Political Commissar Lei pulled off a piece of grass beside him and fiddled with it in his hand and said, "It's just a radio transmitter." "Yes, it is a radio transmitter." Political Commissar Lei nodded with satisfaction. "Do you know what a microwave oven is?" Yi Wenjie shook her head. "It's a luxury gadget of the Western bourgeoisie. It uses the heat effect generated by microwave absorption to heat food. The research institute I used to work in imported one from abroad in order to precisely test the high-temperature aging of certain components. We also used it to heat steamed buns and baked potatoes after work. It's very interesting. The inside gets hot first, but the outside is still cold." Political Commissar Lei stood up and paced back and forth. He walked so close to the edge of the cliff that Yi Wenjie was very nervous. The Red Coast system is a microwave oven. The target of heating is the enemy's spacecraft in space. As long as the microwave energy radiation reaches 0.1 to 1 watt/square centimeter, it can directly make the microwave electronic equipment of satellite communication, radar, navigation, and other systems fail or burn out. Yi Wenjie suddenly realized, although the Red Coast system is just a radio wave transmitter, it does not mean that it is an ordinary thing. What surprised her most was its transmission power, which was as high as 25 megawatts. This is not only much greater than all communication transmission power, but also greater than all radar transmission power. The Red Coast system uses a group of huge capacitors to provide transmission energy. Due to the huge power, its transmission circuit is also very different from the conventional one. Yi Wenjie now understands the purpose of this super large transmission power, but she immediately thought of a problem. The radio waves emitted by the system seem to be modulated. Yes, but this modulation is completely different from conventional radio communications. It is not for loading information, but for using changing frequencies and amplitudes to break through possible shielding protections by the enemy. Of course, these are still under testing. Yi Wenjie nodded, and many other questions that had been in her mind were now answered. Recently, 2 target satellites were launched from Zhouquan. The attack test conducted by the Red Coast system was completely successful, destroying the target and causing the interior of the satellite to reach a temperature of nearly 1,000 degrees. All the instruments and photographic equipment on board were destroyed. In future actual combat, the Red Coast system can effectively attack the enemy's communication and reconnaissance satellites, including the U.S.'s current main reconnaissance satellite KH-8 and the upcoming KH-9, and the Soviet reconnaissance satellites with lower orbits. When necessary, it is also capable of destroying the Soviet Union's Salyut space station and the U.S. Skylab, which is scheduled to be launched next year. Political Commissar, what are you saying to her? Someone said behind Yi Wenjie. She turned around and saw that it was Yang Weining, who was staring at Political Commissar Lei with a stern look. "I'm doing this for work," Commissar Lei said, and turned away. Yang Weining looked at Yi Wenjie in silence and followed her, leaving Yi Wenjie alone. "He brought me into the base, but he still doesn't trust me," Yi Wenjie thought sadly. At the same time, she was worried about Political Commissar Lei. In the base, Lei Zhiqing has more power than Yang Weining, and the political commissar has the final say on all major matters. But the way he left in a hurry just now, he obviously felt that he had done something wrong in front of the chief engineer, which made Yi Wenjie sure that he told her the real purpose of Red Bank, which might be just a personal decision. What consequences will this have for him? Looking at the burly back of political commissar Lei, Yi Wenjie felt grateful. For her, trust is undoubtedly a luxury that she dare not expect. Compared with Yang Weining, Lei Zhiqing is a real soldier in Yi Wenjie's mind, with the frankness and straightforwardness of a soldier, while Yang Weining is just a typical intellectual of this era that she has seen a lot, timid and cautious, only seeking to protect himself. Although Yi Wenjie understands him, the distance between them, which was already far away, has become farther. The next day, Yi Wenjie was transferred from the transmitter department to the monitoring department. She originally thought that this was related to what happened yesterday and that she was being transferred away from the core department of Red Coast. But after arriving at the monitoring department, she found that this place was more like the core of Red Coast. Although the two departments had some overlaps in equipment systems, such as sharing the same antenna, the technical level of the monitoring department was one level more advanced than that of the transmitter department. The monitoring department has a very advanced radio wave-sensitive receiving system. The signal received from the giant antenna is amplified by a Ruby traveling wave microwave maser. In order to suppress the interference of the system itself, the core part of the receiving system is immersed in 269 degrees Celsius liquid nitrogen, which is regularly transported by helicopter to replenish consumption. This makes the system extremely sensitive and can receive very weak signals. Yi Wenjie couldn't help thinking, what a wonderful thing it would be if this equipment was used to conduct radio astronomy research. The computer system of the monitoring department was also much larger and more complex than that of the transmitting department. When Yi Wenjie first walked into the main computer room, she saw a row of cathode ray tube screens. She was surprised to find that the screen was scrolling with rows of program codes, which could be edited and debugged at will through the keyboard. When she used computers in college, the codes were written on grid program papers and then typed on paper tapes with a typewriter. She had heard of input from keyboards and screens, and now she actually saw it. But what surprised her even more was the software technology here. She learned about something called Fortran, note, the first generation of high-level computer language, which could write programs in codes close to natural language. Mathematical formulas could be written directly into the code, and its programming efficiency was many times higher than that of machine code assembly. There was also something called a database, which could manipulate massive amounts of data at will. 2 days later, political commissar Lei talked to Yi Wenjie again, this time in the main computer room of the monitoring department, in front of the row of computer monitors flashing green light. Yang Weining sat not far from them, not wanting to join in their conversation, but not being able to leave without worry, which made Yi Wenjie feel very uncomfortable. Political commissar Lei said, "Xiao Yi, let me now explain to you the work of the monitoring department. To put it simply, it monitors the enemy's space activities, including monitoring the communication between the enemy spacecraft and the ground and between the spacecraft, and cooperates with our space measurement and control department to lock the orbital position of the enemy spacecraft, providing a basis for the Red Coast system's operations. It can be said that it is the eyes of the Red Coast." Yang Weining interrupted and said, "Commissar Lei, I don't think it's right for you to say this. There's really no need to say this to her." Yi Wenjie looked at Yang Weining, who was not far away, and said anxiously, "Political commissar, if it is not appropriate for me to understand, then—" No, Xiaoya." Commissar Lei raised a hand to stop Yi Wenjie from continuing, and turned to Yang Weining and said, "Boss Yang, I still say the same thing. For the sake of work, in order to further utilize Xiaoya's role, she still needs to know what she should know." Yang Weining stood up and said, "I want to report to my superiors." "This is of course you're right. But, Mr. Yang, please rest assured that I will take full responsibility for this matter." Political commissar Lei said calmly. Yang Weining stood up and left angrily. "Don't worry about it. Mr. Yang is like this. He is overly cautious. Sometimes he can't let go of his hands and feet at work." Political commissar Lei smiled and shook his head, then looked directly at Wenjie, and his tone became serious. "Xiao Yi, the purpose of bringing you to the base in the first place was very simple. The Red Coast monitoring system is often interfered by the electromagnetic radiation generated by solar flares and sunspot activities. We accidentally saw your paper and found that you have a relatively in-depth study of solar activities in China. The prediction model you proposed is the most accurate, so we want you to help solve this problem. But after you came, you showed strong technical ability. So we decided to let you take on more and more important work. This is my plan. Let you go to the launch department first, and then to the monitoring department, so that you can have an overall understanding and familiarity with the Red Coast system. As for what work to arrange in the future, we will study it. Of course, you can see that there are resistances, but I trust you. Xiaoyi, I have to explain here that so far, this trust is only my personal trust. I hope you can work hard and finally win the trust of the organization. Political Commissar Lei put a hand on Yu Wenjie's shoulder. She felt the warmth and strength conveyed by this powerful hand. Xiaoyi, let me tell you a sincere wish of mine. I hope that one day I can call you Comrade Yu Wenjie. Political Commissar Lei stood up and walked away with the steady steps of a soldier. Yu Wenjie's eyes were filled with tears. Through her tears, the codes on the screen turned into dancing flames. This was the first time she had cried since her father's death. Yu Wenjie began to get familiar with the work of the monitoring department. She soon found that she was not as successful here as she was in the transmitting department. Her existing computer knowledge was already outdated, and she had to learn most of the software technology from scratch. Although she had the trust of Political Commissar Lei, the restrictions on her were still very strict. She could read the source code of the program, but was not allowed to touch the database. In her daily work, Yu Wenjie accepted Yang Weining's leadership more. He became more rude to her and got angry easily. Political Commissar Lei tried to persuade him many times, but it was useless. It seemed that he was filled with an unknown anxiety when he saw Yu Wenjie. Gradually, many incomprehensible things Yu Wenjie found at work made her feel that the Red Bank project was far more complicated than she had imagined. The monitoring system received a series of noteworthy information. After computer decoding, it was found that they were several satellite photos, which were very blurry. They were sent to the General Staff Mapping Bureau for interpretation. They were found to be important targets in our territory, including photos of Qingdao Military Port and several major third-line key military-industrial enterprises. After analysis, it was confirmed that these photos came from the US-9 Hong Kong dollars reconnaissance satellite. The first KH-9 had just completed a test launch, mainly transmitting intelligence by film capsule recovery. However, more advanced radio-digital transmission tests were also being carried out. Due to the immature technology and low transmission frequency, the information leakage was large and could be received by the Red Coast system. Because it was a test transmission, the encryption level was low and could be cracked. This was undoubtedly the most important surveillance target and a rare opportunity to understand the U.S. space reconnaissance system. But on the third day, Yang Weining actually ordered the monitoring frequency and direction to be changed, abandoning this target. Yu Wenjie always felt that this was incomprehensible. Another thing shocked her. Although she was in the monitoring department, she was still asked to do some things in the launch department. Once, she accidentally saw the frequency settings of several future launch plans and found that in the 304th, 318th, and 325th launches, the determined launch frequencies were lower than the microwave range and could not produce any thermal effect on the target. That day, someone suddenly notified Yu Wenjie to go to the base headquarters office. From the officer's tone and expression, Yu Wenjie sensed something was wrong. After entering the office, a familiar scene appeared. The main leaders of the base were present, and there were two unknown officers who were obviously from a higher-level department. Everyone's cold eyes focused on her. But the sensitivity formed by so many years of ups and downs told her that the unlucky person today might not be her. She was at most a burial object. She saw Political Commissar Lei Jiqing sitting in a corner with a gloomy look. He finally had to pay the price for trusting me. This was the first thought that came to Yu Wenjie's mind. She made up her mind in an instant that in order not to implicate Political Commissar Lei, she must take the blame on herself, even at the cost of lying. But she didn't expect that the first person to speak was Political Commissar Lei, and his words were completely beyond her expectations. Yu Wenjie, first of all, I don't agree with this. The following decision was made by Chief Engineer Yang after consulting his superiors. He will bear full responsibility for the consequences. After saying this, he glanced at Yang Weining, who nodded solemnly. In order to better play your role in the Red Bank base, these days, after Chief Engineer Yang repeatedly asked his superiors for instructions, the comrades sent by the political department of the arms have also learned about your work situation. He pointed at the two unfamiliar officers. With the approval of our superiors, we have decided to tell you the true situation of the Red Bank project. It took Yi Wenjie a long time to understand the meaning of political Commissar Lei's words. He had been deceiving her. I hope you cherish this opportunity. Work hard and make meritorious deeds to atone for your sins. From now on, you must behave yourself in the base and not talk or act recklessly. Any reactionary behavior will be punished most severely. Political Commissar Lei stared at Yi Wenjie and said sternly. He seemed like a different person compared to the way Yi Wenjie saw him before. Do you understand? Well, please allow Chief Engineer Yang to introduce you to the Red Bank project. The others left one after another, leaving only Yang Weining and Yi Wenjie in the office. If you don't agree, it's not too late, Yang Weining said. Yi Wenjie knew the weight of these words, and also understood the anxiety Yang Weining had felt when he saw her these days. In order to bring her talents to the base, she had to know the true situation of the Red Bank project, but this also meant that Yi Wenjie's last hope of getting out of radar peak would no longer exist. The Red Bank base would be her final destination in life. I agree, Yi Wenjie said softly but firmly. So, on this early summer evening, amid the roar of the giant antenna in the wind and the sound of pine waves in the distant Greater Xing'an Range, Yang Weining told Yi Wenjie the true story of the Red Bank project, a myth of the era that was even more unbelievable than Lei Zhiqing's lies. Some documents of the Red Coast project. These documents were declassified 3 years after Yi Wenjie told Wang Miao the inside story of Red Coast. 1. An important issue that has been neglected in the trend of basic scientific research in the world, originally published in Internal Reference on Month Day, 196. Abstract from the perspective of modern and contemporary history, there are 2 modes for transforming the results of basic scientific theoretical research into practical technology: gradual and sudden. Incremental. Basic theoretical achievements are gradually transformed into applied technologies, technologies gradually accumulate, and finally breakthroughs occur. Recent examples include the development and breakthroughs of aerospace technology. Mutation. Basic theoretical achievements are quickly transformed into practical technology. This results in a technological mutation. The most recent example is the emergence of nuclear weapons. Until the 1940s, some of the best physicists believed that it would never be possible to release atomic energy. But nuclear weapons suddenly appeared in a very short period of time. The transformation of basic science into applied technology spans a very long time, and we define it as a technological mutation. At present, NATO and the Warsaw Pact are unprecedentedly active in basic research and have invested huge amounts of money. Therefore, one or more technological mutations may occur at any time, which will pose a major threat to our strategic planning. The article believes that we are currently focusing on the gradual development of technology, but not paying enough attention to possible technological mutations. We should formulate a complete set of strategies and principles from a strategic perspective to correctly respond to technological mutations when they occur. The areas where technological mutations are most likely to occur: 1. Physics, omitted 2. Biology, omitted 3. Computer science, omitted 4. Searching for extraterrestrial civilizations. This is the area with the greatest variables among all possible technological mutations. It is very likely to produce sudden and huge breakthroughs. Once a technological mutation occurs in this area, its impact will exceed the sum of the technological mutations in the above 3 areas. Full text omitted instructions: print and distribute the article. Organize discussions within an appropriate scope. The viewpoints in the article may not suit some people's appetite, but don't label it. The key is to look at the author's long-term thinking. Some comrades are now blinded by one leaf, which is due to the general environment, and many people are self-righteous. This is not good. Blind spots in strategic vision are dangerous. I think among the 4 areas mentioned in the article that may produce technological mutations, the last one is the one we consider the least. It is worth noting that it should be studied systematically and in depth. Signature 196 Year Month Day 2. Research report on the possibility of technological mutations in the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations 1. Current international research trends abstract 1. The United States and other NATO countries. The scientific nature and necessity of the search for extraterrestrial civilizations have been widely recognized, and the academic atmosphere is strong. OZMA Project. In 1960, the Green Bank National Radio Astronomy Observatory in West Virginia, the United States used a 26-meter diameter radio telescope to explore extraterrestrial civilizations with a single-channel reception frequency of 1420 MHz. The search targets were Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani, and the search time was about 200 hours. The OZMA project was planned to be implemented in 1972 to expand the search targets, frequency, and range. The Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 probes were planned to be launched in the same year. Each carries a metal card with information about Earth civilization. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 probes are scheduled to be launched in 1977 and will carry metal records. In 1963, the Arecibo telescope in Puerto Rico was built, which is of great significance to the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations. Its total energy collecting area is about 20 acres, which is larger than the total energy collecting area of all other radio telescopes in the world. In conjunction with a computer system, it can monitor 65,000 channels simultaneously and has an ultra-high power transmission capability. 2. Soviet Union. There are few sources of intelligence information, but there are signs that huge investments are made in this area. Compared with NATO countries, research is more systematic and long-term. From some scattered information channels, it is learned that there are plans to build a global-scale synthetic aperture radio telescope system based on very long baseline interferometry technology. Once completed, the system will have the strongest deep space exploration capability in the world. 2. A preliminary analysis of the social form of alien civilizations using the materialist view of history omitted 3. Preliminary analysis of the political tendencies of alien civilizations towards human society omitted 4. Preliminary analysis of the impact of possible contact with extraterrestrial civilizations on the current world situation. 1. One-way contact. Only receiving information sent by extraterrestrial civilization. Omitted. 2. Two-way contact. Communication and direct contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Omitted. 5. The dangers and consequences of a superpower being the first to make contact with an alien civilization and monopolizing the contact. 1. Analysis of the consequences of the United States and NATO being the first to make contact with extraterrestrial civilizations and monopolizing contact undeclassified. 2. Analysis of the consequences of the Soviet revisionists and the Warsaw Pact being the first to make contact with extraterrestrial civilizations and monopolizing such contact undeciphered. Instructions. The briefing has been read. People have already spoken to the outside world. It is dangerous for the alien society to hear only one voice. We should also make our own voice heard, so that they can hear the complete voice of human society. Hearing only one side will lead to ignorance, while hearing both sides will lead to enlightenment. This matter must be done, and it must be done quickly. Signature 196 Year Month Day 3. Preliminary research report of the Red Bank Project, Month Day, 196, Top Secret, Number of original copies. 2. The summary is in the form of a document, Zhongfa Word document, forwarded to the Commission of Science, Technology and Industry for National Defense, relevant departments of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, forwarded to the National Defense Department of the Central Planning Commission, and conveyed at the meeting Partially conveyed at the meeting. Project number 3760, National Defense Code, Red Coast 1. General outline abstract search for possible extraterrestrial civilizations and try to establish contact and communication. 2. Theoretical research on Red Bank Project abstract. 1. Search and monitor. Monitoring frequency range, 1,000 MHz to 40,000 MHz. Number of monitoring channels, 15,000. Key monitoring. Hydrogen atom frequency, 1,420 MHz. Hydroxyl molecule radiation frequency, 1,667 MHz. Water molecule radiation frequency, 22,000 MHz. Monitoring target range, 1,000 light-year radius, about 20 million stars. See Appendix 1 for the target list. 2. Information transmission transmitting frequency. 2,800 MHz, 12,000 MHz, 22,000 MHz transmit power. 1025 megawatts target. 1,000 light-year radius. About 100,000 stars. See Appendix 2 for the target list. 3. The development guidance part of the Red Coast self-interpretation system. Based on the basic mathematical and physical principles common to the universe, a basic language metacode system is established, which can be understood by any civilization that has mastered basic algebra, basic Euclidean geometry, and basic laws of low-speed physics. On the above-mentioned metacode system and supplemented by low-resolution graphic examples, a language system is gradually established, including the following languages: Chinese and Esperanto. The total information volume of the system is 680 kilobytes, and the transmission time on the 2,800 MHz, 120,000 MHz, and 22,000 MHz bands is 1,183 minutes, 224 minutes, and 132 minutes respectively. 3. Implementation plan of the Hongkong Project. L. Preliminary design of the Red Coast Search and Surveillance System undeclassified. 2. Preliminary design of Hongkong Information Transmission System undeciphered. 3. Preliminary site selection plan for the Red Bank Search and Monitoring Base and Information Transmission Base omitted. 4. Preliminary conception of establishing the 2nd Artillery Corps Red Coast Unit undeclassified. 4. Content of Hongkong Information Sent Summary and Overview of the Earth Planet, 3.1 kilobytes. An overview of the Earth's life system, 4.4 kilobytes. An overview of human society, 4.6 kilobytes. And basic information on world history, 5.4 kilobytes. With a total information volume of 17.5 kilobytes. All information is transmitted after the self-decoding system, and the transmission time on the 2,280 MHz, 12,000 MHz, and 22,000 MHz bands is 31 minutes, 7.5 minutes, and 3.5 minutes, respectively. The information sent should be strictly reviewed by multiple disciplines to ensure that it does not contain any coordinate information of the solar system in the Milky Way. Among the 3 transmission frequencies, the high-frequency band transmission of 12,000 MHz and 22,000 MHz should be minimized to reduce the possibility of being located. 4. Letters sent to alien civilizations. First draft, full text. The world that has received the above information. Please pay attention. The information you received was sent by a country on Earth that represents revolutionary justice. Before this, you may have received information from the same direction, which was sent by an imperialist superpower on Earth. This country competes with another superpower on Earth for world hegemony and attempts to pull human history backwards. I hope you will not believe their lies and stand on the side of justice and revolution. Instructions: I have read it. It is bullshit. Just post the big character poster on the ground. Don't post it in the sky. The Cultural Revolution Leadership Group should not intervene in Hongkong in the future. Such an important letter should be drafted seriously. It is best to set up a special group and discuss and approve it at the Politburo meeting. Signature 196 year month day, 2nd draft omitted, 3rd draft omitted, 4th draft full text. Best wishes to the world that receives this message. Through the following information, you will have a basic understanding of Earth civilization. After a long period of labor and creation, human beings have established a splendid civilization, emerged with a rich and colorful culture, and have a preliminary understanding of the laws governing the operation and development of nature and human society. We cherish all of this, but our world still has great flaws. There are hatred, prejudice, and war. Due to the contradiction between productivity and production relations, the distribution of wealth is seriously uneven, and a considerable number of human members live in poverty and suffering. Human society is working hard to solve the various difficulties and problems it faces and strive to create a better future for Earth civilization. The work of the country sending this message is part of this effort. We are committed to building an ideal society in which the labor and value of every human member are fully respected, the material and spiritual needs of all people are fully met, and the Earth civilization becomes a more perfect civilization. With good wishes, we look forward to establishing connections with other civilized societies in the universe and to creating a better life with you in the vast universe. V. Relevant Policies and Strategies 1. Research on policies and strategies after receiving information from extraterrestrial civilizations omitted too. Research on policies and strategies after establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations omitted. Comment: it is necessary to take a leisurely step in the midst of busyness. This project reminds us of many things that we have not had time to think about before. These things can only be understood from a new perspective. In this regard, Red Shore has already had great significance. If there are really other people and societies in the universe, that would be great too. Bystanders can see clearly, and the merits and demerits of the ages can really be judged by someone. Signature 196 Year Month Day. Teacher Yi, I have a question. At that time, the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations was only positioned as a somewhat marginalized basic research. Why does the Red Coast Project have such a high level of confidentiality? Wang Miao asked after listening to Yi Wenjie's story. In fact, this question was raised in the initial stage of the Red Bank Project and continued until the end of the Red Bank Project. Now, you should have the answer. We can only admire the forward thinking of the top decision-makers of the Red Bank Project. Yes, it's very advanced. Wang Miao nodded deeply. Once contact with extraterrestrial civilizations is established, what kind of impact will human society receive, and to what extent? This has been systematically and deeply studied as a serious topic in the past 2 years. However, this research has heated up sharply, and the conclusions drawn are shocking. The previous naive, idealistic wishes have been shattered. Scholars have found that contrary to the beautiful wishes of most people, it is impossible for humans to contact extraterrestrial civilizations as a whole. The effect of such contact on human culture is not integration but division, and the conflict between different human civilizations is not eliminated but intensified. In short, once contact occurs, the internal differences of Earth civilization will be sharply widened, and the consequences may be catastrophic. The most shocking conclusion is, this effect has nothing to do with the degree and method of contact, one-way or two-way, as well as the form and degree of evolution of the extraterrestrial civilization in contact. Contact symbol theory proposed by Bill Matthew, a sociologist at the RAND think tank, in his book The Iron Curtain, The Sociology of SETI. He believes that contact with extraterrestrial civilizations is just a symbol or a switch, and no matter what its content is, it will produce the same effect. If there is a contact that only proves the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations without any substantial content, Matthew calls it a meta-contact. Its effect can also be magnified through the psychological and cultural lens of the human group, and have a huge and substantial impact on the progress of civilization. Once this kind of contact is monopolized by a country or political force, its significance is equivalent to economic and military strength. What about the outcome of the Red Coast Project? Wang Miao asked. You should be able to think of it. Wang Miao nodded again. He knew that if Red Coast succeeded, the world would not be what it is today, but he still said something comforting. In fact, whether it succeeds or not is still unknown. The radio waves sent by Red Coast have not traveled very far in the universe. Yi Wenjie shook her head. The farther the radio signal travels, the weaker it becomes. There is too much interference in space, so it is unlikely that alien civilizations can receive it. Research has found that in order for alien civilizations in the universe to receive our radio signals, our transmission power should be equivalent to the radiation power of a medium-sized star. Soviet astrophysicist Kardashev once suggested that different civilizations in the universe can be classified according to the energy they use for communication. He divided the imaginary civilizations into 3 types: 1, 2, and 3. Type 1 civilizations can mobilize energy equivalent to the entire output power of the Earth for communication. At that time, he estimated that the power output of the Earth was about 1,015 to 16 watts. Type 2 civilizations can use the output power of a typical star, 1026 watts, for communication. The power used by Type 3 civilizations for communication is 1,036 watts, which is approximately equal to the power output of the entire galaxy. The current Earth civilization can only be roughly classified as Type 0.7, it has not even reached Type I, and the transmission power of Red Coast is only 1/10,000,000th of the output power that the Earth can mobilize. This call is like a mosquito buzzing in the sky, and no one will hear it. But if the Type 2 and 3 civilizations envisioned by the Soviets really exist, we should be able to hear their voices. In the more than 20 years that Red Coast has been in operation, we have heard nothing. Yes, thinking about Red Coast and SETI, could it be that all these efforts will finally prove one thing? That there is really only intelligent life on Earth in the universe? Yi Wenjie sighed softly. In theory, this may be something that will never have a conclusion, but from a feeling, I, and everyone who has experienced Red Coast, agree with this. It's a pity that the Red Coast project was cancelled. Since it was built, it should be kept running. This is a truly great cause. Red Coast has been declining gradually. In the early 1980s, it underwent a large-scale transformation, mainly to upgrade the computer systems of the launch and monitoring parts, and the launch system was automated. 2 IBM medium-sized computers were introduced to the monitoring system, and the data processing capacity was greatly improved. It can monitor 40,000 channels at the same time. But later, as people's horizons broadened, they also understood the difficulty of exploring alien civilizations, and the superiors gradually lost interest in the Red Coast project. The first change was the reduction of the base's confidentiality level. At that time, it was generally believed that such a high confidentiality level of Red Coast was an exaggeration. The base guard force was reduced from 1 company to 1 squad, and later, there was only a 5-person security team. It was also after that transformation. Although Red Coast's organization was still in the 2nd Artillery, the scientific research management was transferred to the Institute of Astronomy of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, so it undertook some research projects that had nothing to do with the search for alien civilizations. Many of your achievements were made at that time. The Red Bank system initially undertook some radio astronomy observation projects. At that time, it was the largest radio telescope in China. Later, with the establishment of other radio astronomy observation bases, Red Bank's research focused on the observation and analysis of solar electromagnetic activity. For this purpose, a solar telescope was installed. The mathematical model of solar electromagnetic activity we established was leading in that field at the time and had many practical applications. With these subsequent research and achievements, Red Bank's huge investment finally paid off a little. In fact, a considerable part of all this is due to political Commissar Lay. Of course, he had his own purpose. At that time, he found that the prospects for political work in the technical forces were not very good. He also studied astrophysics before joining the army, so he wanted to return to scientific research. The projects other than the exploration of alien civilizations that the Red Bank base later introduced were all the result of his efforts. It's not that easy to return to your profession. You hadn't been rehabilitated at that time. I think he was more likely to put his own name on your achievements, right? Yi Wenjie smiled tolerantly. Without Lao Lei, the Red Bank base would have been finished long ago. After Red Bank was included in the scope of military to civilian conversion, the military completely abandoned it. The Chinese Academy of Sciences could not afford to maintain the operating expenses of the base, so everything ended. Yi Wenjie didn't talk much about her life at the Red Bank base, and Wang Miao didn't ask. In the 4th year after entering the base, she and Yang Weining formed a family. Everything happened naturally and plainly. Later, in an accident at the base, Yang Weining and Lei Zhiqing were both killed, and Yang Dong was born as a posthumous child. They didn't leave Radar Peak until the Red Bank base was finally closed in the mid-1980s. Yi Wenjie later taught astrophysics at her alma mater until she retired. Wang Miao heard all this from Sha Ruishan at the Miyun Radio Astronomy Base. The exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations is a very special subject, which has a great influence on the researcher's outlook on life. Yi Wenjie said in a long voice, as if telling a story to a child. In the dead of night, I heard the lifeless noise from the universe through my headphones. The voice was faint and seemed more eternal than the stars. Sometimes I felt that the sound was like the endless cold wind in the greater Shingon Range in winter, which made me feel very cold. The loneliness was indescribable. Sometimes after getting off work at night, I look up at the night sky and feel that the stars are like a glowing desert, and I am a poor child abandoned in the desert. I have that feeling. Life on Earth is really an accident among accidents in the universe. The universe is an empty palace, and humans are the only little ants in this palace. This idea has given me a very contradictory mentality for the rest of my life. Sometimes I feel that life is so precious and everything is as important as Mount Tai. Sometimes I feel that humans are so small and nothing is worth mentioning. Anyway, the days passed by in this strange feeling, and I grew old unknowingly. Wang Miao wanted to say a few words of comfort to this respectable old man who had devoted his life to a lonely and great cause, but Yi Wenjie's last words made him fall into the same sad mood. He could not say anything, but just said, "Teacher Yi, I will accompany you to visit the ruins of the Red Coast base one day." Yi Wenjie shook her head slowly. "Xiao Wang, I am different from you. I am old and in poor health. Nothing can be predicted. I will just live one day at a time." Looking at Yi Wenjie's silver hair, Wang Miao knew that she was thinking of her daughter again. After leaving Yi Wenjie's house, Wang Miao was in a state of unrest. The experiences of the past 2 days and the story of Hong'an. These two unrelated things were entangled together, making the world become extremely strange overnight. After returning home, in order to get rid of this mood, he turned on the computer, put on the V-suit, and entered the three-body problem for the 3rd time. His mentality was adjusted successfully. When the login interface appeared, Wang Miao was like a different person, and his heart was immediately filled with inexplicable excitement. Unlike the previous 2 times, Wang Miao came in with a mission this time. He wanted to reveal the secrets of the three-body world. He re-registered an ID that matched this, Copernicus. After logging into the three-body problem, Wang Miao stood on the vast plain again, facing the strange dawn of the three-body world. A huge pyramid appeared in the east, but Wang Miao immediately discovered that it was not the pyramid of King Zhou and Mozi. It had a Gothic top that pierced the early morning sky, reminding him of the Romanesque church he saw in Wangfujing yesterday morning. But that church would be just a small gatehouse next to the pyramid. He also saw many buildings in the distance that were obviously dry warehouses, but their shapes had also become Gothic buildings, with slender spires, as if they were many thorns growing out of the earth. Wang Miao saw a cave door on the pyramid with a faint firelight, so he walked in. On the wall of the cave, a row of blackened Olympian gods were holding torches. Walking into the hall, he found that it was even darker than the doorway. Only 2 candles on silver candlesticks on a long marble table were drowsily lit. There were several people sitting at the table. The dim light made Wang Miao only able to see the outline of their faces. Their eyes were hidden in the shadows of their deep eye sockets, but Wang Miao could feel the eyes focused on him. These people seemed to be wearing medieval robes. Looking closely, 1 or 2 of them were wearing simpler robes, in the style of ancient Greece. At one end of the long table sat a tall and thin man. The golden crown on his head was the only shining thing in the hall, except for the candles. Wang Miao could see with great effort in the light of the candle that his robe was different from the others, and was red. At this point, Wang Miao confirmed his judgment. This game opens a separate process for each player, and the current European medieval copy is selected by the software based on his ID. "You are late. The meeting has already started," said the man wearing a golden crown and a red robe. "I am Pope Gregory." Wang Miao tried hard to recall the European medieval history, which he was not familiar with, and wanted to infer the degree of evolution of this civilization from the name. But when he thought of the chaos of history in the three-body world, he felt that this effort was meaningless. "You changed your ID, but we all know you. In the previous 2 civilizations, you seem to have traveled to the east." "Oh, I'm Aristotle," said the man in ancient Greek robe. He had white curly hair. "Yes," Wang Miao nodded. "I witnessed the destruction of civilization twice there, one due to severe cold and one due to scorching sun. I also saw the great efforts made by Eastern scholars to master the laws governing the movement of the sun." Heske, a man with an upturned goatee and thinner than the Pope, spoke from the shadows. "Oriental scholars, trying to understand the secrets of the sun's movement through meditation, enlightenment, or even sleepwalking, is ridiculous. This is Galileo," Aristotle said. "He advocated that we should understand the world through experiments and observations. He was a craftsman-like thinker, but we still have to face up to the results he has achieved." "Mozi also conducted experiments and observations," said Wang Miao. Galileo sneered again. "Mozi's ideas are still Eastern. He is just a mystic in scientific guise. He has never taken his own observations seriously." He built a full simulation model of the universe based on subjective conjectures. It's ridiculous. It's a pity for those sophisticated equipment. We are different. We make rigorous inferences based on a large number of observations and experiments. We build a model of the universe and then return to experiments and observations to test it. That's right, Wang Miao nodded. That's exactly how I think. Did you bring a perpetual calendar with you, too? The Pope asked sarcastically. I don't have a perpetual calendar. I only brought a cosmic model based on observational data. However, I have to point out that even if this model is correct, it does not necessarily mean that we can use it to understand the precise laws of the sun's movement and compile a perpetual calendar. But this is the first step that must be taken after all. A few lonely applause echoed. The Pope asked sarcastically. I don't have a perpetual calendar. I only brought a cosmic model based on observational data. However, I have to point out that even if this model is correct, it does not necessarily mean that we can use it to understand the Pope nodded to Wang Miao and said, Tell me about it. Wang Miao walked to the other end of the long table, calmed himself, and said, It's actually very simple. The reason why the sun's movement is irregular is that there are 3 suns in our world. Under the influence of mutual gravity, they are doing unpredictable 3-body motion. When our planet orbits one of the suns in a stable motion, it is the stable era. When the other 1 or 2 suns move to a certain distance, their gravity will take the planet away from the sun it orbits, causing it to wander within the gravitational range of the 3 suns, which is the chaotic era. After an uncertain period of time, our planet is captured by a certain sun again, temporarily establishing a stable orbit, and the stable era begins again. This is a cosmic rugby game. The players are the 3 suns, and our world is the ball. A few dry laughs rang out in the dim hall. Burn him to death, the Pope said expressionlessly. The 2 soldiers standing in front of the door, wearing rusty full body armor, immediately walked towards Wang Miao like 2 clumsy robots. Burn it, Galileo sighed and waved his hands. I had hope in you, but it turns out you are just another metaphysician or wizard. Such people have now become a public nuisance. Aristotle nodded in agreement. Let me finish what I'm saying. Wang Miao pushed away the iron gloves of the 2 soldiers who were holding him. Have you ever seen 3 suns? Or has anyone else seen them? Galileo asked, tilting his head. Everyone has seen it. So, apart from the sun that appeared in the age of chaos and the age of stability, where are the other 2? First of all, we should point out that what we see at different times may not be the same sun, but one of 3. The other 2 suns are flying stars, and when they move to a long distance, they look like stars. You lack basic scientific training. Galileo shook his head disapprovingly. The sun is continuously moving to a long distance. It is impossible to jump over. So according to your hypothesis, there should be a third situation. The sun is smaller than normal, but larger than a flying star. It should gradually become the size of a flying star during its movement, but we have never seen such a sun. Since you have received scientific training, you should have some understanding of the structure of the sun through observation. This is the discovery I'm most proud of, that the sun is made up of a thick but tenuous gaseous outer layer and a dense, hot inner core. That's right, but you obviously haven't noticed the strange optical effect between the sun's gaseous outer layer and our planet's atmosphere. This is a phenomenon similar to polarization, which makes the sun's gaseous outer layer suddenly become transparent and invisible when observed from our atmosphere when it exceeds a certain distance, and only its luminous core can be seen. At this time, the sun suddenly shrinks to the size of the core in our field of vision and becomes a flying star. It is this phenomenon that has confused researchers of various civilizations in history. It made them unaware of the existence of 3 suns. Now you understand why the appearance of 3 flying stars indicates a long and severe cold, because at this time the 3 suns are all far away. There was a brief silence as everyone was thinking. Aristotle spoke first. You lack the most basic logical training. Yes, it is possible for us to see 3 flying stars, and their appearance is always accompanied by devastating cold. But according to your theory, we should also be able to see 3 normal-sized suns, which has never happened before, and has never happened in the records left by all civilizations. Wait, a man wearing a strangely shaped hat and a long beard stood up and spoke for the first time. It seems that history records that a civilization saw two suns, and that civilization was immediately destroyed in the flames of the two suns, but the record is very vague. Oh, I am Da Vinci. We are talking about three suns, not two, Galileo shouted. According to his theory, three suns must appear, just like three flying stars. Three suns have appeared, Wang Miao said calmly, and some people have seen them, but those who saw them could not pass on the information, because when they saw this great sight, they could only live for a few seconds at most, and it was impossible for them to escape and survive. Three suns in the sky is the most terrifying disaster in the trisolaran world. At that time, the surface of the planet would instantly become a smelting furnace, and the high temperature could melt rocks. The world destroyed by three suns in the sky will take a long time to reproduce life and civilization, which is why there is no historical record of it. There was silence, and everyone looked at the Pope. Burn him to death, the Pope said gently. The smile on his face seemed familiar to Wang Miao. It was King Zhou's smile. The hall immediately became lively, as if something happy had happened to everyone. Galileo and others happily moved a cross-shaped stake from a dark corner. They took down a charred body on the stake and threw it aside, erected the stake, and others excitedly piled up firewood. Only Leonardo da Vinci was indifferent to all this. He sat at the table thinking, and occasionally used a pen to calculate something on the table. Bruno, Aristotle said, pointing to the charred body, was here talking the same nonsense as you. Use a low heat, said the Pope weakly. Tied Wang Miao to the stake with fire-resistant asbestos rope. Wang Miao pointed at the Pope with his still-moving hand and said, "You must be a program. As for the rest of you, you are either programs or idiots. I will log back in. You can't come back. You will disappear forever in the three-body world," Galileo said with a strange smile. Then you must be a program. It's impossible for a normal person to not have this little network knowledge. At most, you can write down my MAC number and change the ID on another computer. I will announce who I am when the time comes. The system has recorded your retinal features through the V equipment. Da Vinci looked up at Wang Miao and said, then buried his head in his calculations. Wang Miao suddenly felt an inexplicable fear and shouted, "Do this. Let me go. I am telling the truth." If you were telling the truth, you wouldn't be burned to death. The game allows those who take the right path to have a smooth journey. Aristotle grinned, took out a silver Zippo lighter, performed a complicated trick, and lit the lighter with a clang. Just as he stretched out his hand to light the fire on the woodpile, a strong red light shone in from the doorway, followed by a wave of heat carrying smoke and dust. A horse ran into the hall through the strong light. The horse's body was burning fiercely and had become a ball of fire. The flames whirred as it ran. A man was riding on the horse. He was a medieval knight wearing heavy armor. His armor had been burned red and trailed a trail of white smoke as he ran. The world just ended. The world just ended. Dehydration. Dehydration. The knight screamed wildly, and the burning mount fell to the ground with a plop, turning into a pile of bonfire. The knight was thrown far away and rolled under the stake. The red-hot armor was motionless, and only thick white smoke continued to emerge. The human oil flowing out of the armor burned and spread on the ground, as if the armor had grown a pair of wings of fire. Everyone in the hall rushed to the cave door, swarmed out, and soon disappeared in the red light shining from outside the door. Wang Miao struggled to break free from the rope, bypassed the burning knight and horse, ran through the empty hall, ran through the hot porch, and came out. The earth had been burned red like an iron plate in a furnace. On the dark red ground flowed streams of bright lava, forming a bright fire net stretching to the horizon. Countless slender pillars of fire rose high on the red earth. This was the burning of the dry warehouse. The dehydrated people in the warehouse dyed the pillars of fire a strange blue-green color. Wang Miao saw a dozen small pillars of fire of the same color not far away. These were the dozen people who had just run out of the pyramid: the Pope, Galileo, Aristotle, Leonardo da Vinci. The blue-green pillars of fire that wrapped them were transparent, and their faces and bodies could be seen slowly deforming in the fire. They focused their eyes on Wang Miao, who had just come out. They all maintained the same posture, raised their flaming arms to the sky, and sang in unison with singing voices. 3 mouths in the air. Wang Miao looked up and saw 3 huge suns slowly rotating around an invisible origin in the sky, like a huge fan blowing the wind of death to the earth. The 3 suns that almost occupied the entire sky were moving westward, and soon half of them sank below the horizon. The fan was still spinning, and a brilliant blade occasionally crossed the horizon, bringing short sunrises and sunsets to this destroyed world. After sunset, the scorching earth emitted a dark red light, and the sunrise that came in a flash submerged everything with a strong horizontal light. After the 3 suns completely set, the thick clouds formed by the water vapor rising from the earth still scattered its light, and the sky was burning, presenting a crazy heckish beauty. When the destructive sunset finally disappeared, and there was only a layer of blood red in the clouds that was smeared by the heckfire of the earth, a few lines of large words appeared. Civilization number 183 was destroyed in the 3 days in the sky and had evolved to the medieval level. After a long time, life and civilization will restart and begin their unpredictable evolution in the 3-body world again. But in this civilization, Copernicus successfully revealed the basic structure of the universe, and the 3-body civilization will make its first leap, and the game will enter the second level. Welcome to the second level of the 3-body problem. Wang Miao had just quit the game when the phone rang. It was Dashur calling, saying there was an urgent matter, and asking him to go to the serious crime team office immediately. Wang Miao looked at the watch, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Miao arrived at Dashi's messy office. He saw that it was already filled with smoke. Welcome to the second level of the 3-body problem. Wang Miao had just quit the game when the phone rang. It was Dashur calling, saying there was an urgent matter, and asking him to go to the serious crime team office. The third person in the office surprised Wang Miao. It was Shun Yufei's husband Wei Cheng, with messy hair. He looked up at Wang Miao. It seemed that he had forgotten that they had met. I'm sorry to bother you, but I see you haven't slept yet. There are some things here that haven't been reported to the operations center yet. I think you may need some advice. Dashi said to Wang Miao, then turned to Wei Cheng. Go ahead. I said, my life is threatened. Wei Cheng said with a wooden expression on his face. Let me start from the beginning. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Don't think I'm troublesome. I really want to talk to someone recently. Wei Cheng said, turning to look at Su Bingbing. Don't you want to take notes or something? Not now. No one talked to you before? Dashi asked without losing any time. Not really. I'm too lazy to talk. I'm a lazy person. The following is Wei Cheng's account. I am a lazy person since I was a child. I never washed the dishes when I lived in the dormitory. I never folded my quilt, had no interest in anything, was too lazy to study, and even too lazy to play. I was muddled through the days. But I know that I have some talents that surpass ordinary people. For example, if you draw a line, I draw a line on it, and the position must be at the golden section of 0.618. My classmates said that I am suitable to be a carpenter, but I think this is a more advanced talent, an intuition of numbers and shapes. In fact, my math grades are just like other courses. I am too lazy to deduce, so I just write down the answers I guess during the exam. I can guess 80% to 90% correctly, but I can't get a high score this way. Of high school, a math teacher noticed me. At that time, there were many talented people among middle school teachers. During the Cultural Revolution, many talented people were forced to teach in middle schools. He was one of them. One day after class, he kept me and wrote a dozen number series on the blackboard, asking me to write out there some formulas directly. I quickly wrote out some of them, which were basically correct, but I could tell at a glance that the rest were divergent. The teacher took out a book, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. He turned to an article, which seemed to be a study in the Scarlet Letter. There was a paragraph that went something like this. Watson saw a man in ordinary clothes delivering a letter downstairs, so he pointed it out to Holmes. Holmes asked, "Are you referring to the retired naval sergeant?" Watson was very curious about how Holmes deduced his identity. Holmes himself didn't know either. He thought for a long time before he figured out the reasoning process, looking at the man's hands, behavior, etc. He said it was not strange, and it was difficult for others to say how they deduced 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. The teacher closed the book and said to me, "That's how you are. You deduce too quickly and instinctively, so you don't realize it. He then asked me, "What do you feel when you see a string of numbers?" I was asking about feelings. I said that any combination of numbers is a three-dimensional shape to me. Of course, I can't tell what shape a number is, but it does appear as a shape. What about seeing geometric shapes? The teacher asked. I said that it's the opposite of the above. Deep in my head, there are no shapes. Everything has turned into numbers, just like when you look closely at a photo in a newspaper. It's all small dots. Of course, newspaper photos are not like that now. The teacher said that you are really talented in math. But, he said many buts, going back and forth, as if I was a very difficult thing and he didn't know how to deal with me. But people like you don't cherish their talents, he said. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to give up and said, "Then you can participate in the district math competition next month. I won't tutor you anymore. It's a waste of time for people like you. Just make sure you write down the derivation process when answering the questions." So I went to the competition, from the district competition all the way up to the Budapest Olympic mathematical competition, and I won all the championships. After I came back, I was admitted to the mathematics department of a first-class university without examination. Me talking about this? Okay. Actually, to make things clear, I still have to say this. That high school teacher was right. I don't value myself. I was careless in my undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies, but I made it through. Once I entered society, I found that I was a complete loser. I knew nothing except mathematics. I was in a semi-asleep state in complex interpersonal relationships, and I got worse and worse. Later, I taught in a university, but I couldn't make it. I couldn't teach seriously. I wrote a sentence easy to prove on the blackboard, and the students had to fiddle with it for a long time. Later, I was eliminated from the last place, and I had no classes to teach. So far, I was tired of all this, so I packed my simple luggage and went to a temple in the deep mountains in the south. Oh, I am not going to become a monk. I am too lazy to become one. I just want to find a truly quiet place to live for a while. The elder there is an old friend of my father. He is very knowledgeable, but he became a monk in his later years. According to my father, at his level, this is the only way. The elder took me in, and I told him that I wanted to find a quiet and worry-free way to spend my life. The elder said that this place is not quiet, it is a tourist area, and there are many people who come to worship. If you want to be quiet and worry-free, you must be empty. I said that I am empty enough. Fame and fortune are not even clouds to me. The monks in your temple have more worldly desires than me. The elder shook his head. Emptiness is not nothingness. Emptiness is a kind of existence. You have to fill yourself with the existence of emptiness. This was very inspiring to me. Later, I thought about it and realized that this is not a Buddhist concept at all, but more like some modern physics theory. The elder also said that he would not talk about Buddhism with me, for the same reason as that of the middle school teacher. It is useless for people like me. On the first night, I couldn't sleep in the hut of the temple. I didn't expect this paradise to be so uncomfortable. The bedding became damp in the mountain fog, and the bed was hard. So, in order to hypnotize myself, I tried to fill myself with emptiness, as the elder said. The first emptiness I created in my consciousness was endless space, with nothing in it, not even light, empty. Soon I felt that this empty universe could not make me feel peaceful at all. Instead, I felt an inexplicable restlessness in it. I had the desire of a drowning person to grab something at random. So I created a sphere for myself in this infinite space, a small sphere with mass. But I didn't feel any better. The sphere was suspended in the middle of emptiness, for infinite space. Any place is the middle. There was nothing in the universe that acted on it, and it had nothing to act on. It was suspended there, never moving at all, never changing at all. It was the most accurate interpretation of death. I created a second ball, equal in size and mass to the original ball. Their surfaces are all fully reflective mirrors, reflecting each other's images, reflecting the only existence in the universe besides itself. But the situation is not much better. If the balls do not have initial movement, that is, my first push, they will soon be pulled together by their respective gravity, and then the two balls will hang there against each other, motionless, still a symbol of death. If there is initial movement and no collision, They will rotate around each other under the action of their respective gravity. No matter how you initialize it, the rotation will eventually become fixed and will never change, a dance of death. I introduced a third sphere, and the situation changed to my astonishment. As I said before, any graph is digital in the depths of my consciousness. The previous universe is without a sphere. One sphere and two spheres are represented by one or a few equations describing it, like a few fallen leaves in late autumn. But this third sphere is a dragon with the eyes of emptiness. The three-sphere universe suddenly became complicated. The three spheres given initial motion were performing complex and seemingly never-repeating motions in space. The describing equations emerged like a rainstorm, endlessly. I fell asleep like this, and the three spheres kept dancing in my dream, an irregular and never-repeating dance. But in the depths of my consciousness, this dance has a rhythm, but the repetition cycle is infinitely long. This fascinated me, and I wanted to describe part or all of this cycle. The next day, I kept thinking about the three balls dancing in the emptiness. My mind had never been so full of energy before. A monk asked the elder if there was something wrong with my mind. The elder smiled and said, "It's okay." He found emptiness. Yes, I found emptiness. Now I can hide in the city. Even if I am in a bustling crowd, my heart is extremely peaceful. For the first time, I enjoyed the fun of mathematics. The physical principle of the three-body problem is very simple. It is actually a mathematical problem. At this time, I was like a libertine who had been seeking flowers and asking willows for half his life and suddenly felt love. Don't you know Poincaré? Wang Miao interrupted Wei Cheng and asked. I didn't know it at the time. It's wrong for a math student not to know Poincaré, but I don't admire masters and I don't want to be a master, so I don't know. But even if I knew Poincaré at the time, I would continue to study the three-body problem. The whole world believes that this person proved that the three-body problem is unsolvable, but I think it may be a misunderstanding. He only proved the sensitivity of the initial conditions and proved that the three-body system is an integrable system. But sensitivity does not mean complete uncertainty, but this certainty contains a much larger number of different forms. What we need to do now is to find a new algorithm. At that time, I immediately thought of something. Have you heard of the Monte Carlo method? Oh, that is a computer program algorithm for calculating the area of irregular figures. The specific method is to use a large number of small balls in the software to randomly hit the irregular figure. The hit place will not be hit repeatedly. In this way, after reaching a certain number, all parts of the figure will be hit once. At this time, the number of small balls in the figure area is counted, and the area of the figure is obtained. Of course, the smaller the ball, the more accurate the result. Although this method is simple, it demonstrates a mathematical method of using random brute force to counter precise logic, a computational idea of using quantity to obtain quality. This is my strategy for solving the three-body problem. I study any time section of the three-body motion. In this section, the motion vectors of each ball have infinite combinations. I regard each combination as something similar to a living thing. The key is to determine a rule, which combination has a healthy and favorable running trend, and which is unfavorable and harmful, so that the former has an advantage in survival and the latter has difficulty in survival. In the calculation, the fittest survive, and the one that survives is the correct prediction of the motion state of the next section of the three-body. Evolutionary algorithm, said Wang Miao. It's right to invite you here. Dashi nodded to Wang Miao. Yes, I only heard of this term later. The characteristic of this algorithm is that it requires massive calculations. The amount of calculations is extremely huge. For the three-body problem, existing computers are not enough. At that time, I didn't even have a calculator in the temple. I only had an empty account book and a pencil from the account office. I started to build mathematical models on paper. This was a lot of work. I quickly used up more than a dozen empty account books, which made the monk in charge of accounting very angry. But at the request of the elders, they still found me more paper and pens. I put the calculation drafts I had written under my pillow and threw the discarded ones into the incense burner in the courtyard. That evening, a young woman suddenly broke into my room. It was the first time a woman came into my house. She was holding a few pieces of paper with burnt edges in her hands. They were my discarded drafts. They said this is yours. Are you studying the three-body problem? She asked anxiously. Her eyes behind the big glasses seemed to be on fire. This person shocked me. I used unconventional mathematical methods, and the derivation was very leaps and bounds. She could actually tell the object of research from a few scraps of calculations. Her mathematical ability was extraordinary. At the same time, it was certain that she, like me, was very devoted to the three-body problem. I didn't have a good impression of the tourists and pilgrims who came here. Those tourists didn't know what they were here to see, but just ran around taking pictures. And those pilgrims generally looked much poorer than tourists and were in a state of numb intellectual inhibition. This girl was different. She had a scholarly temperament. Later I learned that she came with a group of Japanese tourists. Without waiting for my reply, she continued, "Your idea is brilliant. We have been looking for this kind of method to convert the difficulty of the three-body problem into a huge amount of calculation. But this requires a very large computer. Even if all the big computers in the world were used, it wouldn't work." I told her the truth. "But you need a decent research environment. There is nothing here. I can give you the opportunity to use a supercomputer and give you a mini-computer. Tomorrow morning, we will go down the mountain together." She was Shun Yufei, the same as now, simple and authoritarian, but more attractive than now. I was cold by nature, and I was even less interested in women than the monks around me, but she was special. Her most unfeminine femininity attracted me, and I was an idle person anyway, so I immediately agreed to her. At night, I couldn't sleep, so I put on my clothes and walked into the temple. From afar, I saw Shin Yufei in the dim temple. She was burning incense in front of the Buddha statue, and every move she made was very pious. I walked over quietly, and when I reached the threshold of the temple, I heard her softly recite a prayer. "Buddha, please bless my Lord and free him from the sea of suffering." I thought I had heard it wrong, but she chanted it again. "Buddha, please bless my Lord and free him from the sea of suffering." I don't understand any religion and I'm not interested in it, but I really can't imagine a more bizarre prayer than this one. I couldn't help but blurt out, "What are you talking about?" Shin Yufei ignored my presence, still slightly closed her eyes and clasped her hands, as if watching her prayers rise to the Buddha with the incense. After a long while, she opened her eyes and turned to me. "Go to bed and leave early tomorrow," she said without even looking at me. "Then my Lord you just mentioned, is it in Buddhism?" I asked. "No. That." Shin Yufei left without saying a word, and I didn't have time to ask any more questions. I silently repeated the prayer over and over again, and the more I repeated it, the weirder it felt. Later, I had an indescribable sense of terror, so I quickly walked to the elder's residence and knocked on his door. "What if someone prays to Buddha to bless another lord?" I asked, and then described what happened in detail. The elder silently looked at the book in his hand, but he was obviously not reading it. He was thinking about what I said. Then he said, "You go out for a while. Let me think about it." I turned and walked out the door, knowing that this was unusual. The elder was very knowledgeable. He could answer questions about religion, history, and culture without thinking. I waited outside the door for about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, and then the elder asked me to go back. "I feel there is only one possibility," he said grimly. "What? What could it be? Is it possible that there is a religion whose God requires its followers to pray to the God of another religion for salvation? Her Lord is real." This statement confused me a little. Then, Buddha doesn't exist? As soon as I said this, I realized that I was being rude and quickly apologized. The elder waved his hand slowly and said, "I've said before that we can't talk about Buddhism. The existence of the Buddha is something you can't understand, and the Lord she's talking about exists in a way you can understand. I don't have the ability to tell you more about this matter. I can only advise you not to follow her." "Why?" "I just feel that there may be something behind her that you and I can't imagine." I walked out of the elder's door and crossed the temple towards my residence. It was a full moon that night. I looked up at the moon and felt that it was a strange silver eye staring at me. The moonlight carried an eerie chill. The next day, I left with Shun Yufei. I couldn't live in the temple forever, but I didn't expect that in the next few years, I lived the life of my dreams. Shin Yufei fulfilled her promise. I had a mini-computer and a comfortable environment. I also went abroad many times to use the giant computer, not in time-sharing, but to occupy all the CPU time. She was very rich, and I didn't know where she got so much money. Later we got married, without much love and passion, just for the convenience of both lives. We both had our own affairs to do. For me, the next few years can be described as a day, and the days passed in peace. In that villa, I had everything I wanted, and I only had to focus on the research of the three-body problem. Xin Yufei never interfered with my life. There was a car in the garage, and I could drive it anywhere. I was even sure that she didn't care if I brought a woman home. She only focused on my research. The only thing we talked about every day was the three-body problem, and she had to learn about the progress of the research every day. Do you know what else Xin Yufei does? Asked Dashi. It's just the frontiers of science. She's busy with that all day, and many people come to her house every day. Didn't she try to get you into the society? Never. She never even talked to me about this. I don't care. I am just that kind of person. I don't want to care about more things. She also knows this very well. She said that I am a lazy person without any sense of mission. It is not suitable for me there. Instead, it will interfere with my research. So has there been any progress in the research on the three-body problem? Wang Miao asked. Judging from the general situation of this research field in the world, the progress can be said to be groundbreaking. A few years ago, Richard Montgomery of the University of California, Santa Cruz, and Alan Chance of the University of Paris 7, and researchers from the French Institute of Metrology used an algorithm called approximation method to find a possible stable form of three-body motion. Under appropriate initial conditions, the trajectory of the three bodies will form an H-shaped shape with the beginning and the end connected. Later, people were keen to find this special stable state, and they were very happy when they found one. So far, only 3 or 4 have been found. In fact, I have found more than 100 stable states using evolutionary algorithms. If I draw those trajectories, it would be enough to hold a postmodern art exhibition. But this is not my goal. The real solution to the three-body problem is to establish such a mathematical model that can accurately predict all future motion states of the three-body system when the initial motion vector of the three bodies at any time section is known. This is also the goal that Xin Yufei desires. But the peaceful life ended yesterday, and I got into trouble. Is this the case you want to report? Asked Dashi. Yes, a man called me yesterday and said he would kill me if I didn't stop working on the three-body problem immediately. Who is that person? Have no idea. Telephone number? I don't know. My phone doesn't have caller ID. What other relevant information? Have no idea. Dashi smiled and threw away his cigarette, but after all this talk, all you want to report is this one sentence and a few unknowns? I won't say that much. Do you understand what I'm saying? Besides, if it was just this little thing, I wouldn't come. I'm lazy. Tonight, oh, it was midnight. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. I fell asleep, and I felt something cold moving on my face. I opened my eyes and saw Xin Yufei. I was really scared to death. What's so scary about seeing your wife in bed in the middle of the night? She looked at me in a way I had never seen before. The light from the garden outside shone on her face, and she looked like a ghost. She had something in her hand. It was a gun. She rubbed the muzzle of the gun against my face and said that I must continue my research on the three-body problem, or she would kill me too. Well, that's quite interesting. Dashi lit another cigarette and nodded with satisfaction. What do you mean by interesting? You see, I have nowhere else to go, so I came to you. Tell her exactly what she said to you. She said, if the research on the three-body problem is successful, you will become a savior. If you stop now, you will be a sinner. If someone saves or destroys humanity, your possible merits and sins will be exactly twice as much as his. Dashi exhaled thick smoke and stared at Wei Cheng for a long time. He looked at him a little uneasy, then dragged a notebook from the messy table and picked up a pen. Aren't you going to take a statement? Repeat what you just said. After Wei Cheng repeated it, Wang Miao said, that's really strange. How come it's exactly double? Wei Cheng blinked and said to Dashi, it seems that this matter is quite serious. When I arrived, the person on duty asked me to come to you as soon as he saw me. It seems that I have already registered here. Dashi nodded. One more question. Do you think your wife's gun is real? Seeing that Wei Cheng didn't know how to answer, he asked, does it smell like gun oil? Yes, There is definitely a smell of oil. That's good. Dashi, who was sitting at the table, jumped down and said, "Finally, we found an opportunity." The suspicion of illegal possession of firearms is a barely acceptable reason for the search. We can complete the procedures tomorrow. We have to act immediately. He turned to Wang Miao and said, "I'll have to trouble you to go with me and give us some advice." Then he said to Su Bingbing, who had been silent the whole time, "Xiao Su, there are only 2 people on duty in the task force now. It's not enough. I know that everyone in your information department is a rich and powerful person, but today you, an expert, have to go on this field trip." Su Bingbing nodded quickly. She was eager to leave this smoky place as soon as possible. In addition to Dashi and Xiaoxiu, there were 2 other criminal police officers on duty. Together with Wang Miao and Wei Cheng, the 6 of them rode in 2 police cars and drove through the darkest night before dawn to the villa area on the edge of the city. Su Bingbing and Wang Miao were sitting in the back seat. As soon as the car started, she whispered to Wang Miao, "Teacher Wang, you have a very high reputation in the 3-body problem." Someone in the real world mentioned the 3-body problem again, and Wang Miao was excited. He felt that the distance between him and the girl in police uniform was suddenly shortened. "You play too? I'm responsible for monitoring and tracking it." "It's a tough job," said eagerly. "Can you tell me something about it? I really want to know." With the dim light coming in from the car window, Wang Miao saw Su Bingbing smiling mysteriously. "We want to know too, but its servers are outside the country, and the systems and firewalls are very strict. It's hard to get in. We don't know much now. It's definitely non-profit. The quality of the game software is very high, even abnormally high, and the amount of information in it is, as you know, even more abnormal. It doesn't look like a game at all. Is there anything here?" Wang Miao carefully considered his words. "That looks like a sign of the supernatural." "We don't think so. There are many people involved in programming this game, all over the world. The development method is very similar to Linux, which was popular a few years ago, but this time, some very advanced development tools must have been used. As for the information, God knows where it came from. It's really supernatural, as you said, but we still believe Captain Schur's famous saying that all this must be man-made. Our tracking is still effective, and there will be results soon." The girl was still tactless after all, and the last sentence made Wang Miao realize that she had been hiding a lot from him. Has his words become a famous saying? Wang Miao looked at De Shur, who was driving in front, and said, They arrived at the villa. There was a light on in one room on the upper floor of the villa. The other windows were dark. As soon as Wang Miao got out of the car, he immediately heard a sound coming from upstairs. There were several sounds in a row, like something hitting the wall. De Shur, who had just gotten out of the car, immediately became alert after hearing the sound. He kicked open the half-closed courtyard door and rushed into the villa with agility that was disproportionate to his sturdy body. His 3 colleagues followed him. Wang Miao and Wei Cheng followed him into the villa, went up to the second floor from the living room, and walked into the room with the door open and the light on. The soles of their shoes slapped in the pool of blood that was flowing out. It was also at this time that night that Wang Miao saw Xin Yufei playing the 3-body problem in this room now. She was lying flat in the middle of the room. The 2 bullet holes on her chest were still bleeding, and the 3rd bullet penetrated from the left eyebrow, making her entire face covered in blood. Not far from her, a pistol was soaked in blood. Wang Miao came in. Dashi and one of his male colleagues rushed out and entered a room opposite with the door open and the lights off. The window of the room was wide open, and Wang Miao heard the sound of a car starting outside. A male police officer started to make a phone call. Su Bingbing stood far away and watched nervously. Like Wang Miao and the others, she was probably seeing this scene for the first time. Dashi came back soon, put his gun back into the holster on his chest, and said to the colleague who made the phone call, Black Santana, only one person. The license plate number is not clear. Let them focus on blocking the entrance to the 5th Ring Road. Darn, he might slip away. Dashi looked around and saw several bullet holes on the wall, and then glanced at the scattered checks on the ground, saying, The other party fired 5 shots and hit 3. She fired 2 shots and missed. Then he squatted down and examined the body with the male colleague. Xiao Su was still standing far away, secretly glancing at Wei Cheng, who was standing next to her, and Dashi also looked up at him. Wei Cheng's face, but only a hint. His inherent woodenness was still intact. Compared with Wang Miao, he was much calmer. You seem to be indifferent, but that man might be here to kill you, Dashi said to Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng actually smiled, a miserable smile. What can I do? Until now, I actually know nothing about her. I have advised her more than once to live a simpler life. But, well, think about what the elder advised me that night. Dashi stood up, walked to Wei Cheng, took out a cigarette and lit it. There must be something you haven't told us, right? There are some things I'm too lazy to talk about. Then you have to be more diligent now. Wei Cheng thought for a moment and said, Today. Oh, it was yesterday afternoon. She was arguing with a man in the living room, that Pan Han, the famous environmentalist. They had argued a few times before, speaking Japanese, as if they were afraid that I would hear them. But yesterday they ignored everything and spoke Chinese, and I heard a few words. Try to say it as it is. Okay, Pan Han said. We who seem to be together are actually enemies at two extremes. Xin Yufei said, Yes, you are using the power of the Lord to oppose humanity. Pan Han said, Your understanding is not completely unreasonable. We need the Lord to come to the world and punish the sins that should have been punished long ago, and you are preventing this coming, so we are irreconcilable. If you don't stop, we will make you stop. Xin Yufei said, The commander is really blind to let you devils enter the organization. Pan Han said, Speaking of the commander, which faction does the commander belong to? The Adventist or the Salvationist? Can you tell? Pan Han's words made Xin Yufei silent for a long time, and then the two of them talked less loudly and fiercely, and I didn't hear it again. Whose voice did the person who threatened you on the phone sound like? Are you talking about Pan Han? I don't know. The voice was so soft at the time that I couldn't hear it. Several more police cars stopped outside with sirens blaring, and a group of policemen wearing white gloves and holding cameras came upstairs, and the villa became busy. Dashi asked Wang Miao to go back and rest first, and Wang Miao went to the room with the mini-computer and found Wei Cheng. Can you give me a summary of the model of the evolutionary algorithm for the three-body problem? I would like to introduce it on some occasion. This request is very abrupt. If it's not possible, forget it. Wei Cheng took out a 3-inch CD and handed it to Wang Miao. It's all in here, all the models and additional documentation. If you want to be nice to me, just publish it under your own name. That would really help me a lot. No, how is this possible? Wei Cheng pointed at the CD in Wang Miao's hand and said, Professor Wang, I noticed you when you came here before. You are a good person, a responsible person. So, I still advise you to stay away from this thing. The world is about to change suddenly. It would be a great blessing for everyone to spend the rest of their lives as peacefully as possible. Don't think too much about other things. It's useless anyway. You seem to know more? I'm with her every day. It's impossible not to know everything. Why didn't you tell the police? Wei Cheng sneered, TSK, the police are shoot. Even if God comes, it will be useless. Now the whole human race has reached the point where you can't get a response from the heavens or the earth. Wei Cheng stood by the east window. The morning light was beginning to appear in the sky behind the city's tall buildings. For some reason, this reminded Wang Miao of the strange dawn he saw every time he entered the three-body problem. Actually, I'm not that detached. I haven't been able to sleep all night these past few days. When I see the sunrise from here in the morning, I always think it's the sunset. He turned to Wang Miao and said after a long silence, Actually, all this is because God, or the Lord as she said, can't save himself. There are no major changes at the beginning of the second level of the three-body problem. It is still the strange and cold dawn, and there is still the big pyramid, but this time, the shape of the pyramid has returned to the Oriental style. Wang Miao heard a crisp metallic collision. It is still the strange and cold dawn, and there is still the big pyramid, but this time, the shape of the pyramid has returned to the Oriental style. Wang Miao heard a crisp metallic collision sound, which only served to highlight the silence of the cold dawn. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw two dark shadows flickering at the base of the pyramid. In the gray morning light, the cold light of metal shone between the dark shadows. It was two people fighting with swords. After his eyes adjusted to the dimness, Wang Miao roughly saw the appearance of the two. The shorter man in the fight ducked his head to dodge a sword, and his silver-white wig fell to the ground. After a few rounds, another man ran around the corner of the pyramid and tried to stop the fight, but the whistling swords on both sides made him afraid to step forward. He shouted, "Stop it! You two boring people! Don't you have any sense of responsibility? If world civilization has no future, your honor is worthless." The two swordsmen ignored him and focused on their fight. The taller one suddenly screamed in pain. His sword dropped to the ground with a clang, and he ran away, covering his arm. The other one chased after him a few steps and spat at the loser's back. "Bah, shameless guy." He bent down to pick up his wig, looked up and saw Wang Miao, and pointed his sword in the direction of the escapee and said, "He actually said that he invented calculus." As he said this, he put on the wig, covered his chest with one hand, and bowed to Wang Miao in a European style. "Isaac Newton. So the one who ran away was Leibniz?" Wang Miao asked. "It's him, a shameless fellow." "Bah. In fact, I don't even bother to compete with him for this honor. The discovery of the 3 laws of mechanics has made me the second only to God. From the movement of planets to cell division, everything obeys these 3 great laws. Now with the powerful mathematical tool of calculus, based on the 3 laws, it is just a matter of time before I can master the laws of the movement of the 3 suns." "It's not that simple," the man trying to mediate the quarrel said. "Have you considered the amount of computation required? I've looked at the series of differential equations you listed. It seems impossible to find an analytical solution. You can only find a numerical solution. The amount of computation required is so large that even if mathematicians all over the world work non-stop, they still can't finish calculating it until the end of the world. Of course, if we can't master the laws of the sun's movement as soon as possible, the end of the world is not too far away." He also bowed to Wang Miao, in a more modern posture. "Von Neumann, note, the founder of modern computer technology. You brought us all the way to the East, didn't you, just to solve these equations?" Newton said, and then turned to Wang Miao. "We also came with Wiener, note, the founder of cybernetics, and that scum just now. When we encountered pirates in Madagascar, Wiener fought against the pirates alone to protect us and died heroically. Do computers need to be manufactured in the East?" Wang Miao asked von Neumann puzzledly. Von Neumann and Newton looked at each other in bewilderment. "Computer? A calculating machine? Is there such a thing? You don't know about computers? Then, what are you going to use to perform those massive calculations?" Von Neumann stared at Wang Miao with wide eyes, seemingly not understanding his question. "Use what? Of course, use people. Is there anything else in the world that can calculate besides people? But you said there aren't enough mathematicians in the world." "We won't use mathematicians. We'll use ordinary people, ordinary labor, but the number we need is huge. At least 30 million people. This is the human wave tactic of mathematics. Ordinary people? 30 million? Wang Miao was extremely surprised. "If I understand correctly, this is an era where 90% of the people are illiterate. You want to find 30 million people who know calculus? Have you heard of a joke about the Sichuan army?" Von Neumann took out a thick cigar, bit the end, and lit it up. The soldiers were practicing marching, but because of their low education level, they couldn't even understand the officers shouting 1, 2, 1. So the officers came up with a plan to make each soldier wear a straw sandal on the left foot and a cloth shoe on the right foot. When marching in formation, they shouted, "Straw boy, cloth boy, straw boy, cloth boy." Sichuan dialect, "We need soldiers of this level, but we need 30 million of them." Hearing this modern joke, Wang Miao knew that the person in front of him was not a program but a person, and was almost certainly Chinese. Such a huge army is hard to imagine. Wang Miao shook his head and said, "So we come to find Qin Shi Huang." Newton said, pointing to the pyramids. "Is he still ruling here now?" Wang Miao looked around and asked, seeing that the soldiers guarding the entrance to the pyramid were indeed wearing simple soft armor uniforms from the Qin dynasty and holding long spears. Wang Miao was no longer surprised by the confusion of history in the 3-body problem. The whole world will be ruled by him. He has an army of more than 30,000 people and is ready to conquer Europe. Well, let's go meet him. Von Neumann pointed at the entrance of the pyramid and then pointed at Newton and said, "Throw away the sword." Newton dropped his sword with a clang, and the 3 of them walked into the entrance. When they reached the end of the porch and were about to enter the hall, a guard insisted that they all take off their clothes. Newton protested that we are famous scholars, and we don't have any hidden weapons. As the two sides were in a stalemate, a deep male voice came from the hall. Are they the Westerners who discovered the three laws? Let them in. Entering the hall, the three saw Qin Yingjing pacing in the hall. The back of his long robe and the famous long sword were dragging on the ground. He turned and looked at the three scholars, and Wang Miao immediately realized that they were the eyes of King Zhou and Pope Gregory. I know why you here. You're Westerners. Why don't you go find Caesar? His empire is vast, so he should be able to gather an army of 30 million. But, dear Emperor, do you know what kind of army that was? Do you know what the empire looks like now? In the magnificent city of Rome, the rivers that run through the city are seriously polluted. Do you know what caused it? Military-industrial enterprise? No, great Emperor. It was the vomit of the Romans after overeating. When the nobles went to the banquet, they put stretchers under the table and asked the servants to carry them back when they were too full to walk. The entire empire was stuck in the quagmire of debauchery. Even if they had an army of 30 million, they would not have the quality and physical strength to carry out such a great calculation. I know that, Qin Shi Huang said, but Caesar is waking up and reorganizing his military. The wisdom of Westerners is also a terrifying thing. You are not smarter than Orientals, but you think in the right way. For example, he can see that there are 3 suns, and you can come up with those 3 laws. It is all very remarkable. Orientals cannot do it for the time being, and I don't have the ability to expedition to the west yet. My ships are not good enough. I have to go by land. The long supply line cannot be maintained. So, great Emperor, your empire needs to grow, von Neumann said without missing a beat. If you understand the laws governing the movement of the sun, you can make full use of every stable era while avoiding the losses caused by chaotic eras. This way, you can grow much faster than the West. Please believe us. We are scholars. As long as we can accurately predict the movement of the sun using the 3 laws and calculus, we don't care who conquers and rules the world. Of course, I need to predict the movement of the sun, but if you want me to gather 30 million troops, at least you should show me how to do the calculation first. Your Majesty, please give me 3 soldiers and I will demonstrate it to you. Von Neumann became excited. 3? Just 3? I can easily give you 3,000. Qin Shi Huang looked at von Neumann with distrust. Your Majesty, you just mentioned the flaws in Oriental scientific thinking. It's because you don't realize that the complex universe is actually made up of the simplest units. I only need 3, Your Majesty. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand and summoned 3 soldiers. They were all very young, and like other Qin soldiers, their every move was like machines obeying orders. I don't know your names. Von Neumann patted the shoulders of the first 2 soldiers. You 2 are responsible for signal input, so just call them in 1 and in 2. He pointed at the last soldier. You are responsible for signal output. Just call them out. He stretched out his hand and moved the 3 soldiers. Like this, stand in a triangle. Out is the top, in 1 and in 2 are the bottom. Humph. Why don't you just let them attack in a wedge formation? Qin Shi Huang looked at von Neumann with contempt. Newton took out 6 small flags from somewhere. 3 white and 3 black. Von Neumann took them and distributed them to 3 soldiers, 1 white and 1 black for each, and said, white represents 0, and black represents 1. Okay, now listen to me, out. You turn around and look at in 1 and in 2. If they both raise black flags, you raise the black flag. In other cases, you raise the white flag. There are 3 such cases. In 1 is white and in 2 is black. In 1 is black and in 2 is white. In 1 and in 2 are both white. I think you should change the color. The white flag represents surrender, said Qin Shi Huang. Excited, von Neumann ignored the emperor and shouted to the 3 soldiers. Start running now. Enter 1, enter 2. Each of you raise your flag at will. Okay, raise. Okay, raise again. Raise. Input 1 and input 2 raised the flag 3 times at the same time. The first time it was black-black, the second time it was white-black, and the third time it was black-white. Output responded correctly, raising black once and white twice respectively. Very good. It's working correctly, Your Majesty. Your soldiers are very smart. Any fool can do this. Can you tell Lien what they are doing? Qin Shi asked in confusion. These three people form a component of a computing system, a type of gate component called an AND gate. Von Neumann paused for a moment to allow the emperor to understand. Said expressionlessly, "It's depressing enough. Okay, let's continue." Von Neumann turned to the three soldiers arranged in a triangle formation. "Let's build the next component. You, out. As long as you see one of input 1 and input 2 holding a black flag, you raise the black flag. There are three combinations of this situation: black-black, white-black, black-white, and the remaining situation white-white. So you raise the white flag. Do you understand? Good boy. You are so smart. You are the key to the correct operation of the gate component. Do a good job, and the emperor will reward you. Let's start running. Raise. Good. Raise again. Raise again. Great. It's running normally, Your Majesty. This gate component is called AND or gate. Then, von Neumann used three soldiers to construct the NAND gate, NOR gate, XOR gate, XNOR gate, and tri-state gate. Finally, he used only two soldiers to construct the simplest NOT gate, in which the output always raised a flag of the opposite color to the input. Von Neumann bowed to the emperor and said, "Now, Your Majesty, all the door parts have been demonstrated. It is very simple, isn't it? Any three soldiers can master it after 1 hour of training. Don't they need to learn more?" asked Qin Shi. "No, we build 10 million of these gate components and combine them into a system. This system can perform the calculations we need and solve the differential equations that predict the movement of the sun. We call this system, well, it's called computer," Wang Miao said. "Ah, good." Von Neumann raised a finger to Wang Miao. "Computer, this is a good name. The whole system is actually a huge machine, the most complex machine ever." The game time sped up. 3 months passed. Qin Shi, Newton, von Neumann, and Wang Miao stood on a platform at the top of the pyramid. This platform was very similar to the one Wang Miao and Mosey had met. It was equipped with a large number of astronomical observation instruments, some of which were modern European equipment. Below them, a magnificent square formation of 30 million Qin troops spread out on the ground. It was a square with a side length of 6 kilometers. Under the rising sun, the square formation seemed to be frozen and motionless, like a giant carpet made up of 30 million terracotta warriors and horses. However, when a flock of flying birds mistakenly entered the sky above this giant carpet, they immediately felt the strong, murderous aura below. The flock of birds suddenly became chaotic and scattered or circled in panic. Wang Miao calculated in his mind that if all human beings stood in such a square formation, the area would be no more than the size of Pudong, Shanghai. Compared with the power it showed, this square formation showed the fragility of civilization. "Your Majesty, your army is truly unparalleled in the world. It has completed such complex training in such a short time." Von Neumann praised Qin Shi. "Although it is complicated overall, what each soldier has to do is very simple. Compared with the previous training to smash the Macedonian phalanx, this is nothing," Qin Shi said, pressing the hilt of the sword. "May God bless us and allow us to have 2 such long eternal eras in a row," said Newton. "Even in this chaotic era, my army will still train. In the future, they will complete your calculations in this chaotic era," Qin Shi said proudly while glancing at the square formation. "Then, Your Majesty, please issue your great order," von Neumann said in a voice trembling with excitement. Qin Shi nodded, and a guard ran over, grasped the emperor's sword handle, stepped back a few steps, and drew out the bronze sword that the emperor himself could not draw. Then he knelt down and presented the sword to the emperor. Qin Shi raised the sword to the sky and shouted, "Computer Q!" For bronze tripods at the 4 corners of the pyramid burst into flames at the same time, and the soldiers standing on the sloped wall of the pyramid facing the square formation sang the emperor's order in a grand chorus. Into a computer queue on the ground below, the uniform color of the array began to become disturbed. A complex and sophisticated circuit structure emerged and gradually filled the entire array. 10 minutes later, a 36 square kilometer computer motherboard appeared on the ground. Von Neumann pointed to the huge human line circuit below and began to introduce, "Your Majesty, we named this computer Chain number 1. Please see, there, the central part is the CPU, which is the core computing element of the computer. It is composed of your 5 most elite legions. You can see the adder, register, and stack storage inside by comparing this picture. The neat part on the outside is the memory. When we were building this part, we found that we didn't have enough manpower. Fortunately, the actions of each unit in this part are the simplest, so we trained each soldier to hold flags of multiple colors. After combining them, one person can complete the operations of the original 20 people at the same time, which makes the memory capacity reach the minimum requirement for running the Qin 1.0 operating system. Look at the channel that runs through the entire array, and the light turnaround soldiers on standby on the channel. That is the bus, the system bus, which is responsible for transmitting information between the entire system. The bus structure is a great invention. The new plug-in can be composed of up to 10 legions, which can be quickly connected to the bus for operation. This makes the hardware expansion and upgrade of the Qin number 1 very convenient. Look at the farthest side. You may need a telescope to see it clearly. That is the external memory. We use the name given by Copernicus and call it the hard disk. It is composed of 3 million people with high cultural level. You were right to leave them behind when you buried the Confucian scholars last time. Each of them has a notebook and a pen in their hands, responsible for recording the calculation results. Of course, their biggest workload is as virtual memory, storing intermediate calculation results. The bottleneck of calculation speed is there. Here, the place closest to us is the display array, which can display the main status parameters of the computer operation. Von Neumann and Newton brought a large paper roll that was more than 1 person tall and unfolded it in front of Qin Shi Huang. When the roll reached the end, Wang Miao's scalp tightened, but the dagger he imagined did not appear. There was only a large piece of paper full of symbols in front of him. Those symbols were the size of a fly's head and were densely packed. They looked as dizzying as the computer array below. Your Majesty, this is the Qin 1.0 operating system we developed, and the computing software will run on it. Your Majesty, look, Von Neumann pointed to the human array of computers below. This array is the hardware, and the paper is the software. The relationship between hardware and software is like the relationship between a piano and a musical score. He and Newton unfolded another paper of the same size. Your Majesty, this is the software for numerically solving that set of differential equations. By inputting the motion vectors of the 3 suns obtained from astronomical observations at a certain time section, its operation can help us predict the operating state of the sun at any time in the future. Our calculation this time will make a complete prediction of the operation of the sun in the next 2 years, and the time interval between each set of prediction values is 120 hours. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Let's get started. Von Neumann raised his hands above his head and shouted solemnly. By order of His Majesty, the computer is started. System self-check. In the middle of the pyramid, a row of flag bearers issued instructions using flag signals. For a moment, the giant motherboard made up of 30 million people on the ground below seemed to liquefy, filled with fine ripples of light, which were tens of millions of small flags waving. In the display array near the bottom of the pyramid, a progress bar made up of countless green flags was extending, indicating the progress of the self-test. 10 minutes later, the progress bar reached the end. Self-test completed. Boot program running. Operating system loaded. Next, the light-turning soldiers on the system bus that runs through the human class computer began to move rapidly, and the bus immediately became a turbulent river. This river was divided into countless small tributaries along the way, seeping into each module array. Soon, the ripples of the black and white flags evolved into a surging wave, stirring the entire motherboard. The central CPU area was the most violently agitated, like a piece of burning gunpowder. Suddenly, as if the gunpowder had burned out, the disturbance in the CPU area gradually calmed down, and finally it was completely still. With it as the center of the circle, this stillness spread rapidly in all directions, like a rapidly frozen sea surface. Finally, most of the entire motherboard was still, with only some sporadic dead loops flashing lifelessly at an unchanging rhythm, and flashing red appeared in the display array. The system is locked, a signal officer shouted. The cause of the failure was soon found to be a gate circuit in the CPU status register that was operating incorrectly. Restart the system, von Neumann ordered confidently. Slow down. Newton waved his hand to stop the signalman, turned around and said to Qin Shi Huang with a sinister look, Your Majesty, in order to ensure the stable operation of the system, some maintenance measures should be taken for the components with a higher failure rate. Qin Shi Huang leaned on his sword and said, Replace the faulty component and all the soldiers that make up that component will be killed. In the future, handle faults in the same way. Von Neumann looked at Newton with disgust, watching a group of cavalrymen with swords drawn rush into the motherboard, repair the faulty parts, and reissue the hot start command. This time the startup was very smooth. 20 minutes later, the von Neumann structure human computer of the three-body world entered the running state under the Qin 1.0 operating system. Start the solar orbit calculation software, 3-body L.0. Newton shouted at the top of his lungs. Start the calculation master. Load the differential module. Load the finite element module. Load the spectral method module. Import the initial condition parameters. Start the calculation. The motherboard was shimmering. The colorful symbols on the display array were flashing one after another, and the human computer began a long calculation. It's really interesting. Qin Shi Huang pointed at the magnificent computer and said, Such simple actions by each person can actually produce such a complex thing. Europeans blame me for my dictatorship and tyranny, which stifled the creativity of society. In fact, a large number of people under strict discipline can produce great wisdom when they are combined into a whole. Great First Emperor, this is the mechanical operation of the machine, not wisdom. These ordinary and humble people are all zeros, and only when a one like you is added in front, their wholeness will have meaning. Newton said with a flattering smile. Disgusting philosophy. Von Neumann glanced at Newton and said, If the results calculated according to your theory and mathematical model do not match the predictions, you and I will not even be zero. Yes, by then you will really be nothing. Qin Shi Huang said, and walked away. Time flies. The human computer ran for 1 year and 4 months. Excluding the debugging time, the actual calculation time was about 1 year and 2 months. During this period, it was interrupted twice due to the extremely bad weather in the chaotic era. However, the computer stored the data at the interruption site and successfully resumed operation from the breakpoint. When Qin Shi Huang and European scholars climbed to the top of the pyramid again, the first stage of calculation had been completed. This batch of result data accurately described the orbit of the Sun in the next 2 years. It was a cold dawn. The countless torches that had illuminated the huge motherboard all night had gone out. After the computer was completed, Qin 1.0 entered standby mode, and the surging waves on the surface of the motherboard turned into calm microwaves. Von Neumann and Newton presented the scroll recording the results to Qin Shi Huang. Newton said, Great Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the calculation was completed 3 days ago. The reason why I present the results to you today is that according to the calculation results, this long cold night is about to end. We will usher in the first sunrise of a long era. This era will last for a year. Judging from the parameters of the sun's orbit, the climate is pleasant. Please revive your kingdom from dehydration. My country has never been dehydrated since the beginning of computing. Qin Shi Huang grabbed the paper roll and said unhappily, I have used all the national strength of Qin to maintain the operation of the computer and have exhausted all reserves. Up to now, countless people have died of starvation, exhaustion, freezing, and heat. Qin Shi Huang pointed to the distance with the paper roll. In the morning light, dozens of white lines could be seen radiating from the edges of the motherboard in all directions and disappearing into the distant horizon. Those were the roads used to transport supplies to the motherboard from all over the country. Your Majesty, you will find that this is worth it. After mastering the laws of the sun's movement, the Qin state will develop rapidly and will soon be many times more powerful than before the calculations began, said von Neumann. According to calculations, the sun will soon rise. Your Majesty, enjoy your glory. As if in response to Newton's words, a red sun rose above the horizon, shrouding the pyramid and the human-shaped computer in golden light. A wave of cheers like a tide erupted from the motherboard. At this time, a man came running over in a hurry. Perhaps he ran too fast and fell to the ground panting when he knelt down. This was the Qin State's Minister of Astronomy. Your Majesty, it's bad. The calculation is wrong. A disaster is about to happen. He cried. What nonsense are you talking about? Before Qin Shi Huang could answer, Newton kicked the Minister of Astronomy. Didn't you see that the sun rose exactly at the time calculated? But the minister half stood up and pointed at the sun. How many suns are those? Everyone looked at the rising sun, all puzzled. Minister, you are a Cambridge doctor who has received an orthodox Western education. You are not stupid enough to be unable to count. Of course there is only one sun, and the temperature is suitable, said von Neumann. No, there are three. The minister sobbed. The other two are behind this one. People looked at the sun again, confused by the minister's words. Observations from the Imperial Observatory show that a rare, 3-day conjunction has now occurred. The three suns are in a straight line, orbiting our planet at the same angular velocity. In this way, our planet and the three suns are always in a straight line. Our world is always at the top of this line. Are you sure your observation is correct? Newton asked, grabbing the minister's collar. Of course it is. The observations were made by Western astronomers at the Imperial Observatory, including Kepler and Herschel, using the world's largest telescope imported from Europe. Newton let go of the Minister of Astronomy and stood up. Wang Miao found that his face was pale, but his expression was ecstatic. He folded his hands on his chest and said to Qin Shi Huang, the greatest and most respected emperor, this is the best omen among all omen. Now, three suns are revolving around our planet, and your empire has become the center of the universe. This is God's reward for our efforts. I will go and check the calculation results in detail, and I will confirm this. After that, while everyone was still in a daze, he slipped away. Later, someone reported that Sir Newton stole a fast horse and his whereabouts were unknown. After a tense silence, Wang Miao suddenly said, Your Majesty, please draw your sword. What for? Qin Shi Huang asked in confusion, but he still made a gesture to the soldier who was drawing his sword next to him, and the soldier immediately drew his sword for the emperor. Wang Miao said, Please wave. Qin Shi Huang took the sword, waved it a few times, and looked surprised. Hey, why is it so light? The V-suit in the game cannot simulate the feeling of weightlessness, otherwise we would feel much lighter. Look down. Look at that horse, that man. Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked down and saw a group of cavalrymen marching at the foot of the pyramid. All the horses seemed to be floating on the ground, floating very far before their four hooves touched the ground once. They also saw several people running. They could jump more than 10 meters with one step, but each jump was very slow. On the pyramid, a guard tried to jump and easily jumped to a height of more than 3 meters. What's going on? Qin Shi Huang looked in horror at the man who had just jumped into the air and slowly fell down. Your Majesty, three suns are aligned directly towards our planet. Their gravity is superimposed in the same direction here. The Minister of Astronomy explained, and at the same time found that his feet were off the ground and already suspended in midair. Others also tilted at different angles one after another, and their feet left the ground and began to float. They waved their limbs clumsily like a group of drowning people who couldn't swim, trying to stabilize themselves, but they still collided from time to time. At this time, the ground they had just floated off cracked like a spider web, and the cracks expanded rapidly. Amid the diffuse mortar and the loud noise of the earth collapsing, the pyramid below broke into countless boulders that made up it. Through the gaps between the slowly floating boulders, Wang Miao saw the hall that was being transformed. The cauldron that had boiled fu-yi and the stake to which he had been tied were floating in the middle of the hall. The sun rose to the sky, and everything floating, people, boulders, astronomical instruments, bronze tripods, all began to rise slowly and quickly accelerated. Wang Miao accidentally glanced at the human row computer on the plane and saw a nightmare picture. The 30 million people who made up the motherboard were floating away from the ground and rising rapidly, like a large group of ants sucked up by a vacuum cleaner. On the land they flew away, the motherboard circuit was clearly left behind. The large area of fine and complex patterns that could only be seen from high altitudes would become a relic that puzzled the next Trisolaran civilization in the distant future. Wang Miao looked up and saw that the sky was covered by a mottled and strange cloud layer. This cloud was made up of dust, stones, human bodies, and other debris. The sun was shining behind the cloud layer. In the distance, Wang Miao saw a continuous transparent mountain range rising slowly. The mountain range was crystal clear and changed its shape in the glittering light. It was the ocean that was sucked into space. Everything on the surface of the three-body world is sucked towards the sun. Wang Miao looked around and saw von Neumann and Qin Shi Huang. Von Neumann was talking loudly to Qin Shi Huang while floating, but no sound came out. Only a small subtitle appeared. I thought of it. Use electrical components. Use electrical components to make gate circuits and form a computer. In that way, the computer will be many times faster. The volume will also be much smaller. It is estimated that it can be put down in a small building. Your Majesty, are you listening to me? Qin Shi Huang swung his sword at von Neumann, who dodged by stepping on a boulder floating nearby. The sword hit the boulder, sparking and breaking into two pieces. Then, the boulder collided with another one, trapping Qin Shi Huang in the middle. Stone and flesh flew everywhere, and it was a horrible sight. But Wang Miao did not hear the loud noise of the collision. There was a dead silence around him. As the air was lost, the sound was gone. The human body floating in the air had its blood boiling in the vacuum, vomiting its internal organs, and turned into a group of strange, shaped objects surrounded by clouds of ice crystals made of body fluids. As the atmosphere disappeared, the sky had become dark. Everything that was sucked into space from the three-body world reflected the sunlight, forming a brilliant nebula in space. This nebula formed a huge vortex and flowed towards its final destination, the sun. Wang Miao then discovered that the shape of the sun was changing. He immediately realized that he was actually seeing two other suns, each of which was slightly exposed from behind the first sun. From this direction, the three superimposed suns formed a bright eye in the universe. With the formation of three suns as the background, the subtitles appeared. Civilization number 184 was destroyed in the gravitational superposition of the 3 days in a row and evolved into the scientific revolution and the industrial revolution. In this civilization, Newton established the classical mechanics system under low-speed conditions. At the same time, due to the invention of calculus and von Neumann structure computers, the foundation for quantitative mathematical analysis of three-body motion was laid. After a long time, life and civilization will restart and begin their unpredictable evolution in the three-body world again. Welcome to Login again. Wang Miao had just quit the game when he received a strange phone call. It was a very attractive male voice. Hecko, first of all, thank you for leaving your real phone number. I am the system administrator of the game Three Body. Wang Miao felt excited and nervous. Could you please tell me your age, education level, work department, and position? You did not fill these in when you registered, said the administrator. Is this related to the game? Once you have reached this level, you must provide this information. If you refuse, Three Body will be closed to you permanently. Wang Miao answered the administrator's questions truthfully. Very good, Professor Wang. You meet the requirements to continue to enter the three-body problem. Thank you. Can I ask a few questions? Wang Miao said eagerly. No, but there will be a gathering of three-body fans tomorrow night. You are welcome to attend. The administrator gave Wang Miao an address. The gathering place for the three-body netizens was a secluded small coffee shop. In Wang Miao's impression, the gatherings of game netizens in this era were all lively events with a large number of people, but this time there were only 7 people including himself, and the other 6, like himself, did not look like game enthusiasts no matter how you looked at them. There were only 2 relatively young people, and the other 5, including a lady, were all middle-aged, and there was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Wang Miao thought that everyone would have a heated discussion about the three-body problem as soon as they met, but now he found that he was wrong. The strange and profound connotation of the three-body problem has had a profound psychological impact on its participants, making it difficult for everyone, including Wang Miao himself, to talk about it easily. Everyone simply introduced themselves to each other. The old man took out a very exquisite pipe, filled it with tobacco and started smoking, then walked to the wall to admire the oil paintings on the wall. The others sat and waited for the organizer of the party to arrive. They all arrived early. In fact, Wang Miao already knew 2 of the 6 people. The old man with white hair and a youthful face was a famous scholar, known for giving modern scientific connotations to Eastern philosophy. The lady with strange clothes was a famous writer, rare novelist with avant-garde style but many readers. You can start reading her books from any page. The other 4 were 2 middle-aged men. One was the vice president of the largest software company in China. He was dressed simply and casually, and you couldn't tell at all. And the other was a senior leader of the State Power Corporation. The 2 young people were a reporter for a major domestic media and a doctoral student in science. Wang Miao now realized that a considerable number of players of the 3-body problem might be social elites like them. The party soon arrived. When Wang Miao saw him, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This man turned out to be Pan Han, the #1 suspect in the murder of Shun Yufei. He quietly took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Dashi under the table. Haha, you all came really early. Pan Han greeted casually, as if nothing had happened. He changed his usual dirty homeless appearance in the media and dressed in a suit and tie, looking elegant. You are just as I imagined, all elites. The 3-body problem is prepared for people like you. Its connotation and artistic conception are difficult for ordinary people to understand. The knowledge required to play it is so high-level and profound that ordinary people cannot possess it. Wang Miao's text message has been sent. Meet Pan Han at Yunhe Cafe in Xiqing District. Pan Han continued. Everyone here is an excellent player of the 3-body problem, with the best results and a lot of dedication. I believe that the 3-body problem has become a part of your life. It's part of life, said the young doctoral student. I saw it by chance on my grandson's computer, the old philosopher said, tilting his pipe handle. Young people gave up after playing it for a few times, saying it was too profound. But I was attracted by it. The profound connotation, the weird and terrifying but beautiful artistic conception, the logically rigorous world setting, the vast amount of information and precise details hidden under the simple appearance all fascinated us. Several netizens, including Wang Miao, nodded repeatedly. At this time, Wang Miao received a text message from Dashi. We also saw him. It's okay. Do what you need to do. Note that you should try to be more extreme in front of them, but don't go too far, otherwise you won't look like one. Yes, the female writer nodded in agreement. From a literary perspective, the 3-body problem is also excellent. The rise and fall of those 203 rounds of civilization are really a series of exquisite epics. She mentioned 203 rounds of civilization, and Wang Miao had experienced 191 rounds, which made Wang Miao once again convinced that the 3-body problem has an independent process for each player. I'm really tired of the real world. The 3-body problem has become my second reality, said the young reporter. Really? Pan Han asked with great interest. Me too. Compared with the 3-body problem, reality is so mediocre and vulgar, said the IT vice president. What a pity, it's just a game, said the leader of State Power Corporation. Very good. Pan Han nodded, and Wang Miao noticed the excitement in his eyes. There is a question that I think we are all eager to know. Wang Miao said. I know what it is, but go ahead and ask. Pan Han said. Is the 3-body problem just a game? Netizens nodded one after another, and it was obvious that this was also what they were eager to ask. Pan Han stood up and said solemnly, the 3-body world really exists. Where? Several netizens asked in unison. Pan Han sat down and was silent for a long time before he spoke. I can answer some questions, but not others. But if you are destined to be with the 3-body world, all your questions will be answered one day. So, does the game reflect some real elements of the 3-body world? The reporter asked. First, in many civilizations, the dehydration function of the trisolarans is real. In order to cope with the unpredictable natural environment, they can expel all the water in their bodies at any time and turn into dry, fibrous objects to avoid the harsh climate that is completely unsuitable for survival. What do trisolarans look like? Pan Han shook his head. I don't know. I really don't know. In each round of civilization, the appearance of the trisolarans is completely different. In addition, the game also reflects a real existence in the trisolaran world, the human computer. I think that's the most unrealistic, said the IT vice president. I have conducted a simple test using hundreds of employees in the company. Even if this idea can be realized, the speed of the human-computer calculation may be slower than that of a person's manual calculation. Pan Han smiled mysteriously and said, "Yes, but if each of the 30 million soldiers that make up the computer can wave the black and white flag 100,000 times in 1 second, and the light cavalry on the bus can run several times the speed of sound or even faster, the result will be different." You just asked about the appearance of the trisolarans. According to some signs, the trisolarans that make up the human column computer may be covered with a layer of fully reflective mirrors. This mirror may have evolved to survive in harsh sunlight conditions. The mirror can change into various shapes, and they communicate with each other through the light focused by the mirror. The speed of information transmission in this light language is very fast, which is the basis for the existence of the human column computer. Of course, this is still a very inefficient machine, but it can indeed complete calculations that humans cannot do manually. Computers in the Trisolaran world did first appear in the form of human columns, followed by mechanical and electronic ones. Pan Han stood up and paced behind the netizens. All I can tell you now is that as a game, 3-Body only uses the human background to simulate the development of the 3-Body world. This is just to provide a familiar environment for the players. The real 3-Body world is very different from the one in the game, but the existence of the 3 suns is real. This is the basis of the natural structure of the 3-Body world. It certainly took a lot of effort to develop this game, but its purpose was clearly not to make a profit, said the IT vice president. The purpose of the 3-Body game is very simple, which is to gather like-minded people like us, said Pan Han. What aspirations and what principles? Wang Miao asked, but then he regretted it and thought carefully whether his question had revealed any hostility. This question really made Pan Han silent. He looked at everyone present one by one with a meaningful look and said softly, "If the 3-Body civilization wants to enter the human world, what is your attitude?" "I'm very happy," the young reporter said, breaking the silence first. "What I've seen over the years has made me disappointed in humanity. Human society is no longer able to improve itself and needs the intervention of an external force." "I agree," the female writer said loudly. She was very excited, as if she had finally found an opportunity to vent something. What is human being? What an ugly thing. I have been using the scalpel of literature to expose this ugliness for the first half of my life, but now I am tired of even this kind of exposure. I yearn for the 3-Body civilization to bring true beauty to this world. Pan Han did not speak, but the light of excitement lit up in his eyes again. The old philosopher waved his extinguished pipe and said seriously, "Let's explore this question a little more deeply. What is your impression of the Aztec civilization?" Dark and bloody, with the eerie firelight from the forest illuminating the pyramid where blood was flowing. "That's my impression of it," said the writer. The philosopher nodded. "Very good, then imagine, if there were no Spanish intervention, what impact would this civilization have on human history? You are confusing right and wrong." The IT manager pointed at the philosopher and said, "The Spanish who invaded America at that time were nothing but robbers and murderers. Even so, they at least prevented the following from happening. The Aztecs would have grown without limit, turning America into a bloody and dark empire. The era of democracy and civilization for America and all mankind would have come much later, or even never. This is the crux of the matter no matter what the Trisolarian civilization looks like. Its arrival is always a blessing for the ailing human civilization. But have you ever thought that the Aztec civilization was eventually destroyed by Western invaders?" said the leader of the State Power Corporation, looking around as if he saw these people for the first time. "The ideas here are very dangerous." "That's profound." The doctoral student raised a finger and nodded to the philosopher. "I have the same idea, but I don't know how to express it." "You said it very well." After a moment of silence, Pan Han turned to Wang Miao and asked, "The 6 of them have expressed their attitudes. What about you?" "I stand on their side." Wang Miao pointed at the journalists and philosophers and said, "Too much talk leads to mistakes," so he simply answered this sentence. "Very good," Pan Han said, turning to the IT manager and the leader of the State Power Corporation. "You two are no longer suitable for this party, nor are you suitable to continue playing the 3-Body game. Your IDs will be cancelled, and please leave." Thank you for coming, please. The two stood up, looked at each other, looked around in confusion, turned around and walked out the door. Panhan extended his hand to the remaining 5 people and shook hands with them one by one. Finally, he said solemnly, "We are comrades now." Wang Miao entered the 3-body problem for the 5th time. The world at dawn had changed beyond all recognition. The Great Pyramid that had appeared in the previous 4 times had been destroyed in the 3-day consecutive days, and a tall modern building had appeared in its place. Wang Miao was very familiar with the appearance of this black building. It was the United Nations building. In the distance, the land was dotted with many tall buildings that were obviously dry warehouses, all with fully reflective mirror surfaces, and in the morning light they looked like giant crystal plants growing on the land. Wang Miao heard a violin sound, like a piece of Mozart, played unskillfully, but with a very special charm, as if to explain from time to time, "This is played for himself, and he also appreciates it." The sound of the violin came from a homeless old man sitting on the steps of the main entrance of the building, his fluffy silver hair fluttering in the wind, and a tattered hat at his feet, in which someone seemed to have put some change. Wang Miao suddenly found that the sun had risen, but it rose from the horizon in the opposite direction of the morning light. The sky there was still a dark night sky, and there was no morning light before the sun rose. The sun was very big. The half-rising sun occupied 1/3 of the horizon. Wang Miao's heartbeat quickened. Such a big sun could only mean another great destruction. But when he looked back, he saw that the old man was still sitting there playing the violin as if nothing had happened, and his silver hair seemed to be burning in the sun's rays. The sun was silver, the same color as the old man's hair. It cast a silver light on the earth, but Wang Miao could not feel any warmth from the light. He looked at the sun that had completely risen above the horizon. From the huge disk that emitted silver light, he clearly saw a wood-grained pattern. It was a solid mountain range. Wang Miao understood that it did not emit light itself, but only reflected the light of the real sun that emitted morning light from another direction. What rose was not the sun, but a giant moon. The giant moon moved very quickly, passing through the sky at a speed that could be detected by the naked eye. In the process, it gradually melted from a full moon to a half moon, and then turned into a crescent. The soothing violin sound of the old man floated in the cold morning breeze. The magnificent scene in the universe seemed to be the materialization of the music. Wang Miao was intoxicated by the shock of beauty. The huge crescent fell in the light, and its brightness increased a lot. When it only had 2 silver shining sharp corners above the horizon, Wang Miao suddenly imagined it as the 2 horns of a cosmic giant bull running towards the sun. "Dear Copernicus, please slow down your hurried steps so that you can enjoy a piece of Mozart and I can have lunch." The old man raised his head and said after the giant moon had completely set. "If I'm not mistaken," Wang Miao said, looking at the wrinkled face. The wrinkles were very long and the curves were very soft, as if trying to create a kind of harmony. "You are not mistaken. I am Einstein, a poor man who has great faith in God but has been abandoned by him. What's with that big moon? I haven't seen it the last few times I came here. It has cooled down." "Who? Big moon. When I was a kid it was still hot. When it rose to the middle of the sky, I could see the red light on the core plane. Now it's cool. Haven't you heard of the Big Rip?" "No, what happened?" Einstein sighed and shook his head. "Let's not talk about it. The past is too painful to recall. My past, the past of civilization, the past of the universe, are all too painful to recall. How did you end up like this?" Wang Miao searched his pockets and actually took out some change. He bent down and put the money in his hat. "Thank you, Mr. Copernicus. I hope God will not abandon you, but I don't have confidence in this. I feel that the model that you and Newton used to calculate in the East is very close to correct, but the slight difference is an insurmountable gap for Newton and other people. I have always believed that without me, others would have discovered the special theory of relativity, but this is not the case with the general theory of relativity. The point that Newton missed was the gravitational perturbation of the planetary orbit described by the general theory of relativity. The error it caused was fatal to the calculation results. By adding the correction of gravitational perturbation to the classical equation, we get the correct mathematical model. Its amount of calculation is much larger than that of what you have done in the East, but it is really not a problem for modern computers. Have the calculation results been confirmed by astronomical observations? Would I be here if that were the case? But from an aesthetic point of view, I am not wrong. It is the universe that is wrong. God abandoned me, and then everyone abandoned me. No one wants me. Princeton revoked my professorship, and UNESCO didn't even give me a scientific advisory position. I refused even when they begged me on their knees. I even wanted to be the president of Israel, but they said they'd changed their minds and that I was just a liar. Alas, Einstein finished his words and started playing the piano again, starting very precisely from where he had left off. Wang Miao listened for a while and then walked towards the main entrance of the building. There's no one inside. All the people attending this UN General Assembly are at the back of the building, attending the pendulum launching ceremony, Einstein said while playing the piano. Wang Miao walked around the building and came to the back of it. He immediately saw something incredible, a giant pendulum that stood tall. In fact, a section of it could be seen in front of the building, but Wang Miao didn't know what it was at the time. This was the giant pendulum built by Fuxi when Wang Miao first entered the three-body problem on the land of the Warring States period, used to hypnotize the sun god. The appearance of the giant pendulum in front of him was modern. The two towers supporting the sky bridge were all metal structures, each as tall as the Eiffel Tower. The pendulum was also made of metal, streamlined, and the surface was a smooth electroplated mirror. Due to the high-strength material, the cable that suspended the pendulum was only a very thin one, almost invisible, which made the pendulum look like it was suspended in the air between the two towers. Giant swing. They were probably the heads of state attending the UN General Assembly. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, as if they were waiting for something. Ah, Copernicus, the man who spans 5 eras. Someone shouted, and others welcomed him. Besides, you are the one who saw the pendulum with your own eyes during the Warring States period. A kind-looking black man shook Wang Miao's hand and said, someone introduced him as the current Secretary General of the United Nations. Yes, I have seen it, but why is it being built now? Wang Miao asked. It is a three-body memorial and also a tombstone. The Secretary General said, looking up at the pendulum in the air. From here, it looks as big as a submarine. Tombstone? Whose? An effort that has lasted for nearly 200 civilizations, an effort to solve the three-body problem, an effort to find the laws governing the motion of the sun. Is this endeavor over? So far, it's completely over. Wang Miao hesitated for a moment, then took out a stack of information, which was a link to Wei Cheng's mathematical model for the three-body problem. I came here for this matter. I brought a mathematical model for solving the three-body problem, which I believe is likely to succeed. Wang Miao finished speaking. He found that the people around him immediately lost interest in him. They all left him and returned to their own small circles to continue the previous conversation. He noticed that some people smiled and shook their heads when they left. The Secretary General took the information and handed it to a tall and thin man wearing glasses next to him without even looking at it. Out of respect for your lofty prestige, please ask my scientific advisor to take a look. In fact, everyone has already expressed this respect for you. If it were someone else, they would immediately be ridiculed. Scientific advisor took the information and flipped through it. Evolutionary algorithm? Copernicus, you are a genius. Anyone who can come up with this kind of algorithm is a genius. In addition to superb mathematical ability, it also requires imagination. So, someone has already created this mathematical model? Yes, and dozens of other mathematical models, more than half of which are far more sophisticated than yours, have been created and run on computers. For the past 2 centuries, this kind of massive computation has been the central activity of the world, and people have been waiting for the results as if they were awaiting the Last Judgment Day. What's the result? It has been proven conclusively that the three-body problem has no solution. Wang Miao looked up at the huge pendulum, which shone brightly in the morning light, reflecting everything around it like a deformed mirror, as if it were the eye of the world. In that distant era separated by many civilizations, on this land, he and King Wen of Zhou had walked through the forest of giant pendulums toward King Zhou's palace. History had thus made a long circle and returned to its original place. As we have already accurately measured, the three-body system is a chaotic system that will infinitely amplify tiny disturbances, and its operating laws are mathematically unpredictable, said the scientific advisor. Wang Miao felt that all his scientific knowledge and thought systems had suddenly become blurred, replaced by an unprecedented confusion. If even an extremely simple system like the three-body problem is an unpredictable chaos, how can we have confidence in exploring the laws of the complex universe? God is a shameless old gambler. He has abandoned us. Einstein came over at some point and said, waving his violin. The Secretary General nodded slowly. Yes, God is a gambler. The only hope for the Trisolaran civilization is to take a gamble as well. At this time, the giant moon rose again from the horizon on the dark side of the night. Its silver giant image was reflected on the smooth surface of the pendulum, wriggling in a bizarre way, as if a mysterious telepathy was generated between the pendulum and the giant moon. You mentioned civilization. It seems that this civilization has developed to a considerable level, Wang Miao said. Yes, we have mastered nuclear energy and entered the information age, the Secretary General said, but seemed unconvinced by all this. Then there is such a hope. Civilization continues to develop and reach another level. Although we cannot know the laws of the sun's movement, we can survive in the chaotic era and resist the devastating disasters caused by the abnormal movement of the sun in the past. People used to think this way, and this was one of the driving forces behind the rebirth of the Trisolaran civilization. But it makes us realize how naive this idea is. The Secretary General pointed to the rising moon and said, "This may be the first time you have seen this huge moon. In fact, it is almost a quarter of the size of our planet. It is no longer a moon, but a companion star of this planet. It is the product of the Great Rip." The Great Rip? The catastrophe that destroyed the last round of civilization. In fact, compared with previous civilizations, the warning period for this disaster was quite long. The remaining records show that astronomers of civilization number 191 observed the flying star very early. Hearing the last four words, Wang Miao's heart tightened. The flying star is not moving is the biggest omen in the Trisolaran world. The flying star, or the distant sun, is still against the background of the universe from the ground's perspective, which only means that the sun and the planets are moving in a straight line. There are three observable energies. 1. The sun and the planets are moving in the same direction at the same speed. 2. The sun is moving away from the planet. 3. The sun is rushing towards the planet. Before Civilization 191, this was just an imaginary disaster that had never really happened, but people's fear and vigilance about it did not relax at all, so that the flying star is not moving became the most unlucky spell in many Trisolaran civilizations. Even if only one flying star is still, it is chilling. At that time, the three flying stars were still at the same time. The people of Civilization 191 stood on the ground helplessly watching the three flying stars hovering in the sky, watching the three suns rushing towards their world. A few days later, one of the suns moved to the visible distance of the outer atmosphere. In the quiet night sky, the flying star suddenly turned into a blazing sun. At intervals of more than 30 hours, the other two suns also appeared one after another. This is not the ordinary sense of three suns in the sky. When the last flying star became the sun, the first visible sun had already passed the planet at a very close distance, and then the other two suns passed by even closer. The tidal forces generated by the three suns in the opposite direction all exceeded the Roche limit. Note: French astronomer Roche proved that any solid celestial body, when approaching another celestial body much larger than it, will be affected by the strong tidal force and eventually be torn into pieces. The distance at which this smaller celestial body will be torn into pieces is called the Roche limit. It is usually 2.44 times the equatorial radius of the large celestial body. The first sun shook the deepest geological structure of the planet. The second sun tore a large crack on the planet that went straight to the core, and the third sun tore the planet in half. The Secretary General pointed to the huge moon that had risen to the sky. This is the smaller half. There are ruins left by civilization number 191 on it, but it is a world without life. It was the most thrilling disaster in the entire history of the Trisolaran world. When the planet was torn apart, the two irregularly shaped parts turned into a sphere again under their own gravity. The hot and dense core material of the planet surged to the ground. The ocean boiled on the magma, and the continents floated like melting ice. After they collided, the Earth became as soft as the ocean. Huge mountains of tens of thousands of meters could rise in an hour and disappear in the same short time. For a period of time, the two parts of the planet that were torn apart were still connected, and there was a river of magma that crossed the space between them. These magmas cooled in space and formed a ring around the planet, but due to the gravitational disturbance of the two parts of the planet, the ring was unstable, and the rocks that made it fell one after another, leaving the world in a meteorite shower for centuries. Can you imagine what kind of heck that was? The damage to the ecosystem caused by this disaster was the most serious in all history. Life on the companion star was extinct, and the parent star almost became a world without life. However, the seeds of life sprouted here again. As the geological state of the parent star stabilized, evolution began to stagger again in the unrecognizable continents and oceans until civilization appeared for the 192nd time. This process took 90 million years. The universe where the three-body world exists is more cruel than we imagined. What will happen the next time the flying stars do not move? There is a great possibility that our planet will no longer pass by the edge of the sun, but plunge into the sun's sea of fire. As time goes by, this possibility is almost inevitable. This was originally just a terrible speculation, but a recent astronomical discovery has made us completely despair about the fate of the three-body world. This study aims to infer the history of star and planet formation in the galaxy through some residual signs in this galaxy. It was accidentally discovered that the three-body galaxy had 12 planets in the distant past, and now there is only one of us. There is only one explanation. The other 11 planets were swallowed up by the three suns in the long astronomical era. Our world is just the remnant of this cosmic hunt. It is just a kind of luck that civilization can be reborn after 192 cycles. Through further research, we also discovered the breathing phenomenon of these three stars. Stars breathe? It's just a metaphor. You discovered the outer gaseous layer of a star, but what you don't know is that this gaseous layer expands and contracts in a long cycle, like breathing. When the gaseous layer expands, its thickness can increase by more than 10 times, which greatly increases the diameter of the star, like a giant palm, making it easier to capture planets. When a planet rubs against the sun at close range, it will enter its gaseous layer, decelerate rapidly in the fierce friction, and finally fall into the sea of fire of the sun like a meteor, dragging a long tail of fire. According to research, in the long history of the three-body system, every time the sun's gaseous layer expands, it will swallow one or two planets. The 11 planets fell into the sea of fire one after another when the sun's gaseous layer expanded to its maximum. Now, the gaseous layers of the three suns are in a contracting state. Otherwise, our planet would have fallen into the sun when it rubbed against the sun last time. According to scholars' predictions, the most recent expansion will occur in 150,000 to 2 million years. I really can't stay in this darn place anymore, said Einstein as he squatted on the ground holding his violin. Like an old beggar, the Secretary General nodded and said, "We can't stay here any longer. The only way out for the Trisolaran civilization is to take a gamble with this universe." "How do we bet?" Wang Miao asked. "Fly out of the three-body galaxy, fly into the vast sea of stars, and look for new worlds to migrate to in the Milky Way." At this time, Wang Miao heard a grinding sound and saw the huge pendulum being pulled up by a thin cable on an overhead winch next to it, rising to the position where it was released. Behind it, on the background of the sky, a huge crescent moon was sinking in the morning light. The Secretary General solemnly announced, "The pendulum has started." Overhead winch released the thin cable that pulled the pendulum up high, and the huge pendulum slid down silently along a smooth arc. It started to fall slowly, but quickly accelerated. When it reached the lowest point, its speed reached its maximum, breaking through the air and making a strong sound of wind. When the sound disappeared, the pendulum had risen to the same height along the same arc. After a moment of stagnation, it began a new round of swinging. Wang Miao felt that the pendulum seemed to generate a huge force during its swing, as if the earth was shaken by it. Unlike the simple pendulum in the real world, the swing period of this giant pendulum was not constant and was constantly changing. This was due to the changes in gravity caused by the giant moon surrounding the mother star. When the giant moon was on this side of the mother star, its gravity offset that of the mother star, and the gravity decreased. When it moved to the other side of the mother star, the gravity was superimposed, and the gravity was almost restored to the level before the Big Rip. Looking up at the majestic swing of the three-body monument, Wang Miao asked himself, is it expressing a desire for order or surrender to chaos? Wang Miao also felt that the pendulum was like a huge metal fist, swinging eternally at the cruel universe, silently shouting the unyielding cry of the three-body civilization. When Wang Miao's eyes were blurred by tears, he saw the subtitles that appeared with the giant pendulum as the background. 451 years later, civilization number 192 was destroyed in the flames of the double suns in the sky, and it evolved into the atomic and information age. 192 is a milestone in the three-body civilization. It finally proved that the three-body problem is unsolvable, abandoned the futile efforts of the 191 civilizations, and determined a new direction for the future civilization. At this point, the ultimate goal of the game three-body has changed. The new goal is, fly into the universe and find a new home. Welcome to log in again. After exiting the three-body problem, Wang Miao felt very tired as he always did. This was really a tiring game, but this time he only rested for half an hour before logging in again. After entering the three-body problem, an unexpected message appeared on the dark background. The situation is urgent. The three-body server is about to be shut down. You are free to log in during the remaining time. Three-body will directly switch to the final scene. The land was empty and bare in the cold dawn. There were no pyramids, no UN building, and the giant pendulum monument was nowhere to be found. Only the dark Gobi Desert stretched to the horizon, just like when he first entered this world. But Wang Miao soon discovered that it was just his illusion. The densely packed small stones on the Gobi Desert were actually human heads. It turned out that the land was full of people. Wang Miao stood on a slightly higher hill and looked down. The dense sea of people was endless. Wang Miao roughly estimated the number. There might be hundreds of millions of people within the range of his sight. He knew that all the people in the three-body world might have gathered here. Silence enveloped everything. The silence created by these hundreds of millions of people had a suffocating weirdness. What was this sea of people waiting for at dawn? Wang Miao looked around and found that everyone was looking up at the sky. Wang Miao looked up and found that the starry sky had undergone an unfathomable change. The stars were actually arranged in a strict square array. But Wang Miao soon discovered that this square of stars might just be located in a planetary synchronous orbit. The Milky Way's sea of stars became a dim background behind it, and this square had a clear movement relative to the background. In the square array, the stars on the side of the morning light were the brightest, and the silver light emitted could cast a human shadow on the ground, and the brightness gradually weakened towards the back. Wang Miao counted and found that there were more than 30 stars on one side of the array, so the total number of stars in the array was about 1,000. This array, which was obviously made up of man-made objects, moved slowly as a whole against the background of the stars, looking full of solemnity and power. At this time, a man standing next to him gently pushed him and whispered, "Ah, great Copernicus, why did you come so late? 3 rounds of civilization have passed, and you have missed such a great cause." "What is that?" Wang Miao asked, pointing at the array of stars in space. "That is the great three-body interstellar fleet, about to set sail on an expedition." "So, the Trisolaran civilization already has the ability to travel across the stars?" "Yes, those magnificent ships can reach 1/10 the speed of light." Reaching 1/10 the speed of light is a great achievement, at least within my knowledge, but it is still a bit slow for interstellar travel. "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step," the man said. "The key is to find the right goal." "Where is the fleet's destination?" "A star with a planet 4 light-years away. It is the closest star to the three-body world." Wang Miao was somewhat surprised. "The nearest star to us is also 4 light-years away." "You? Earth." "Oh, there's nothing strange about this. In large areas of the Milky Way, the density of stars is very uniform. This is the result of long-term adjustment of the gravitational pull of the star cluster. A considerable proportion of the stars are spaced between 3 and 6 light-years apart. At this time, huge cheers broke out from the sea of people. Wang Miao looked up and saw that the brightness of each star in the square array of stars in space was increasing rapidly. It was obvious that they were emitting light. This light soon drowned out the dawn in the sky. 1,000 stars soon turned into 1,000 small suns, and the three-body world ushered in a brilliant day. The people on the earth raised their hands to the sky, forming an endless grassland of arms. The three-body fleet began to accelerate, solemnly moving across the sky, passing over the top of the giant moon that had just risen, and casting a blue halo on the mountains and plains on the moon. The cheers subsided, and the people of the three-body world silently watched their hopes gradually fade away in the western space. They would not see the end in this life, but 400 or 500 years later, their descendants would receive news from the new world, which would be the rebirth of the three-body civilization. Wang Miao watched silently with them until the square array of 1,000 stars shrank into one star, until the star disappeared in the western night sky. Subtitles appeared. The Trisolarian civilization's expedition to the New World has begun, and the fleet is on its way. Three-body game is over. When you return to reality, if you are loyal to the promise you made, please go to the meeting of the Earth Three-Body Organization according to the address in the email sent to you later.